Hello, good morning. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing.
Off. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. I will speak off text and I will start with the FairLife motto. Breathtaking life. I believe this is the soul of FairLife, along with its objective to highlight and attribute priority to lung cancer. This is our objective, this is our mission, this is the end game for all discussions that will begin shortly and will be concluded late afternoon today. It is a great joy for us to be welcoming you to the fourth conference of FairLife. Fourth for me as well. This relationship with FairLife goes beyond professional relations and it has become a personal one. And we are here once again today to exchange knowledge, to diffuse knowledge, to speak of all the scientific progress that has taken place, that has been documented since last year, all the new pathways, to look into the challenges for healthcare and for potential solutions to obstacles. We're also here to give a portrayal of the image of lung cancer here in Greece, providing solutions that have to do with early diagnosis, with early and advanced, locally advanced disease, the value of clinical trials, and of course all latest data pertaining to metastatic lung cancer and, naturally, the holistic treatment of this disease. By the end of this day, we hope that all of us will be able, after all the presentations, the discussions that will ensue, we will all leave this place with a comprehensive understanding of what is happening, with take-home messages that will be relevant to each and every one of us regarding lung cancer, both scientists, patients, and the people surrounding patients, all people that are stakeholders in lung cancer. Let us begin with an introduction, an inaugural remark of the president and soul of FairLife, Ms. Patelli, our beloved Corina. Thank you very much, Elena. It is a great pleasure that all these years now we've been working together using the motto Breathtaking Life. Good morning, Your Grace, Mr. Pavlos, representative of Archbishop of the Greek Orthodox Church, dear guests, dear members of the audience, both live and online. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great emotion. It is a very emotional moment and a great joy for me to be welcoming you to the 4th annual conference of FairLife, the leading action that we undertake every November, each and every November, the Lung Cancer Awareness Month. This year we're celebrating 4 years of incessant offering, solidarity, action. Our work has been recognized and has been honored with the distinction Organization of the Year, Event of the Year in the Patient Partnership Awards 2024, and it confirmed our need to support patients and carers, to promote prevention and to offer help. The free psychosocial support called Breath, this is a program that has been awarded with 2 golden medals, has already supported 632 people throughout Greece. Through the comments, the personal stories of the participants, we see on a daily basis that Breath is a program that changes lives, that offers substantial support and empowerment to patients, and it also enforces their participation in society. Our initiative, Lung Health, which was also awarded the Gold and Bronze Award, focuses primarily on bringing down mortality and promoting awareness regarding lung diseases through timely diagnosis and public awareness labeling. This is an initiative that promotes with the use of local and online actions, with the development of digital tools, of podcasts, animation videos that are being promoted as a social message on TV. It's promoting a particular screening. Allow me to show you a couple of slides from that animation. By supporting lung health, what it is that we are protecting lives and fostering well-being. What is more, FairLife has had a constant and active presence in international conferences and events, representing the voice of Greek patients and carers. Through this participation, we are trying to promote collaboration with the global scientific community, thus essentially contributing in improving care for lung cancer. It is a great joy for all of us to be here today, united in order to fight for the prevention, early diagnosis, care and awareness raising for lung cancer in Greece. It is a very emotional moment, but it is also very important to underline how upset we are and how concerned about all that needs to be done. Back in 2021, in the first FairLife event, we had highlighted the need for screening in lung cancer. It is based on evidence that timely diagnosis can increase the 5-year survival rate more than 10 times. And yet, coming back to 2024, we still haven't seen the integration of screening in the NHS. Diagnoses of stage 4 have multiplied. Patients are facing disparities, and I would like to thank Mr. Sirigos and ELCAP for the wonderful Mind the Gap campaign. 92.4% of patients in Greece face financial difficulties due to the disease, and this versus 66.8 of the average in Europe. Integrated and comprehensive molecular testing and treatment are not sufficiently reimbursed by the national healthcare system. The price for national economy is cumbersome, it is difficult to bear, and at the same time we're losing loved ones on a daily basis. We're hopeful that in this year good decisions will be made, will be taken. Another thing that is very important that lung cancer patients have to face is stigma. For many years, the question, do you smoke, added an extra psychological burden on our patients, because this is something that our patients do not need. They are already torn down by the burden of lung cancer. So we need to underline, and that's exactly what we're doing in FairLife, we need to underline that there is no need for stigma. It's not, lung cancer is not exclusively linked to smoking, and it can affect anyone regardless their lifestyle. I would now like to talk about Christos Apostolakos, a wonderful fighter who participated in marathons, who gave a lot of himself, who wrote a book called Breath of Life that he allowed FairLife to profit from. He he stressed over and over again that lung cancer is a formidable rival, but not one that cannot be beaten. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to look into various themes, the imaging of lung cancer in Greece, new data as regards prevention, screening and timely diagnosis, the progress that has been achieved in the diagnostic pathway thanks to AI and biomarkers, the multidisciplinary management of early and locally extended lung cancer, the role of clinical trials, the management of the metastatic disease by use of immunotherapy and personalized treatments, and of course life post-diagnosis and the holistic management of this disease. In FairLife, we know that lung cancer does not only affect our bodies, but it also affects our souls, our relationships, the quality of our lives. 4 years after our establishment, we still are dedicated to our vision, to our mission. Despite the challenges, we feel obligated to fight for what we believe is a just cause. Before I end this presentation, I would like to say that I am extremely grateful to our multidisciplinary team, the board of FairLife, our volunteers, friends, ambassadors, all our supporters, all media representatives, the constant support that you all are giving to FairLife, to what we're doing. Your work shows that we can change lives. Solidarity, prevention and care are the foundations of our work. Thank you for being here with us, supporting our vision for a world with more health, more care, more hope. Before I give the floor to our distinguished guests, I would like us to watch the anniversary video marking the 4th anniversary since FairLife was created.
Το όραμα ελπίδα, ο πόνος σπόρος. Γεννιέται η FairLife. FairLife είναι ο πρώτος μη κερδοσκοπικός οργανισμός στην Ελλάδα ενάντια στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια ανοίγουμε νέους δρόμους ενημέρωσης για την νόσο. Το τοπίο αλλάζει. Μιλάμε στους συμπολίτες μας για τους παράγοντες κινδύνου και τις ιατρικές εξελίξεις. Εργαζόμαστε για την πρόληψη και την έγκαιρη διάγνωση με την αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας. Υποστηρίζουμε τους ανθρώπους που ζουν με την ασθένεια στη χώρα μας. Η φωνή σου μετράει. Στη FairLife οι προσωπικές ιστορίες γίνονται δύναμη για όσους δίνουν τη δική τους μάχη. Είναι πηγή ελπίδας για το μέλλον. Μαζί σπάμε τη σιωπή και τα στερεότυπα γύρω από τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Το πρόγραμμα Breath παρέχεται δωρεάν και πανελλαδικά.
Εν τούτης, ο κάθε ασθενής είναι ένας κόσμος που έρχεται εκείνη την ώρα και εσύ μπορείς να του προσφέρεις τα πάντα, τη ζωή.
Μιλάμε για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας, βάζοντας την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος στην εξίσωση. Φέραμε κοντά μας τα νέα παιδιά, τους πρωταθλητές μας, ανθρώπους που μας εμπνέουν να συνεχίσουμε.
Καθαρό περιβάλλον, υγιείς πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
«14 λεπτά για την αγάπη του παιχνιδιού».
Η ζωή είναι
COVID.
την ανάσα
Και όχι ο
καρκίνος του πνεύμα.
Μέσα σε μόλις 4 χρόνια προσεγγίσαμε χιλιάδες ανθρώπους μέσα από τις καμπάνιες μας, τα προγράμματα ψυχοκοινωνικής υποστήριξης και τις δράσεις μας.
Όραμά μας είναι να σώσουμε όσο γίνεται περισσότερες ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Δίνουμε νέα πνοή στο έργο μας. Συνεργαζόμαστε μέσα και πέρα από τα σύνορα της Ελλάδας και της Ευρώπης. Η FairLife ταξιδεύει. Αποκτά γνώσεις και εμπειρία, κοιτάμε μπροστά με το ίδιο όραμα και νέες πρωτοβουλίες. Τα λόγια του κόσμου μας γεμίζουν χαρά. Οι βραβεύσεις μας δίνουν τη δύναμη να συνεχίσουμε, να καταφέρουμε ακόμη περισσότερα. Κλείνοντας 4 χρόνια ενημέρωσης και υποστήριξης, σας ευχαριστούμε που είστε μαζί μας σε αυτό το ταξίδι. Τους υποστηρικτές μας, τους συνεργάτες, φίλους, εθελοντές και τα μέλη της ομάδας μας.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και θα ήθελα το...
Thank you very much. And now I would like to call to the podium His Grace, the Bishop of Thespia, Mr. Pavlos, representative of His Beatitudes, Archbishop of Athens and all of Greece, Mr. Hieronymus. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Ms. Patelli Bella for her invitation to including us in today's event, and I would like to convey the message of the Archbishop of Athens and all of Greece, Mr. Hieronymus II. I salute the conference on lung cancer organized by FairLife, which is lung cancer at the forefront, new perspectives, new challenges. Awareness raising regarding the disease is a crucial parameter in order to set up the structures necessary within the policy of health in view, moreover, of novel technologies. Informing society is something that allows citizens to become more sensitive, and this will urge them to undergo screening in order to look for the early stages, early detection of the stage, allowing for targeted and core-minded steps as soon as a diagnosis is made. Conferences, events such as this one help raise awareness among the public, and as such I salute this conference. May Jesus Christ forever bless your work and your efforts. This was the message of the Archbishop, Mr. Hieronymus II. I would also like to convey my personal thanks for the invitation. I hope that the findings, the conclusions drawn from this event will have a positive impact, allowing for lesser pain for the patients and people that are tried through this disease. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your presence here is not only valuable in an institutional way, but also in a fundamental way, because faith is very important for healing. We will now watch two videos, messages from the Minister of Health, Mr. Adanis Georgiadis, and Deputy Minister. Unfortunately, videos are not translated.
Να βρεθώ στο 4ο ετήσιο συνέδριο της FairLife, φροντίδα και πρόληψη του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα. Όπως ξέρετε, ως Υπουργός Υγείας έχω ενδιαφερθεί ιδιαίτερα να εντάξω στον προσωπικό έλεγχο τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα είναι η νούμερο 1 αιτία θανάτου από καρκίνο στον κόσμο. Και θα κάνουμε ό,τι μπορούμε, χρησιμοποιώντας τα εργαλεία της επιστήμης, για να παράσουμε τις καλύτερες δυνατές υπηρεσίες υγείας στους πολίτες μας. Η έγκαιρη διάγνωση και εδώ παίζει εξαιρετικά κρίσιμο ρόλο στο προσδόκιμο ζωής και στην ποιότητα της ζωής. Και γι' αυτό το Υπουργείο Υγείας θα κάνει αυτό που πρέπει και πάρα πολύ σύντομα. Εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στο συνέδριο. Φόρτος εργασίας δεν με επιτρέπει να είμαι εκεί, αλλά ξέρετε πάρα πολύ καλά ότι δείχνω ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον για αυτά με τα οποία ασχολείστε. Καλή επιτυχία.
Καλημέρα σας. Είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά και τιμή για μένα να απευθύνω χαιρετισμό στο 4ο συνέδριο που διοργανώνει η FairLife, ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα σε πρώτο πλάνο, νέες προοπτικές και προκλήσεις. Υπηρεσιακοί λόγοι απουσίας μου στο εξωτερικό, στην δεύτερη διακυβερνητική διάσκεψη με την Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, δεν μου έχουν επιτρέψει να βρίσκομαι εκεί με φυσική παρουσία. Ο καρκίνος είναι μια νόσος η οποία επηρεάζει τη ζωή εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων. Και τους ασθενείς, τους πάσχοντες από καρκίνο, αλλά και το οικογενειακό και συγγενικό τους περιβάλλον. Η βελτίωση των παρεχόμενων υπηρεσιών και η βελτίωση της αντιμετώπισης του καρκίνου αποτελεί προτεραιότητα για την κυβερνητική πολιτική. Επιτρέψτε μου να αναφέρω τις δράσεις που έχουν αναπτυχθεί τα τελευταία χρόνια και δημιουργώντας ένα οδικό χάρτη από το πού βρισκόμασταν και πού θα θέλαμε να πάμε στην αντιμετώπιση του. Με την απόφαση της τέως αναπληρώτριας Υπουργού και πνευμονολόγου, η οποία συμμετέχει στο συνέδριό σας, της κυρίας Μίνας Γκάγκα, δημιουργούνται 2 νέα ογκολογικά κέντρα στο νοσοκομείο Σωτηρία και στο νοσοκομείο Λαμίας, η οποία θα είναι εξοπλισμένα με τον πιο σύγχρονο εξοπλισμό για την αντιμετώπιση τους και ακτινοθεραπευτικά μηχανήματα. Η κυβέρνηση προχώρησε στην δημιουργία 2 προγραμμάτων για την παροχή υπηρεσιών στο σπίτι. Για το πρόγραμμα Οίκοθεν, που ήδη ξεκίνησε στη συνεργασία με τα μεγάλα ογκολογικά νοσοκομεία της χώρας, και το πρόγραμμα Νόσπι υπό τον ΟΔΠ, που έχει ξεκινήσει και θα προσφέρει υπηρεσίες υγείας στο σπίτι σε βαριά πάσχοντες και σε ογκολογικούς ασθενείς. Τρίτος άξονας είναι η δημιουργία του ψηφιακού φακέλου του ασθενούς, μια ευρεία ψηφιακή αναβάθμιση όλων των υπηρεσιών, με βασικότερη και αιχμή την δημιουργία του ψηφιακού φακέλου και του Μητρώου Ασθενών, κάτι το οποίο έχει ήδη ξεκινήσει και τα πρώτα αποτελέσματα θα έχουμε τους πρώτους μήνες του 2025 και αναμένεται το έργο να ολοκληρωθεί έως το τέλος του 2025, αρχές του 2026. Αυτός θα μας δώσει ως κύριο τα Μητρώα, που μέχρι στιγμής η χώρα δεν είχε μια καλή καταγραφή των ογκολογικών ασθενών, και θα μας επιτρέψει έτσι ώστε να μπορούμε να κάνουμε έλεγχο του μονοπατιού του ασθενής και να το διευκολύνουμε σε όλα τα στάδια από την διάγνωση, τη θεραπεία και την αποκατάσταση. Στο πλαίσιο της δημιουργίας της ανακουφιστικής φροντίδας έχει ήδη εδώ και αρκετό καιρό συσταθεί η Επιτροπή, που έχει προχωρήσει πολύ τις εργασίες έτσι ώστε να δημιουργηθεί το νομικό πλαίσιο για την δημιουργία μονάδων ανακουφιστικής φροντίδας. Είναι στο δικό μας πλάνο να δημιουργήσουμε κάποιες μονάδες εντός της Αττικής σε πρώτη φάση και στη συνέχεια θα περισταθούμε στην υπόλοιπη χώρα. Καθώς αναπτύσσουμε και δράσεις για την βελτίωση του οικονομικού περιβάλλοντος διάθεσης των καινοτόμων θεραπείων στη χώρα μας και να βελτιώσουμε την πρόσβαση των ασθενών σε καινοτόμες θεραπείες και την συμμετοχή τους σε κλινικές δοκιμές. Με αυτά θα ήθελα να επισημάνω την εξαιρετική συμβολή του συνεδρίου αυτού, να συγχαρώ την κυρία Πατέλη Μπέλ για την διοργάνωσή τους και για το τι έχει καταφέρει να συγκεντρώσει τα τελευταία αυτά 4 χρόνια τους κορυφαίους επιστήμονες της χώρας μας για την αντιμετώπιση του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα και να ευχηθώ κάθε επιτυχία στο συνέδριό σας.
Ακολουθεί ο χαιρετισμός από την κυρία Σαριδάκη.
And now a few words from Mrs. Saridaki, a medical oncologist and of course the president of the Hellenic Society of Medical Oncology.
Ήθελα με χαρά να ευχαριστήσω την Κορίνα που...
I would like to thank Corina. Corina's name has come to be a brand name for the world of lung cancer. This is a value which I believe would be rather not there because it all started from a major loss suffered. But people who can reincarnate and translate the sorrow and pain into something novel, innovative and active are very rare around us. So wherever those people can be found, I believe we should all embrace them, support them, promote their efforts and help them all take one step ahead. Over the very few, perhaps, but quite substantial number of years since its creation, FairLife, very much present in the reality of lung cancer in Greece, has managed to take all patients and the association of patients up one level, from prevention, healthy habits, smoking reduction, and to name only but a few of its initiatives, FairLife has been launching emotional support programs for patients and their families. These, along with multiple actions undertaken by FairLife towards making of timely diagnosis a reality in Greece, associated to a comprehensive series of tests and approaches, has come to make of this a true reality. FairLife has been very close to all of us working in the world of lung cancer, people with a vision, people wishing to make of this a better community. We all are and remain open to FairLife's initiative, and indeed all that it remains for me to say is to wish that this event of yours be something that will stay on and be repeated. Hopefully your actions will be even more efficient. I have been speaking about this with dear Corina. It's a true wish for us that two things happen when it comes to dealing with lung cancer. The bioindexes and SBS be covered and the low radiation chest test be a reality also in Greece. I wish you all the success in your conference. Thank you very much. This is a wish shared by all of us here that year in, year out, this conference is repeated. Calling upon Mr. Sirigos, Professor of Oncology at the University of Athens, to kindly take the floor for a brief address. Your Grace, dear Minister, Mrs. Bell, dear friends, lung cancer, as we all know, is a very frequent condition, perhaps rated amongst the most important causes of death when it comes to cancer. You know what the features are. Let me show you a different facet. Lung cancer is a cancer which mostly attacks smokers, but not only smokers. Smoking is associated to lower educational level, to a lower financial background, and is associated to people living in the margin of society, people with suffering from mental illnesses, people who are somehow put aside. Very often I say that the longevity of people living with cancers is mostly conditioned by one's postal code rather than one's biological code. It is directly conditioned by preventive checks, and innovative treatments that may come up along with primary prevention. Events like the one we are attending today are good reminders for all of us. Things that to us should be taken for granted, but not for everyone. They are meant to create awareness amongst us and slowly but steadily create a safety net for those around us and those who are at risk of falling. I would like to congratulate FairLife. I would like to wish you all the best of success, as well as saying that the Hellenic Society of Lung Cancer, which I am chairing, will always be by your side. Thank you very much for your attention.
CEO of the International Association for the Study of Lung Cancer. It is my honor to welcome all of you to the 4th annual FairLife Lung Cancer Conference, where you all are going to be gathering to address one of the most prevalent healthcare challenges of our time, lung cancer. It is only by bringing together all of you, patients, caregivers, family members, healthcare professionals, scientists, and stakeholders, that I am confident that we will continue to accelerate our fight against lung cancer and find implementable solutions together. Whether we're discussing prevention, early detection, screening, or delving into treatment topics for early and locally advanced disease, clinical trials, our aim is very clear: to empower each of you with the knowledge and the tools that you need to make informed decisions, drive research forward, and ultimately to improve patient care in a holistic manner. Cancer impacts every aspect of one's life, and providing care that addresses the emotional, mental, and physical needs of a patient and their loved ones is just as critical as the medical treatment decisions that must also be made. This conference is ideally planned around the Lung Cancer Awareness Month, a month that's not only dedicated to awareness, but also to reflect on the past year and all the accomplishments that continue to motivate us this year and beyond to create a future where early diagnosis is the norm, treatments are accessible to all patients worldwide, as well as clinical trials and research advances continue. Welcome to the conference, and I'm sure you're going to have a fantastic one. Thank you.
Let us also wish her a good morning and be connected to Ms. Danagodas, Vice President of LUCI.
Thank you very much. Yes, as I introduced, my name is Deborah Montague. I'm the Vice President of Lung Cancer Europe, and we're delighted to have been invited to your event today. As many of you will know, recent advances in lung cancer treatments have come on enormously. However, there's still a long way to go in removing the stigma associated with lung cancer and also around the availability of screening. And I feel, as well as all the members of Lung Cancer Europe feel, that we have a great opportunity going forward for all of us to act as advocates to ensure that we raise more awareness of the stigma around lung cancer, and for people to understand that it is not just one cancer, it is a whole group of lung cancers, and we should be talking about lung cancers And each and every one of us attending this event today has an opportunity to be an advocate whenever we come across somebody, to inform people that anyone with lungs can get lung cancer, and therefore we should be removing the stigma and driving forward further treatments, so that we can hopefully improve overall survivals, and ultimately one day this will lead to a cure. So I hope everybody has a fantastic conference today. The lineup looks extremely impressive. So I'd like to hand back to the organisers and say, yes, thank you very much indeed for our invitation.
Good morning. Και τώρα θα δούμε το βίντεο που προβάλλεται.
Now let us share with you the video we prepared for the month of November, this being the month of awareness, started by Alexis, and then we'll be calling upon Mrs. Ganga. The cue has been given by Mr. Klaus for the debate to start on the outlook of lung cancer in Greece. First comes the video.
Ο Αλέξης, 56 ετών, πατέρας 2 παιδιών, έχει ένα βάρος στο στήθος και βύχει για πάνω από 3 εβδομάδες. Ως πρώην καπνιστής, τα συμπτώματα τον ανησυχούν και επισκέπτεται το γιατρό του. Μετά από μια σειρά εξετάσεων και αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας, ο Αλέξης διαγνώστηκε με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα σε αρχικό στάδιο. Με τον κατάλληλο συνδυασμό θεραπείας, ο Αλέξης πρόλαβε και απολαμβάνει τη ζωή. Αν πληρείς τα κριτήρια για τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα, μίλα με τον γιατρό σου.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Grace, dear professors, Mrs. Pateli, thank you very much for calling upon me to take the floor in front of you. Let us share with you some things we all know about lung cancer in Europe and specifically in Greece. Let me share with you the latest statistical data coming from Europe in 2021 amongst death causes, heart conditions and brain conditions are coming first. Second is cancer, third rates COVID, and other conditions follow, for ischemic cardiopathies being the first cause and other conditions being second, and malignant neoplasma in the lung being third. And if you also add the chronic respiratory duct conditions, you see that cancer is the first cause for death for Europe and also America. Now, we believe that out of 2,100,000 new cases in 2020, we expect them to go above 3.5 million cases in 2040. In Greece, there have been deaths of 1,800,000, estimating them to reach 3 million in 2040. Huge figures. In Greece, figures are very alarming. Some 9,000 cases registered, and going up to 11,000 such cases per year by 2040. We expect this to reach 10,000 cases by 2040. This is a very critical issue, known to affect the patient's life, the quality of their life, and that of their family. So what are we to do? Prevention. We need to prevent cancer from occurring. If it occurs, we need to be able to have the timely treatment. And you know that the lungs are not visible, we cannot touch them, we cannot see them, and cancers do not give primary symptoms. It's very rare. So a preventive control is necessary before treatment can be discussed. And if it happens, we need to have an appropriate treatment to support the patient and his family. Prevention is about the prevention approach, avoiding to become exposed to those conditions generating cancer, smoking being the first, like as Mr. Spirigo said, and then be able to timely diagnose it by way of screening and primary prognosis. Once we diagnose it, we need to eliminate or turn it into something chronic, and also take care that it doesn't reappear. This is truly what the primary prevention is all about. Causes are known to us. Smoking, according to WHO and the European Bureau, things are better in Greece smoking-wise, but unfortunately women still smoke more than men. But when it comes to alcohol, we're faring very bad. It's also a risk factor. Obesity, behaviorally, there are comportmental issues, infectious conditions, exposure to air pollution that is also affecting lung cancer, to name only but a few. The genetic factor, people who have parents lost to cancer have definitely genes that are burdened and risky. Smoking is not just about the smoker, it is not only about those who consume alcohol. Smoke is smoked by all, is breathed in by all, and inhaled by many. The same goes for alcohol. No smoking is allowed in the playground, say the American, but it is allowed near the entrances to buildings. This is out of respect to others, but still, why do we need screening? Let me share with you some data from Canada. Similar are those from other countries of the world. Cancers, when diagnosed, are at stage 4. Symptoms are there, and it is diffuse. 80% of people may be suffering, only 1/5 are diagnosed, and survival rate is at 80% at stage 1, whereas survival rates hardly reaches 20% at stage 4. Hence the importance of being timely in diagnosing. 4 out of 5 people will be developing lung cancer at stage 4, only 1 out of 4 at stage 1. Screening is something to become a standard feature, not just about the CT scan for the chest. Because of the cost and the stress induced, and because of the expectations one may have, there needs to be a good choice of population who would be candidates to become screened for lung cancer. The trend being today that only some 20 packs of cigarettes per week over the last 20 years, or active smokers who have only quitted for the last 10 years. Also, being able to calculate the intervals according to directions by the Hellenic Cancer Society. The selection for the first CT scan should be some 2 years between any checks. And it's also important to have some specific protocols for the type of screening we are applying, modeling, and we should be very selective to the team that is carrying out the screening. Not anyone can do that. Any findings relevant to the cancer, the lungs, or calcinations in the vessels, they should all be gauged. A surgeon, a specialist, a lung specialist should all be there with a multidisciplinary team for pre-symptomatic control. And once this is secured, we also need to have a modelized procedure to check whether everything is done correctly and what the outcome is. Let me also share with you some news about our programs in Europe. We have also in Greece launched some programs for lung cancer, colon cancer, and breast cancer. There is to be quite an interesting rate of responses amongst population to these kind of programs. Some other countries don't even go there, as Romania. When it comes to lung cancer, Europe is yet to adopt an intensive program in the form of something provided for free for pre-symptomatic control. The UK is rating first in terms of efforts in that sense, with people who are standing out there outside the supermarket inviting people to become screened. Just as Mr. Sirigo said, this is true that because lung cancer is very much present amongst people of a lower educational level, we should be targeting those populations first. In Greece, we have already started using funds made available by the European Union to launch a preventive control program at Hagia Sophia and Parny hospital. Some 400 people have been screened. 15 were found to be suffering from some early symptoms. We're addressing ourselves to women and patients who do not have easy access, as a Roma population and people living off the limits of the major cities. It is important to help these people. There are other groups with which we are working in the domain of lung cancer, but besides CT scanning, there are other ways to approach them by informing and creating awareness. We're starting with some screening and radiography. This is a way for us imaging helps us to check the existence of cancer. Any type of imaging is useful, PET or other, and tissue screening also. Tissue control is something we get through bronchoscopy or other extractions of lymphoglandula and other elements. And this is not just about checking the tissue. We need some molecular control so as to know what kind of immunal treatment or other more modern approaches should be adopted to deal with cancer. And then we need to also emotionally support the patient in a holistic way with a smile, decide whether this treatment leads to a cure or if there is a palliative care we're looking for, the frequency of visits of the patient and the kind of prevention we will be adopting. The critical aspect is to deal with the patient and making the patient feel there is a safety net around the person, so that whatever it happens, this person has someone somehow for this person. Where do we fare in Greece with respect to that? Tumorology councils may be a reality theoretically, but in many hospitals they are non-existent. Some private doctors may be hosting that, but it's not enough. We have access to all kinds of medicine and therapy and treatment where there are long waiting lines, waiting lists for radiotherapy. There is a part of the cost covered by the patient. Unfortunately, because of problems in social security, patients need to subvent many of those expenses. And then, because of the lack of social security coverage, some patients are off the net. When it comes to the quality of services provided, a study was carried out at the European Neurological Society, and by applying objective criteria, waiting lists for surgery, for treatment, for medical treatment, what are the side effects and how serious these side effects are, the survival rate, the existence of or not of modelized procedures for diagnosis and treatment, and whether there are audits. We realize there is a major discrepancy from one European country to the next, and not only that, it's also relevant to one's postal code, where one lives. Many times access to health services for treatment and prevention even is very much conditioned by where one lives. Given the insular structure of the Greek territory, it is very different for one who lives near a university a clinic and one that lives on an island. For countries like Finland, Denmark, and the Scandinavian North, despite their insularity, they have a better treatment. An example, the blue bonnet is Mr. Paul Hans-Kluge, and across him is a nurse taking care on a part-time basis of the inhabitants of this small community in Finland. Atavik, Iceland features 50,000 people. It's a part of Danish territory, only a hospital, and has primary health. In this society, community of 200 people, primary treatment is provided by a nurse. She even delivers, helps out women in labor, and also carries out primary treatment, and also is connected by internet to the central services. She is part-time nurse and part-time ship engineer, and people still feel safe. On the island of Sara, which is a comparable community, we have a multidisciplinary medical services center. We don't know what the quality is about. And here's what we spend about for health. It is very much relevant with the feeling of a country's inhabitant. The US spends 17% of its GDP on health. It is the highest rate ever anywhere in the world. Europe rates at 10 to 12%. Countries like Ethiopia and India only at 3% of their GDP. And this is not that much. We are at 8.4%, at 22%. Here's a case study from Harvard by Professor Krug, showing what is the level of trust of the inhabitants of a country in their health system and let us see whether they believe they are on the right track. Yellow accounts for the expectations of inhabitants. If something happens to them, do they have access to good quality services? Green accounts for possibility to come to terms with it financially. More than half of patients in any country believe they would be able to have the appropriate care if something threatening happens to them. Few are those who believe they can meet the financial requirements of such a condition. And you do see that there are not such much discrepancy between countries. India and Laos are fair high, Peru, Colombia, Uruguay and Argentina fair low. So countries both at high and low GDP still have the same problem. And for people, whether they believe that health services improve over time or not, Ethiopia and Laos believe that health services are becoming better over time, whereas countries like Italy, the UK, and the US, where people believe that only 5% believe that things are getting better over time. That's awful. For a country like the US that spends 17% of the GDP on health, only 15% believe the system goes well. It is more about how to organize things than what we spend about it. So how can we make of a system trustworthy for the citizens so that citizens do wish to have access to it, respecting the patient and what they need? Then we need to have truly efficient systems that objectively yield good results health-wise, which is important for each one of us, most above all when it comes to cancer. Whether access is easy and whether, financially speaking, one is in a position to deal with that. A second aspect, very critical as to how the patients feel, is how they're treated. When it comes to cancer and chronic conditions, until recently we thought that the most important thing is to deal with one's condition, and symptoms and support were only reserved at the end of one's life, and not always. The current model for treatment of patients with chronic conditions, and when it comes to cancer suffering people and chronic bronchitis, half of who go undiagnosed, is that from day one we are dealing with everything from the condition itself down to supporting emotionally the patient, having an eager ear to one's expectations, ideas, feelings, and checking whether one needs to be emotionally supported. Hence the importance of being able to count on a pluridisciplinary team from nurses and pain specialists to psychologues. When, by seeing someone feeling fine doesn't mean that this will go on forever. So having a good team, allowing for a good follow-up, creates this feeling of safety net that keeps us shielded. Emotional support is not something that happens separately. We need to be able to talk to the patients themselves directly, gauging their needs and knowing what it is they need so that we can progressively provide that. This is Dimitris Kotopedis from the Association of Patients of Greece. Associations like FairLife also being of help by way of psycho-emotional support. And slowly but steadily we need to go out there and deal every patient within the context of appropriate medicine and based on one's needs. We're there bar patients thinking about their condition, how they feel, from the wig and the eyelashes in cancer to anyone having someone to talk to. Thank you very much.
Καλημέρα σας. Θα ήθελα να είμαι εκεί κοντά σας.
Good morning.
Στο Λος Άντζελες, οπότε σας απευθύνω έναν χαιρετισμό από εδώ μακριά. Ούτως ή άλλως, ο λόγος για τον οποίο βρίσκομαι εδώ μπροστά σας και ο λόγος για τον οποίο μιλάω απευθύνεται σε όλους τους ανθρώπους και έχει να κάνει με την εμπειρία όλων των ανθρώπων. Είμαι ένας από αυτούς τους ανθρώπους που λόγω τύχης ανακάλυψα ότι είχα καρκίνο στο πνεύμονα πάρα πολύ νωρίς. Πήγα για την ακρίβεια την κόρη μου να κάνει εξετάσεις και η ασφαλίστριά μου με έπεισε να κάνω και εγώ μια ακτινογραφία θώρακος. Φάνηκαν κάποια οζύδια, κάποια μικρή όζη και ο γιατρός, να είναι καλά ο κύριος Ζελενίτσας, μου πρότεινε να συνεχίσω με αξονική τομογραφία. Στην αξονική τομογραφία επιβεβαιώθηκε ότι όντως υπήρχε κάτι στο πνεύμονα, σε πολύ αρχικό στάδιο, και από εκεί και πέρα μπήκα σε αυτή τη διαδικασία και έμαθα έναν ολόκληρο κόσμο για τον οποίο δεν ήξερα τίποτε. Και δυστυχώς ο περισσότερος κόσμος δεν ξέρει τίποτε και όταν μαθαίνουμε είναι αργά, με βάση τα ποσοστά που διαβάζουμε και ακούμε και όλα αυτά που αναγκάστηκα να μάθω. Δυστυχώς οι περισσότεροι άνθρωποι ανακαλύπτουν αργά ότι υπάρχει το πρόβλημα. Άρα η λύση είναι μία, ο προσυμπτωματικός έλεγχος. 9.000 νέα κρούσματα με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα στην Ελλάδα κάθε χρόνο. Πεθαίνει ένας άνθρωπος δηλαδή κάθε μία ώρα. Και το μεγαλύτερο ποσοστό αυτών των ανθρώπων θα μπορούσαν να έχουν σωθεί με βάση τις μετρήσεις αν είχαν κάνει έναν προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο με μια απλή αξονική τομογραφία χαμηλής ακτινοβολίας. Δεν έχω να μοιραστώ κάτι σε σχέση με τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο, γιατί γι' αυτό στο συγκεκριμένο συνέδριο νομίζω ότι θα έχετε τους αρμόδιους που θα σας ενημερώσουν. Αυτό που μπορώ να σας ενημερώσω είναι ότι δεν είναι καθόλου εύκολη διαδικασία όταν μαθαίνεις ότι υπάρχεις από κάτι το οποίο δεν ξέρεις ούτε σε τι στάδιο είναι, ούτε πόσο μεγάλο, ούτε πόσο μικρό. Στη δική μου περίπτωση ήμουν τυχερός και από την αρχή είχα τη στήριξη των γιατρών. Έχουμε υπέροχους γιατρούς στην Ελλάδα, οι οποίοι όλοι μου λέγαν το πόσο τυχερός είμαι. Το κατάλαβα αργότερα για το ότι το ανακαλύψαμε τόσο μικρό, τόσο λίγο. Δεν χρειάστηκε να πάω σε έντονες επεμβάσεις, δεν χρειάστηκε να κάνω μεταθεραπείες πάρα πολύ έντονες. Η θεραπεία παρόλα αυτά που έκανα δεν σημαίνει ότι ήταν απλή. Έπαιρνα ένα χάπι κάθε μέρα για ένα χρόνο, το οποίο προφανώς έχει και κάποιες μικρές παρενέργειες, αλλά δεν είναι τίποτε σε σχέση με το να μην ήμουν ζωντανός αυτή τη στιγμή. Η λύση νομίζω ότι σε αυτή την περίπτωση είναι μία, γιατί οι γιατροί δεν είναι μάγοι. Όταν ανακαλύψουν νωρίς κάτι, μπορούν αποτελεσματικά να οδηγήσουν στην ίαση. Το ίδιο και εμείς, σαν ασθενείς, οφείλουμε να είμαστε υπεύθυνοι και σαν άνθρωποι να κάνουμε τους ελέγχους που πρέπει. Ο στόχος μας, φαντάζομαι και μέσα από αυτό το συνέδριο το έχετε καταλάβει, αλλά και με όλες τις δράσεις που κάνουν όλες οι εταιρείες, πνευμονολόγων, καρδιοχειρουργών, θωρακοχειρουργών και ακτινολόγων, είναι να μας ακούσει το Υπουργείο και να καταλάβει πρώτα απ' όλα πόσο λιγότερα είναι τα έξοδα το να μπορεί ένας άνθρωπος να κάνει απλώς έναν προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο μία φορά το χρόνο. Οι άνθρωποι ειδικά που βρίσκονται στις ομάδες κινδύνου, μία φορά το χρόνο είναι πολύ λιγότερα τα χρήματα από το να μπει σε μια διαδικασία θεραπείας ενός καρκίνου και με αβέβαια κιόλας αποτελέσματα. Εύχομαι αυτό να είναι ένα φωτεινό μήνυμα, να μην σας τρομάξει, το αντίθετο, να μοιραστούμε μαζί το βασικό μήνυμα που μπορούμε πια οι άνθρωποι μέσω των συνεδρίων, σαν αυτό το σπάνιο συνέδριο της FairLife που γίνεται και μέσω όλων των μέσων κοινωνικής δικτύωσης, να επικοινωνήσουμε ένα πολύ βασικό, ότι αν όλοι είμαστε συνεπείς και αν ο καθένας ακούει την ανάγκη του άλλου, δεν έχουμε να φοβόμαστε τίποτα. Γιατρούς έχουμε, εξαιρετικούς. Υπάρχει ένα σύστημα ολόκληρο θεραπείας, το οποίο μπορεί να λειτουργήσει, αρκεί οι άνθρωποι που κινούν τις συγκεκριμένες διαδικασίες να το πάρουν απόφαση. Εξαρτάται και από εμάς. Αν το απαιτήσουμε, σιγά σιγά θα γίνει. Οφείλουμε, νομίζω, και στα παιδιά μας και στους συνανθρώπους μας να διεκδικήσουμε και να πετύχουμε το να έχουμε τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο, γιατί γλιτώνει πολλούς ανθρώπους από την διαδικασία των επώδυνων θεραπείων, σώζει ζωές, που είναι το πάρα πολύ βασικό, και επίσης γλιτώνει και χρήματα. Θα πλήρωνε πολύ λιγότερα χρήματα το κράτος σε ανθρώπους για έναν έλεγχο από το να πληρώνει μετά τις θεραπείες που είναι και αβέβαιες, και δεν συνυπολογίζω καν το ψυχολογικό σοκ που παθαίνεις, γιατί αλλάζει όλη σου η ζωή. Να είστε καλά, να προσέχετε τον εαυτό σας και είπαμε, έλεγχος προσυμπτωματικός, προσέχουμε για να έχουμε. Να είστε καλά, καλή συνέχεια. Εύχομαι αυτό το 4ο συνέδριο της FairLife να έχει τα αποτελέσματα που θα τα έχει, αυτά που περιμένουμε όλοι. Να είστε καλά, καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον Γιώργο.
Thank you very much, George Karamichos. In his way, he hands down the relay for the next session on prevention and timely diagnosis. I would like to ask Mrs. Evi Hadjiandreou to come up for our next session. Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome. I would like to thank you for your physical and online presence. We're very glad to have you. You have been coming in the last 4 years, and we hope that you will be coming in the next years as well. And these years will be better, I hope. Okay, let me set the frame for our talk. You might know Peter Diamandis. He is a business person, a doctor, well known in the US. He's involved in longevity. This is his first book, Longevity, Your Practical Playbook. And then he says that don't die of something stupid. Of course, lung cancer is not stupid. He means, however, that you shouldn't send text messages while driving, for example. Anyway, do what you have to do in order to avoid dying stupidly. And here is what Craig Venter said, one of the greatest genetists of our times, who says that most people die 20 years too early because they found out something about their health 10 years too late. And I think that this is absolutely right as regards our topic. The next years will be better. 2 pieces of news from last month. On the left, you see an announcement from a company that found a way by using AI, very advanced AI, to early identify lung and breast cancers in blood sample. These tests are already available, but this is a new method, even more precise. Not a CT scan, just a blood sample. On the right, you see an announcement by another company. Stanford researchers found out that by reading the biopsies with the help of AI, they could identify the gene signature of the tumor, meaning that we won't have to wait too much for biopsy results to come out, and there will be no human errors. So the genes of the tumor will be read. And this is coming. Finally, there was yet another slide, but anyway, I'm going to talk about it. It was about the recent EU data. They have the rate of deaths that can be prevented. Third in Europe after cardiovascular diseases is lung cancer by 16%. It's the 16% mentioned by our speakers before. So through early diagnosis, prevention and early diagnosis, this 16% could be reduced significantly. So there is hope and there are things to be done. I just hope that I have set the framework of today's discussions, and I would like to ask Mrs. Georgia Hardavella to come up. She is a lung expert in Sotiria Hospital, working in the European Pulmonologists Society, working also as a coordinator of the National Group for Lung Cancer. Glad to have you. Good morning. I'm very glad to be here with you today. I have the opportunity to talk about screening and lung cancer. I would like to congratulate Mrs. Bell because FairLife has been playing a very important role recently as a link between health professionals and patients, and we're grateful for this. Now, screening in cancer at large has to do with tests and diagnosis before symptoms. This is screening or preventional screening in literature. So we are talking about high-risk persons, not patients yet. These people are clinically healthy. In the case of lung cancer, screening includes low dosage CT scanning of the chest and also access to services for quitting smoking. So now we have this interdisciplinarity. We need an interdisciplinary team to support a prevention program for lung cancer. Now, on this slide, I'm trying to indicate the problem in Greece. Let's see the figures, the epidemiological data. We're about 11 million in Greece. Nevertheless, we have managed to have 9,000 new diagnoses annually, which is high in comparison to other European countries and their population, and more than 7,500 deaths. So, we can fully understand that there is a real problem. Lung cancer is a problem, is the most frequent and most mortal type of cancer in our country. You see the pie. Now, what happens in Europe? We are quite high in diagnosis. Males, 4th, female, 14, but since we see more women smoking, most probably this ranking will change in the next years. It will become higher, unfortunately. So we have lung cancer as the most frequent cause of death for men in Greece. Second, as regards cancers in Greece, breast cancer is first, but the difference is not that large, 1 to 2%, and for both genders, the most frequent cancer causing death is lung cancer for both men and women. The huge problem is that the vast majority of cancers are diagnosed at a later stage of the disease. And we know that this is true in Europe, in the US, and in Greece. We see all statistics. Of course, we know that records are not really kept in the best possible way because still we don't have a national cancer registry. But anyway, we have 3 large hospitals that keep records, and we have checked what happens in these records in our working group. So there is this problem that we catch, quote unquote, the disease quite late. So this gap, this late diagnosis is to be covered by having this pre-selection or screening procedures. Internationally, we see that screening could reverse this balance, meaning that more than 70% of patients will be identified at an early stage and not a later stage, the way things are now without screening. In our country, we have some screening programs for other organs. For example, breast cancer, φόφη γεννηματά. We have a national program for colon rectal cancer. They are quite recent programs, and also for other types of gynecological cancers, cervical cancer, for example. 3 programs. Let's go back to the Greek statistics. Deaths, cause of death for cancer patients. In green, we see cancers for which we do have a national program in our country, colorectal and breast. However, it's the lung that causes more deaths in both genders. Nevertheless, still we don't have a national screening program for cancer, for lung cancer, that is. We have some restricted efforts in some regions, for example in Athens or Thessaloniki or Larissa. They have organized outpatients screening clinics, but these programs are not national. I think that the description we have for screening in our legislation is very good. It has to be a comprehensive national program according to WHO, covering all citizens, meaning that everybody could have access people living in remote mountainous areas, people living on islands, and also irrespective of the place of stay, as mentioned before by Mr. Sirigos. And these tests have to be offered without a fee. So the state comes to the foreground for these three programs in order to offer an integrated national prevention program. State doesn't wait for the citizens to ask for some testing. It reaches out to citizens. So we have these definitions in all countries, and now we have set up this interdisciplinary team. This happened about 3.5 years ago with Pulmonologist Society, chest surgeons also participate. They have worked together with ELOC as the secondary umbrella organization with the support of EOP, FairLife, LECAP, and they tried to cooperate for 3.5 years. This cooperation is still in progress, and I'll come back to this later. We have 55 health professionals, 5 residents. You see the geographical distribution across Greece to get a real picture about the way diagnostic and therapeutic activities take place and what are the strengths or the limits in order to set up a screening program in the various regions. So we had 3 actions. Greek guidelines for screening for the lung cancer, standardized process of implementation in Greece, that is what is to happen and how. This means that we need standardized procedures and an auditing mechanism, and I'll come back to this in the next slide, and a training program for health professionals in lung cancer screening. This is still underway, and we cooperate closely with the Greek Society of Family Medicine and General Medicine to set up a program not just for health professionals, but also for these health professionals that will later work in the centers after running our national program for lung cancer. At the same time, we need to raise awareness both in health professionals and the wider public. Now, let me explain the guidelines. There is a recommendation of screening every 2 years with stratified risk models for people 50 to 80 that quitted smoking in the last 15 years or have been smoking at least 20 packages per year. But if these candidates have additional risks, they could be screened every year. So this is individualized. So we're talking about CT scanning and quitting smoking, actually. This is the proposed, the recommended procedure. Here you see that everything is described, reaching out, raising awareness, identifying high-risk individuals, access to the services, how, and the pathway. It's the first time that we have the patient pathways. They are already there in other European countries. Of course, this is the candidate pathway because cancer is not diagnosed yet. We see risk criteria, protocols, quality monitoring, and central governance according to European standards for breast cancer screening as adopted by the European Commission. This was presented about 1.5 years ago. This is what happened in the past, and let's see what's the state of play today. This happened in 2023 by the Greek Pulmonologist Society. Then the standardized procedure was handed over to Mrs. Kotanidou, who was the health minister. This procedure was handed over to the next leadership of the Ministry of Health, the political leadership, and since December 2023, we are still waiting. We are trying to see what will happen, and we are very, very anxious to see what happened with our recommendations, to see whether the state could adopt them to some extent in order to start a national program for screening for lung cancer in our country. And you have all seen that this is an imperative deed, not just from the statistics, but also from witnesses, from patients. The situation on the European level, well, this is a publication about it. 3 countries have programs officially: Croatia, the Czech Republic, and Poland. They started in 2020 and 2022, respectively. In these countries, lung cancer is the first cause of death from cancer, as in Greece. So they started, and it remains to be seen when things will start in our country. And on this occasion, and actually I would like to link what I said to the video of Lefteris, the 55-year-old patient who started coughing. So let's watch this video. It's a product of these 55 health professionals that worked on the guidelines and the standardized procedure to be able to offer these tools to the Hellenic state. Please hear what they have to say. They describe where they started and the state of play now. Let's watch the video.
Κάθε χρόνο στην Ελλάδα διαγνώσκονται περίπου 9.000 συμπολίτες μας με καρκίνο πνεύμονα.
Στην χώρα μας, κάθε χρόνο πεθαίνουν 7.500 ασθενείς από καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Πάνω από το 80% των ασθενών με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα είναι καπνιστές.
Ο καρκίνος πνεύμονα είναι ο πιο συχνός και ο πιο θανατηφόρος καρκίνος στην Ελλάδα για άντρες και γυναίκες.
Η επιβίωση είναι πολύ φτωχή, παρά τις επιστημονικές εξέλιξεις στη θεραπεία.
Η πτωχή επιβίωση στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα οφείλεται κυρίως στο ότι η συντριπτική πλειοψηφία των ασθενών είναι σε προχωρημένο στάδιο της νόσου κατά τη διάγνωση.
Συνεπώς, οι περισσότεροι ασθενείς με καρκίνο πνεύμονα δεν είναι υποψήφιοι για ριζική θεραπεία.
Καθίσταται επιτακτική ανάγκη για διακοπή του καπνίσματος για να προληφθεί ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα.
Καθίσταται επιτακτική η ανάγκη προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα στη χώρα μας.
Υπάρχει μεγάλη έλλειψη ενημέρωσης σχετικά με τα ωφέλη της έγκαιρης διάγνωσης και πώς βελτιώνει την πρόγνωση.
Ο προσυμπτωματικός έλεγχος καρκίνου του πνεύμονα μπορεί να μειώσει τους θανάτους από την νόσο σε ποσοστό πάνω από 20%.
Ο προσυμπτωματικός έλεγχος καρκίνου πνεύμονα μπορεί να οδηγήσει σε διάγνωση της νόσου σε αρχικό στάδιο σε ποσοστό πάνω από 70% των περιπτώσεων.
Για πρώτη φορά στην Ελλάδα συνεργάστηκαν 3 επιστημονικές εταιρείες με μία ένωση ασθενών για την εφαρμογή του προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα στη χώρα μας.
Η Ελληνική Πνευμονολογική Εταιρεία, η Ελληνική Ακτινολογική Εταιρεία και η Ελληνική Εταιρεία Χειρουργών Θώρακος, Καρδιάς και Αγκίων ένωσαν τις δυνάμεις τους μαζί με την Ελληνική Ομοσπονδία Καρκίνου.
Την προσπάθεια υποστήριξαν και η Ελληνική Εταιρεία Παθολόγων Ογκολόγων Ελλάδας, η Ελληνική Εταιρεία Καρκίνου Πνεύμονα, καθώς και ο κοινωνικός φορέας FairLife.
55 επιστήμονες, ειδικοί στον καρκίνο πνεύμονα, από τον δημόσιο, ιδιωτικό και πανεπιστημιακό χώρο συνεργαστήκαμε μαζί με τους ασθενείς.
Όλοι μαζί συνεργαστήκαμε για την θέσπιση ελληνικών κατευθυντήριων οδηγιών για τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα στην Ελλάδα.
Παράλληλα, θεσπίσαμε και προτυποποιημένη διαδικασία εφαρμογής του για την Ελλάδα.
Λάβαμε υπόψη μας τις ιδιαιτερότητες του ελληνικού συστήματος υγείας, αλλά και τα επιδημιολογικά δεδομένα καρκίνου πνεύμονα για την Ελλάδα.
Λάβαμε υπόψη μας τις ανάγκες των ασθενών στη χώρα μας.
Για την Ελλάδα, ορίζουμε ως άτομα υψηλού κινδύνου για ανάπτυξη καρκίνου πνεύμονα τα άτομα ηλικίας 50 έως 80 ετών.
Οι οποίοι είναι νυν καπνιστές ή πρώην καπνιστές.
Αν είναι νυν καπνιστές, πρέπει να καπνίζουν τουλάχιστον 20 πακετοέτη.
Αν είναι πρώην καπνιστές, θα πρέπει να έχουν καπνίσει τουλάχιστον 20 πακεταέτη και να έχουν διακόψει τα τελευταία 15 έτη.
Ο προσυμπτωματικός έλεγχος για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα στα άτομα υψηλού κινδύνου περιλαμβάνει αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος με χαμηλή δόση ακτινοβολίας.
Ο προσυμπτωματικός έλεγχος για τον καρκίνο πνεύμονα περιλαμβάνει ταυτόχρονα και πρόσβαση σε ιατρείο διακοπής καπνίσματος για τα άτομα που είναι ενεργοί καπνιστές.
Ο προσυμπτωματικός έλεγχος για τον καρκίνο πνεύμονα προτείνουμε να συνεχίζεται στη χώρα μας μέχρι την ηλικία των 80 ετών.
Με την προϋπόθεση ότι δεν έχει μεσολαβήσει ως τότε κάποιο νόσημα που να αλλάζει τη βιολογική κατάσταση του υποψηφίου και που να τον καθιστά ακατάλληλο για ριζική θεραπεία καρκίνου πνεύμονα.
Η χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος είναι για τον υποψήφιο σαν μια κλασική αξονική.
Η σημαντική διαφορά είναι ότι έχει πολύ χαμηλότερη δόση ακτινοβολίας σε σχέση με τις κλασικές αξονικές.
Χαρακτηριστικά, η χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος έχει 85% λιγότερη ακτινοβολία από τη κλασική αξονική.
Με βάση τις μελέτες, το όφελος είναι πολύ μεγαλύτερο από τον κίνδυνο του να υποβληθεί κάποιος σε χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας αξονική τομογραφία θώρακα.
Προτείνουμε υποβολή των ατόμων υψηλού κινδύνου σε χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος ανά 2 έτη.
Ωστόσο, ο κάθε υποψήφιος έχει και επιμέρους παράγοντες κινδύνου.
Έτσι, αν κάποιος υποψήφιος αξιολογηθεί ως μεγαλύτερου κινδύνου, θα υποβάλλεται στην εξέταση ανά έτος.
Στην παρούσα φάση δεν υπάρχει ένδειξη για τη χρήση βιοδικτών στον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Ωστόσο, είναι σε εξέλιξη πολλές μελέτες παγκοσμίως και αυτό μπορεί να αλλάξει στο μέλλον.
Η διεπιστημονική ομάδα μαζί με τους ασθενείς θεσπίσαμε με ακρίβεια τη διεξαγωγή του προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα στην Ελλάδα.
Ορίσαμε τον τρόπο ενημέρωσης του κοινού και προσέγγισης των ατόμων υψηλού κινδύνου
του υποψηφίου στο πρόγραμμα προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου μέχρι την τελική διάγνωση του καρκίνου ή τη συνέχιση του προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου.
Ορίσαμε με ακρίβεια τον τρόπο διαχείρισης των υποπτών ευρημάτων για καρκίνο πνεύμονα με προτυπωποιημένο τρόπο ωφελικό προς τον ασθενή και συμβατό με το σύστημα υγείας της Ελλάδος.
Ορίσαμε με ακρίβεια τον τρόπο διαχείρισης και των τυχαίων ευρημάτων, που δεν εγείρουν την υποψία καρκίνου του πνεύμονα, αλλά πρέπει να αντιμετωπιστούν.
Παράλληλα, ορίσαμε και κριτήρια ποιότητας που πρέπει να πληρεί το ελληνικό πρόγραμμα προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου καρκίνου πνεύμονα.
Ορίσαμε τις τεχνικές προδιαγραφές των αξονικών τομογράφων που θα διενεργούν την εξέταση.
Ορίσαμε την εκπαίδευση επαγγελματιών υγείας που θα εμπλέκονται στον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο καρκίνου πνεύμονα στην Ελλάδα.
Ορίσαμε τα κριτήρια ελέγχου της αποτελεσματικότητας του προγράμματος προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου καρκίνου πνεύμονα στην Ελλάδα.
Προβλέψαμε να έχει ο ενδιαφερόμενος πολίτης τη δυνατότητα να ενημερωθεί επαρκώς πριν να δώσει τη συγκατάθεσή του για τη συμμετοχή του στο πρόγραμμα προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου καρκίνου πνεύμονα.
Στο κέντρο κάθε μας φροντίδας είναι ο άνθρωπος, με τις πεποιθήσεις και τις αντιλήψεις του.
Στόχος μας είναι η ενημέρωση και κινητοποίηση όλων των ανθρώπων και κυρίως όσων ανήκουν στις ομάδες υψηλού κινδύνου.
Στόχος μας είναι παρότρινση και υποστήριξη για τη διακοπή καπνίσματος.
Στόχος μας είναι η καθοδήγηση και υποστήριξη για τα κατάλληλα βήματα έγκαιρης διάγνωσης του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα σε αρχικό στάδιο.
Στόχος μας είναι η ευαισθητοποίηση της πολιτείας
για την εφαρμογή προγράμματος προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου καρκίνου πνεύμονα στη χώρα μας.
Στόχος μας είναι να προστατευτούν, να σωθούν ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Δίνουμε έμφαση στην ενημέρωση και την πρόληψη.
Όραμά μας είναι υγιείς άνθρωποι, απαλλαγμένοι από την απειλή του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα.
Για το χρόνο που μας δώσατε να προβληθεί το βίντεο και με την ευκαιρία της εκπροσώπησης της πολιτείας να μας ακούσει τους 55 επιστήμονες της διεπιστημονικής ομάδας και τις επιστημονικές εταιρείες για την εφαρμογή του προγράμματος. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Εξαιρετική.
Thank you very much. It's been an amazing initiative. It's been truly a role model, something that urges us to do our best to move things forward so we don't have to wait even more. I would now like to call to the podium Ms. Mitruska, Director of the NHS and Coordinator for smoking cessation in the Medical Center of Athens. Thank you. I believe that this has been the best introduction that I could have hoped for out of all the colleagues that we heard speak and address this topic. In the previous video, they all mentioned quitting smoking, and a risk factor is the historical background of the pandemic. For some people, let's make this understood. During the pandemic, we spoke of an increase in pack years, and pack years means that is in fact the ratio of people who are smokers, how many packs they smoke, and they never consider this to be a high amount. Most people that may be smoking up to 18-20 cigarettes a day, they will come to us and they will never say, I'm a heavy smoker. So when we approach them and tell them that it's a good thing to quit smoking, to move on to smoke-free lifestyle, they all say, I'm against pills. And we tell them that tobacco smoke has such components that they receive a triple amount of carcinogenic agents than they receive in any pill whatsoever. And there is no safe level in smoking. This is a study that has taken place over the past decade. You can see the second column, cancer of the lung, and how it is correlated to smoking, the amount of smoking. So there is no such thing as a safe level of smoking, because we are not aware of our genome, we're not aware of our genetic sensitivity or predisposition. And of course, if we consider this large, wide share of the pie, which is the unknown, what things that we do not know can lead to cancer, then on the other hand, apart from that, we've got so many factors that we can control, like nutrition. And look at smoking, tobacco, the largest share of the pie that can be prevented, because as we heard earlier, 80% of lung cancer cases are due to smoking. So it's not just about treating lung cancer. We need to do something earlier on so that we don't get to the point of needing to treat lung cancer. And this is called cessation of smoking at an age that is as early as possible. Why? Because the biological impact of smoking on cancer cells is well demonstrated. We know that smoking deregulates normal cell proliferative pathways, and this leads either to the onset of cancer or to the growth, the progression of pre-existing cancer, because what it does, nicotine, or rather, excuse me, the cancerogenic, the cancerous ingredients, parts of cigarettes and smoking products, they all lead to the proliferation of cancer cells. If a smoker does not quit smoking, they increase exponentially the risk of onset of a second primary lung cancer. You see here, based on these charts, how the odds increase if a smoker continues to smoke. And of course, smoking aggravates acute and chronic pain, which are unfortunately both frequent in perioperative or peri-hospitalization era of lung cancer surgical treatment. So there is a secretion of substances, and smoking is responsible for the secretion of endorphin, dopamine, serotonin, all those happy hormones. And when we quit smoking, smoking cessation brings those down, but it also leads to an increase of the feeling of pain, which can, however, be regulated by analgesics. This is a study that shows us what we can do to people that are about to undergo surgery who are smokers. And the safe period prior to the OR is approximately 6 weeks. You see here on the chart that the sooner somebody quits smoking before the surgery, the fewer the complications, of course, especially lung-related complications that may require an intervention, for example, hospitalization in the ICU. So an increased risk post-operatively. And the optimal period should be more than 6 weeks prior to surgery. This allows us to bring down tremendously, drastically, the number of perioperative complications, and then we have a better outcome of any treatment to follow surgery, be it radiotherapy, be it any other kind of treatment. We see here with radiotherapy, we have a 20% greater possibility of radiation pneumonitis if the patients have not stopped smoking. And you see that with chemotherapy, we have a decrease of toxicity when people have stopped smoking on time. And then prior to post-diagnosis, if we quit smoking, this increases, if we do not, quit smoking, this increases the possibility of a relapse, the toxicity of the treatment, the possibility of the onset of a second primary cancer, and so on and so forth. So smoking cessation allows for better respiratory function, better healing, better natural processes, fewer side effects. They will live longer and live better if they quit smoking as soon as they are diagnosed with cancer. And how can we convince smokers to quit? Based on the literature, this is a procedure that needs to be undertaken by the hospital, by the MTD, from the very first responder who will either make the diagnosis, who will take the first history. So there needs to be a therapeutic regime for all healthcare professionals, be it a pharmacist, an orthopedic, a respiratory pulmonologist, anyone who must report when they go back home that, for example, I had a CT scan and I was told that things are not looking well, that might be a malignancy. And the first thing that the pharmacist should do if they hear this story should be, but you smoke, you need to do something about that. It's a very brief statement, but it urges the patient to do something about it, to take it on. And this needs to be clear, powerful, and an individualized message. It's a completely different message if it is a 25-year-old with a woman with breast cancer, or it is a 70-year-old with a CVD plus cancer, and a completely different approach if we're dealing with a person who has decided to do some kind of screening test. But everybody needs to advocate the pros, the cons, what you win, what you lose when you continue to smoke. If you ask questions about smoking, you will find out 3 types of smokers. Former, where we say congratulations, current smokers, you need to do something about it, or non-smokers, never once, and then we do anything to reinforce them. And of course, we know that there are nicotine receptors within the brain, and what they do is that they secrete the pleasure hormones, but we know how they function and we know what to do about it. We know that it's about both pharmaceutical and consultancy approach. The two need to be together, and any natural addiction is much more difficult to quit than any chemical. It's more difficult to quit smoking than it is to quit cocaine use, for example. So in the age groups that were under study, the best outcome was achieved when pharmaceutical and consultancy worked hand in hand, were applied hand in hand. And we do have drugs that will be, for example, nicotine replacement therapy drugs. It can be medication that works more centrally. Look at this, how beautifully nicotine going straight to the nicotine receptor works. There are many different ways and modalities like pipettes. We also have antidepressants that come into play. We also have medication that works even more centrally so that we can battle the deprivation, the withdrawal symptoms. And this is what the smoking cessation offices need to focus on. In order to make sure that any patient diagnosed with cancer, especially lung cancer, realizes how important it is for them to quit smoking, because they will live better, they will live longer, and any treatment that they undergo to fight their malignancy will have the best optimal outcome. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Mitruska. It was very useful to know exactly what happens, what is happening, that it's also always important to quit, even post-diagnosis. It's not too late. I would like to point out to all the participants that I want you to stick within the time frame, the time window allotted to you, so that we have a good flow in this conference. And now I would like to ask the next speaker, Ms. Nicoletta Rovina, who is a professor emeritus of pneumonology and IC intensive care, to take the floor. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. We will move a bit away from what we've been discussing so far. We know that all patients that have been smoking that end up with a malignancy also show different comorbidities. And given that infectious diseases are a very important burden to society, I believe that it is important to look at that angle too, to check how we can anticipate, perhaps prevent a large part of this burden. So, infections are the third cause of death online, following ischemic heart disease and cardiovascular disease. So you realize that it's very important to take all measures necessary in order to immunize ourselves and to vaccinate ourselves, and so as to avoid the onset of several infectious diseases. We have immunoaging, we have chronic diseases, some special treatments that unfortunately make our immune system weaken, and that makes us even more vulnerable to infectious diseases, which means that we need to take the preventive measures that the state has opened up to all people in order to avoid becoming sick from an infectious disease. And it is true that the current time, the season we're going through, is one with a high peak of respiratory infections such as pneumococcal virus, influenza, RSV. These are all forms, COVID-19, that can all diseases that can lead to a hospitalization of the patient. And of course, post such hospitalization, post such exposure to an infection disease, the body weakens and is even more vulnerable to future potential infectious diseases. So we have already come up with guidelines for lots of infectious diseases, but let's look at them one by one in order to see what kind of vaccines we have, for example, for the pneumococcal disease, which can be either invasive or non-invasive. The invasive one invades the upper respiratory system, but there is a small percentage, the non-invasive assaults the upper respiratory airways, but it can also become invasive, where it might lead to meningitis, to bacteremia, and there are high-risk groups for pneumococcal disease, older people, smokers, very young children below the age of 4, people with chronic diseases like the ones I mentioned before, people with chronic cardiovascular diseases, as well as pregnant women that may have been hospitalized in the past with COVID-19. We've got here the conjugate vaccines, 15 stem and various other types. So we've got the 20 stem as well, the 20 strain as well. We see how people that have already been vaccinated, they can have the updated dose of the 20 strain PCV. They do not need to take any other measure, and this applies to both older and younger people. For those who have not been vaccinated, one single dosage of the PCV20 is enough for people ranging from 18 years of age to 64. For those who have been vaccinated with the PCV13 or PPSV 23, it is recommended that there is at least one more dose of the PCV20. This applies once again to both older and younger people. Influenza is, of course, seasonally allocated. We are now experiencing the peak, and November is usually the end of the peak of the season for influenza, but it all depends on the weather conditions as well. The people that are at higher risk are the people susceptible to upper respiratory infections. Very often we see people, this applies to all all age groups. Very often we see children being brought to the ICU. The highest risk applies to children below the age of 5 and people above the age of 65, but I'm getting close to that age threshold, and I wonder if we should move it. And then we have people with chronic diseases, pregnant women, and of course healthcare professionals. There are the triple and the quadruple conjugate vaccine that are recommended once yearly, and then for people above the age of 65, we primarily recommend, and of course we primarily recommend the extra powerful single dose conjugate vaccine, as well as to people with a high number of comorbidities. Now, RSV is a virus, that is highly resistant. It is seasonal. We were in the past not very concerned about it, but this has changed because we realized thanks to the use of tests that we currently have at our disposal, we can gauge which virus is responsible for which formerly known case of common cold. RSV is a highly contaminant virus. Even if we touch upon a contaminated surface, we can run the risk of being contaminated ourselves, and it can lead to cardiac pulmonary side effects and complications, all the way to heart failure. This is data from the last year. You see how incidence is higher than COVID for the past year. We do have a vaccine to prevent these important infections, one which so far has been recommended to be done once, and it offers perfect coverage for 2 years' time. And we want to look at population coverage post the time of post the threshold of these 2 years. For the first year, it goes up to 85 to 90%, and this is preserved at 70, close to 70% for the second year post-vaccination. And this is very important because we know that in the second year, when it comes to influenza, for example, the second year of coverage is only at 50%. So who needs to be vaccinated? People with COPD, people with ILDs, cystic fibrosis, asthma, people that are above 60 years of age that also show some comorbidity like diabetes mellitus or CVDs, and people above the age of 70% of 70 years old. And the national adult vaccination schedule recommends this to all people above the age of 75, whether they have a comorbidity or not. Another important problem that can be dealt with with the proper vaccination is pertussis, and this is important because it requires one vaccination and then a booster dose after 10 years for people who have been fully vaccinated. On the other hand, if people have not been vaccinated, then we're talking about 3 different doses. And if we're talking about pregnant women, then there is a specific time frame when women are allowed, with no risk to the pregnancy, to be vaccinated. Now, when it comes to herpes, we know that incidence increases with age. We may have a neuralgia, increased neuralgia, if we are exposed to this virus, and there is a vaccine against that for both adults above the age of 50 and adults above the age of 18, especially those with high risk factor. And this covers a very large percentage. This vaccine covers a very large percentage of our patients. I will not linger on that. I believe that when it comes to COVID, we've talked about this as well a lot. We need to vaccinate people that are within the right age group, and this means everyone. We need to check for comorbidities, and of course immunosuppressed patients are high-risk patients. Something that we discovered down the line is that the vaccine also protects against long COVID or post-COVID incidents and complications. I would like to sum up by saying that vaccination saves lives. It would be wise if we all take a look at the national vaccination schedule in order to find out the vaccines that are recommended to us, always dependent on our age, on our comorbidities or lack thereof. We need to talk to physicians regarding vaccination, and definitely this is an approach that can be a huge help to prevention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Θα μου επιτρέψετε.
I at this point share something with you. Based on studies, and this is part of my scientific object, that out of all interventions in the domain of health, there are only a few that truly save funds. Definitely not just that, saving resources. So, systematically speaking, all vaccines, all of them, each and every one of them, You must know that for every €1 invested in vaccination, this creates economies of more than €6, and hopefully will be vaccines for melanomas and cancers over the next 10 years. This is the future ahead of us, so let us protect ourselves, let us not die out of something stupid, as Mr. Peter Diamandis says. I'm calling upon Mrs. Styliani, Deputy Professor of General Medicine and Public Health, to elaborate on the incredible importance of primary health care. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this kind of invitation, and I'd like to thank all of those having preceded me on the floor. I'd like to speak about the value of primary health care in timely diagnosis of lung cancer, starting from why it pays to work on primary health care. It is a right place for most patients, as you very well know. This is the first point of contact. Consequently, its decisiveness is self-proven. It is based on the community, and this applies throughout one's lifespan. And for cancer, it is very critical because exposure is not just genomatic. It starts in utero, and it might help us from primary through to fourth degree prevention, and may cater for 80 to 90% of needs of a person throughout one's lifetime. You see those two primary care graphs echoing precisely what the course and importance of this thing is, this being the absolute individualized care for patients, of special competencies. The motivational interview and things are skills that should be present in primary health care, and it is also in the epicenter of that cycle. So this may associate to anything from hospitals to specialized scientists to other health professionals by way of diagnostic centers and non-profit organizations. This is one of the slides I'm mostly fond of, and I've always been keen on sharing it with my audience. It reflects the difference between primary and conventional healthcare. The difference in this primary healthcare is the individualized approach from the onset, focusing on the needs of a patient, and this is ever so critical. There is a very good ratio what we eat and how we provide our patients with their dietetical needs. One is bound to trust a doctor providing primary health care, and this is something to be placed on one's trust throughout one's lifetime. Patients are seen as partners and not as patients. And because the population is so well known to primary health care people, the possibility is therefore asked to target those who need to be targeted, not just the general population, rather those who are running medium to high risk. We know their lineage, whether one's parents has been taken away by cancer. All this information is available, sometimes not even recorded, but we do know this also well. The value of primary health care in lung cancer control is not something MDs highlight, but scientists publishing articles in Lancet and other relevant materials so say. Consequently, the importance of primary health care is reflected on all its stages. Rather than going into the details, I would like to refer myself to the aspects that are of most relevance in terms of activating the patient and the general population towards gauging their own needs, symptoms and changes about themselves, having the courage to discuss it with primary health care providers, have an appointment, get familiar with the self-management and education, and eventually make the decision of providing full anamnesia as it should. There is a major delay in diagnosis in all conditions, lung cancers nonetheless, and one should be thinking about the reasons for this delay. This might be delayed to be attributed to the patient, or a delay that might be due to primary healthcare services. Secondary stages, when delays happen in seeing the doctor, or even if the system or doctors also cause delays, and this should be tackled. Delays are to be attributed to the patients are critical. Many times there is a conviction, and this we come across very frequently in patients, that why look into it if there will be no good development. If it's cancer, or sooner or later I will die. And this is a mentality very much present in lung cancer sufferers. This is why symptoms are not timely diagnosed and medical help is not timely provided, because of this nihilist approach. Procrastinating is about the scare, and we should be dealing with it timely. Here's what's happening in Greece. Maybe this is the only study we have in this country about this condition. We are the instigator of this study. This is the pathway, patient's pathway through healthcare system in the domain of lung cancer. As you may see for yourself, patients are at a loss and don't know where to address themselves to, going from one MD to the next. There are so many figures and slides in this presentation. They're bound to see some 8, 9, even 10 different disciplines before they come up with a conclusion. Primary, secondary, third degree. The way this country is structured, sometimes we see secondary and even tertiary healthcare because of an very well organized health system. One of those shocking slides out of studies, we know that to have good results, we need from symptom 1 all the way down to the first visit to wait for a maximum 2 weeks, and this is very typical. Patients that need to be taken care of, people we like to help, might wait for 3 to 5 months, even 6 months. Consequently, we're doing nothing really. Because of the way our system works, we need to have it radically restructured, and lung cancer patients need to have a primary care MD at all stages for better coordination and for all those things we mentioned to happen. And emotional support can also be provided, because these primary healthcare specialists are there to support them every step of the way. Instructions, I'm sure, have been presented before, but I have to scorn complexity of those instructions, and because of so many different agencies coming up with instructions, it takes some coordination. There's a gap in primary health care. There should be prevention messages in the instructions, awareness inducing messages, and those systems likely to support these people, not just to quit smoking. Back in the Netherlands, where I spent time, I know, and I appreciated the fact that once consulting with a patient's file, we could not go ahead with any prescriptions before also taking stock of one's smoking habits. There are alarm signals, and if there is no stock taken, then the system is blocked. So once at the health services center, the patient should be encouraged to self-caring and to be sufficiently motivated to change one's habits. We should be able to help the patient and make him or her capable of acting within the community. Another thing I'm very much keen on mentioning is the fact that we fail to take stock of one's socio-economic profile. We may take stock of the postal code and the remoteness of one's place of domicile, but what about the revenue? What about one's social needs? What about one's educational background? We know all too well that patients who are highly educated will be better motivated to quit smoking, but just as you see, those presenting a higher HDI index, the life expectancy, background, and GDP, all this shows us that we might diagnose those people more easily for lung cancer. So all those things should be recorded. There is an illusion about the smoking being the only cause. This is not the case, and we should help patients change this mentality. Air pollution and household air pollution are two factors that in Greece are quite much present, and in Crete we know this happens, and we need to also gauge the patient's capacity of acknowledging risk. We need to be helping in this direction. Other data also coming from studies in Crete about how patients perceive the environmental factors and the impact this may have in terms of lung cancer and airborne dust, passive smoking aspects not sufficiently analyzed, and no measures have been taken about those things. A primary healthcare specialist might come across 4 to 5 cancer cases. 2 or 3 of them should be lung cancer, so one pays to invest in those things. And I'd like to stress the value of one's approaching a patient holistically. Plurimorbidity is an issue, and all risk factors should be gauged. You see the value of it. If there is HAP, then the risk is higher. It's an information to be available not only to the patient and also to the doctor. What we rarely, if ever, we calculate is the possibility for cancer to be developed and plurimorbidity to be developed, and this being higher for patients of a lower socio-educational level. And how about the level of exposure? Why not have the patient know that if one suffers from HAP, there's a 2 to 0.25 higher likelihood for lung cancer to be developed. Other specialties should also be aware. Rheumatologist, 1.5 times higher probability of one's developing lung cancer in those cases, and symptoms should be more aptly gauged. I'd like to insist on a major failure. Many patients are likely to visit their MD once, twice, even thrice, suffering, complaining of a cough, and this is a likelihood of lung cancer to have been developed and us failing to diagnose it. There are many predictive models that are used in England. The Q cancer is something all general practitioners are familiar with. The same going for those software programs suggesting how different is the likelihood for one to develop lung cancer per condition. Here, for example, if we combine 2 symptoms, we may see how higher the likelihood is. This is something to be applied in everyday clinical practice, and we should have an eager ear to a patient's statements. This partly qualitative study with 50 patients suffering from lung cancer, patients said that prior to diagnosis I had persistent cough for some time. I thought it was due to HAP, and I started getting self-medication, antibiotics and other anti-cough anti-expectorants. It was only after I spat blood that I started to worry, and I want to say, doctor, yes, we need your help, you need our help. We're in this together. We have come up with guides to timely diagnosis of lung cancer. One guide is for health professionals, the other is for patients. Those guides should be available everywhere. I imagine if we are to have the best possible results. These are publications we have come up with, collaborating with the regional governments, and I believe that they are easy to use, providing all possible guidelines a health professional or a patient would need. Here is a brief outlook. I'm going very fast. Yes, we're off time, unfortunately. In closing, let me say one more thing. And our PCG, the international network, is something we are very much present is in social networking. We're doing, there are many social movements we are launching in health about HAP and asthma. These are initiatives faring very well with high degree of penetration amongst the wider public. This should be utilized if we are to reach out to as many people and individuals as possible. And that was my closing remark. Thank you.
Για την πολύ περιεκτική και με πολύ χρήσιμες ιδέες παρέμβαση.
Thank you for a very comprehensive intervention. now the time has come for our panel structure. I'd like to call upon all speakers to once again come on stage. Please keep time. That's my plea to you. You're very experienced speakers, and you know that there are always ways to shrink somehow your interventions to save time. There's a chronometer to help you to keep time, and if we keep time, it is a way for us to respect our speakers. There are 60 speakers scheduled, and for every 30 seconds we steal from them, we are depriving them of the possibility to intervene. So please be mindful of the time.
Το στίγμα, όπως και ο καρκίνος, ήρθαν στη ζωή μας με πολύ μεγάλο θόρυβο.
Και αν δεν υπήρχε το στίγμα γύρω από το καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, λόγω του καπνίσματος, ο μπαμπάς μου δεν θα ένιωθε πως φταίει ο ίδιος με το καρκίνο του.
Το στίγμα κλείνει πόρτες. Την πόρτα του προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου, την πόρτα της έγκαιρης διάγνωσης, την πόρτα της ισότιμης αντιμετώπισης και φροντίδας.
Στέκομαι στην άθληση, στην επαφή με τη φύση, τη θετική ψυχολογία.
Ας δώσουμε σημασία λοιπόν στις εξελίξεις, στις καινοτόμες θεραπείες, όχι στο στίγμα.
Χαίρετε και πάλι.
Hello once again. Thank you very much for being here. Let us have a comprehensive exchange of our thoughts. I will put forward two questions, and each one of you will provide the best possible answer so that we be mindful of the time. We're expecting yet another person to come and join us in the meantime. Let me introduce Mrs. Fofokaliva, General Secretary for Public Health Issues, Mr. Paraskevis, member of ODIKE and Professor of Epidemiology and Preventive Medicine at the Athens University, Mrs. Rodina, a Deputy Professor of Pulmonology, Mr. Iliadis, Thoracic Surgeon and Head of the Thoracic Surgery Clinic at IGEA, Mrs. Bardani, President of the Hellenic Institute of Health and at Workplace, Health and Safety at Workplace. We all know what should be done. We have had some very high quality papers in the field of prevention. It's about preventing, having initiatives and proposals. We know what should be done. Let me ask you that much. What can be done over the next 1 to 2 years if we are to start implementing things we know can happen? That's one part of the question. The other part of the question, rather another question, is about something I can also share out of my own experience. We've heard Mr. Karamichos elaborate on it, the issue of prevention. There is this apprehension. I have spent my life in public health. I know exactly what prevention is all about, and despite all, once again, as of the regular checkups, I am delaying because I am so scared. Up to now, I haven't paid the price, but it might have been the other way around had I delayed my own checkups. So, based on your experience, how do you believe we can overcome this apprehension? How can we eliminate this apprehension? This is the main obstacle for us to become truly efficient also in terms of prevention policies. Mrs. Kaliva, your very title provides optimism. Let us have it from you. My optimism comes from the dynamic attitude of patient associations that are truly several steps ahead. I am witnessing an excellent organization of your event, and there is material, this much I see. So in making a comment on all of the previous presentations, I do believe we are at a very mature stage of our effort. I am gauging the project you have been introducing, and I see this is a very good project. You have already had statements by the Deputy Head of Service on the implementation. retained what Mrs. Tiliani said about how aware we are of the fact that primary healthcare is something closely associated to health and prevention. So what I'm hearing are not things that are novel. We are called upon to implement things within a context which I believe will be productive and quite constructive. An answer to your question to what we can expect in the field of lung cancer. Let me repeat that there has been a pilot implementation of the project announced in 4 health establishments. Now, there is a reserve of sorts. It's only now that we are starting, nationally speaking, to implement comprehensive programs, which means that much has to be changed in our system. We need to incorporate the resources. Try to imagine what is being implemented now has been projected sometime already. There was a budget. There was mention of the bottleneck in the domain of lung cancer. So what happens is something you didn't expect. No, we need to have resources. So that is our issue. We're in lack of resources, human resources mostly, because material resources we can come up with, but when it comes to human resources, things become more difficult. It's not easy to incorporate all this in a new project, and that's an issue. Thank you very much. Mr. Poroskevis, and if there's time, we can go back. Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this very interesting scientific event. Much and very interesting things have been said about primary and secondary healthcare and prevention. Standardization has been something very good. Now we know what the steps are that should be followed, and every citizen knows what to do and when to do it. Moreover, it's important to acknowledge that pre-symptomatic checks are carried out by specialists in organized context. So each citizen are in a position to see a professional, deal with one's fears and concerns, and have it from a very experienced specialist. And a major challenge shall be to deal with the lung cancer's main cause, which is smoking. Has been helping in terms of supporting. We're operating a support hotline for those concerned to know whom to address in order to start quitting smoking. Specialized services are made available, and we also heard that smoking is a addiction, a major addiction. Now, smokers need to be supported in that sense, so as to shake away this addiction and be able to deal with one's addiction. And that is an addiction. Sorry, this is a challenge for us. So nowadays, smokers are not as yet dealt with as a person that has willpower to get over a habit. It is the dealing with a person that needs to be supported in a holistic way. Nowadays, there are specialized services. There are smoking cessation doctors' offices that are of help. Moreover, primary care is something that plays a very critical role. It is the first contact service for the community, and we will be definitely assisting this primary healthcare level with also mobile units, so that services are reachable also in remote areas. At any rate, information, the individualized contact with those concerned, as you just said, is a challenge, so that we be in a position to overcome the reasonable concerns and stress each one of us may be experiencing about how easy it would be to go through a check, where to have this check, how and who will be the one supporting me, who will be informing me, and how one should deal with those things, and where to get the specialized help to support me every step of the way.
Εμπειρία.
Mr. Iliadis, your experience. Good morning. Congratulations for organizing this event. This event is always perfect, but now we, chest surgeons, have been cooperating with radiologists and their society, as well as the Lung Society. We are trying to enhance screening for increased risk individuals. I'm sure you have explained everything very well. As you said, Mr. Paraskevis, smokers need our assistance in their efforts to quit smoking. But it's also an issue of denial. People refuse to see that this might happen to them. And when it happens, they don't want to believe that smoking was to blame. Screening is very important in order to identify the right people. We need to have specialized centers with specialized radiologists, because the development of a node happens according to specific criteria, because after a while we say that the node was not malignant. So when we have a CT scan, we need to have an interdisciplinary team in order to identify even small lesions. Patients can undergo surgery, and already in cooperation with the Lung Association and the Radiologists Association, we have created a small video. On the 1st of December, it will come out initially in state broadcasters, then in private ones, we hope. And you see that with this CT low-dose scanning, lives could be saved. And in cooperation with the ministry, we hope that this will become a reality in public hospitals. Several private hospitals have similar programs, but not up to the level of the public sector. In Thessaloniki and Athens, some of these programs are free of charge or at a very, very low cost. I think that we need to ask for it, and especially lung experts and medical oncologists, at least for individuals of high risk, smokers or people with specific occupations. I think that this is the plan for the next 2 years. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, it's very important for the primary health care, for example, and we have heard our last speaker. But the other part that is not fully used yet in our country is the working environment, because we spend a lot of hours at work. So, Mrs. Bardani, what's your opinion? What could be done in order to start this type of initiatives and awareness-raising campaigns in workplaces? Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and congratulations on this event. Congratulations to FairLife. Indeed, the workplace is where one could proceed to specific activities. The National Institute of Work Health and Safety is an institute for both employers and employees, and this is our objective: prevention of occupational diseases and accidents. Now, on our topic and your initial question about what we could do in the next couple of years, we had discussions with dear Corina about specific awareness-raising activities. Mrs. Tsiligiani showed a slide, but she made no comments, and some occupational diseases were mentioned, and they were very important for a lot of people. And this is something, you know, in the past, in some industries, there was high morbidity of the workers while working, or even later after getting their pension. But now this figure has been reduced, and there are many more things we could do. Okay, as regards workplaces, we could do a lot to raise awareness, to offer knowledge, and then this knowledge could be diffused to the families and elsewhere. You know, every year we have a research, we do a research for occupational diseases and accidents. And what we measure is that we see that people that are informed at workplace, they deal with risks in different ways, be it an earthquake or whatever. So, dear Corina, we have agreed with FairLife. We're going to cooperate with FairLife to raise awareness on reducing smoking or quitting smoking, cessation, and other topics as well. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Mrs. Rovina, your point of view. I think that we should place more emphasis on primary care, because I think that this is the first line of doctors coming into contact with chronic smokers. And it's the first line of health professionals to identify high-risk individuals, patients with early lesions. So nowadays, the problem is that we specialized doctors, lung specialists, radiologists, chest surgeons, only see patients after the problem is there, whereas we should do it earlier. So I think that the state has to further reinforce the role of primary health care. Secondly, in international literature, we read that such programs in various countries, I mean these programs for screening, we see that not many people go for screening. So awareness is important. Maybe we could do something through patients' associations, maybe, because they could act, they could be an example. Because, you know, chronic smokers are not that willing to come to the health system for many reasons. First of all, they know that they have a chronic habit that is harmful for their health. On the other hand, they're afraid that they might identify a health problem having to do with smoking. So the second part is awareness and activation of the public, for people to come earlier for a chest x-ray, for example, or to an appointment when they have symptoms. They shouldn't think that most symptoms are only natural, because people that smoke say it's okay to cough, it's only natural, it's because I smoke. But sometimes there is pathology hiding behind it. So I think that these are the 2 points we have to focus on. So, thank you very much. So, the state is already doing something. Cooperation among disciplines is very important for Greece too, as regards guidelines, and awareness. As to the working environment, because it's not asbestos now, most of us work in offices. And we also have corporate social responsibility. What's the role of small and large enterprises for awareness raising and partnerships between the public and the private sector? We will have yet another chance. Each of you could add some comments if you like. I just hope that the next year we'll have more time on prevention. Mrs. Linardo is here. She has come. Please, come up.
Όταν έρχεται το πρόβλημα, θέλουμε να μην δημιουργείται το πρόβλημα.
We want to avoid the problem. That's our first objective. But what happens if there is a program? Apologies, it was very difficult for me to get out of bed. This is why I was so late. So practically, I would like to say that since screening programs and the figures so far do not concern the wider public, and the benefit of screening was calculated among risk groups, mainly smoking. So practically for these programs to be successful, we need to plan again. And the first part of planning is to identify high-risk groups. This has happened elsewhere, and try to reach out to them. In other systems, maybe you have mentioned this, in the UK, for example, or in other parts of the world, since not many people came to these programs, they changed their planning and they tried to reach out to people. They went to the supermarket, yards, to fields, to areas where smoking prevalence is high. And as often mentioned, we could organize some pilot programs taking advantage of our public hospitals, but also the public, the private ones. The Metropolitan Hospital, for example, where I work, we have a program for the last 3 years, and I think that this is a model program with the cooperation and support of FairLife for people that are uninsured, and we have seen more than 200 high-risk individuals, and we have identified some lung cancer cases, but also other ailments through this simple CT, low-dosage CT scanning. A screening program, finally, is not just a CT scan to be reimbursed through our national system. This is easy to do. We had the FOFI Genimata program, and all screening programs worldwide are programs, meaning that they have a beginning, an end, and there should be continuity. We need to have files kept, radiologists, AI. Some people have to read the CTs, and then we have to go back to people. There is no point in having a mammogram anywhere and without comparison with previous ones. And there is no point in having a CT scan without having our patient revisit us, because in 3 months, if there is a node, or if there are no findings, we have to tell them that they have to come back 1 year later. Now, let's focus on what is really important in practice. What you said is very, very important. These are the challenges we see in the implementation of programs. FOFI Genimata, for example, had a larger duration, and this was one of the basic implementation programs. About 60% of Greeks use e-prescription, and we found out that those that have e-prescription come 5 times more to these programs. We have tried to identify ways or even tricks to have referrals printed out. We run campaigns. The networks of midwives and some other networks across Greece are very, very active. They even go on site to all health regions of Greece. We keep trying. It's a continuous effort. A big team has to monitor, to check facts and figures, to identify weaknesses. Why are they? Do we have the necessary devices? Do we have doctors to use them? So we know everything as regards the implementation in detail. A program is a program. It's not just reimbursement by LP, the national body. There are thousands of things that might happen and hinder your efforts. The difficulty in delivery, the difficulty in implementation. Yes, you asked two things, and I mainly answered the first one, but let me say something more. For people to participate, they need to fully understand that this program will be helpful for them. So communication is important. People have to come to us. E-prescription is important. Then it should be easy for them to come out of the program, and if there is a problem identified, we need to do something about treatment. It's not just prevention. The whole health system has to manage patients afterwards on a timely basis. So this is for the state to solve. We are trying. But here is where patients' associations come in, and FairLife. Communication, bearing witness, like saying, you know, there is hope. Don't hide the problem, because we need to make fear us. So this is a takeaway message. Patients can help the candidates of the program. Yes, I think that the message sent by Mr. Karamijos was very important. Now we are just starting to take it into consideration for the specific form of cancer. Now, how about EOD and what EOD could do across Greece? Indeed, it's a huge challenge, not just having the right program, but this should be accepted by the community. So we could cooperate with the other organizations as regards reaching out, offering information about specific services in primary and secondary prevention, quitting smoking, screening programs. Moreover, approach to remote populations or vulnerable populations through the mobile health units, synergies with the primary health care, and trying to reach out to everybody as far as possible, because not everybody is the same. So public health is not just science, it's also art. So we need to change minds, especially if our fellow citizens have never heard about prevention. This is a challenge. It takes time and different approaches, sometimes individualized. I couldn't agree more. And indeed, it's time for the state to start thinking a little bit outside of the box in communication, not just leaflets, find other ways. A brief comment. Yes, we could use e-governance through GovGR, individualized information. So we could make everything simple for the citizens. Mr. Iliadis, from your experience with the patients, how can we convince people? How can we make them come earlier? Because there is hope. There is a small video to be shown on TV. Again, we had a random diagnosis after a CT scan. The person was operated on, no problem. And indeed, this person also works now. Now, the various societies do what they can. I'm very glad that we have a representative of the ministry, because in our previous meetings on screening there was no such participation despite our efforts. So this means that there is hope for implementation. As to public information, maybe on TV, we could have more information campaigns, such as the information campaign by FairLife and the other medical societies. This could be of help. Through FairLife, there are some messages sent to patients that need to be informed about treatments or surgery for cancer. So patients or relatives of patients that are part of FairLife support, well, this is very, very helpful for the wider public information as well. Yes, that's a fact. Mrs. Bardani, 3 ways, 3 accelerators. Of course, corporate social responsibility, business could help information and campaigns, because campaigns cost, you know. Secondly, local government, the local communities. That's something that has to be further mobilized. Local government, in my mind, are not just large municipalities, small municipalities, especially on the islands. We need to activate them more, and they need to be more active to help people out. Thirdly, young people. We need to invest a lot for young people themselves and their lives, but you know, the young could act as catalysts for many things. Let me remind you a spot about wearing a helmet many, many years ago. Or it was about a safety belt. Now it's self-evident. Many years ago, there were no safety belts. So there were children there asking their parents to use a safety belt. This was the content of the campaign. So maybe we could focus more on the young. So maybe we could be more specific on this. Okay, that's food for thought for delivery as well. Mrs. Rovina? Yes, adding to what the previous speaker said, yes, the young could act as catalysts, and they start smoking right from a very, very young age, at school even. So first we have to eradicate some beliefs in the young minds, because 20 years down the road, because of this bad habit that starts earlier, I have never smoked, I have to be clear about this. So yes, the young. This is a target audience. And secondly, primary health care again. Because at the most remote point of Greece there is primary health care, but there is no lung expert, there are general doctors, general practitioners. They identify risk factors and they refer to the experts respectively. They refer patients to the experts. So I think that the Greek Lung Society has recognized this, and they will focus more on primary health care. We have a mobile unit going around Greece, defining symptoms. We work with the so-called Aegean team for using spirometers and specialized doctors to record symptoms, because we have identified this need, and we see that there are a lot of needs in regional Greece. Mrs. Lenardo, coming back to screening, we still lack a prevention culture in Greece, which is necessary, however, on all levels, starting from very, very young ages. And this is why screening for lung cancer is pointless unless there is a referral to methods to quit smoking. And coming back to what I said before, screening for lung cancer is a program with specific steps. One of these steps is referral to smoking cessation clinics, if there is one, and screening should take place in centers that can also refer people to smoking quitting methods, but also to read a CT scan and, as you aptly said, timely referral for treating the findings. All links of the chain have to be there, otherwise there is no screening. Yes, that's true. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to hear this. This is a very solid basis for the next steps. I would like to thank you one and all for your participation. Our health system has to become health-centered and not patient-centered. I think that we are laying the foundation in this direction, and we hope that the future will be better for us all. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would also like to thank our speakers. Thank you very much.
Βρέθηκα αντιμέτωπη με τον καρκίνο του πνεύματος.
Ναι.
Δεν θα ξεχάσω τα πρώτα λόγια του γιατρού μου όταν πήρε στα χέρια του την εξέταση. Αθηνούλα, είμαστε σε μονόδρομο. Σοκ και άρνηση ήταν τα πρώτα συναισθήματα που ένιωσα. Ήμουν σε πανικό. Δεν μπορούσα να το αποδεχτώ. Δεν ήθελα να ξέρω λεπτομέρειες. Ήθελα απλά να φύγει από πάνω μου. Να εξαφανιστεί. Να συνεχίσω να ζω τη ζωή μου, να είμαι κοντά στα παιδιά μου. Ένας καλός μου φίλος με πήρε από το χέρι και πήγαμε σε νευμονολόγο. Το στίγμα του καρκίνου, του πνεύμονα, που σχετίζεται με το κάπνισμα, το βιώνω καθημερινά μέσα από τις ενοχές μου. Το συντηρεί φυσικά και η κοινωνία γύρω μου. Έχω μάθει να κρατάω τα σημαντικά και να πετάω τα σήματα.
Ωραία. Η Κρήτη πάντα πρωτοπορεί, ήθελα να το πω αυτό.
Let us continue. I would like the audience to remain quiet. We will switch themes. We're talking about diagnosis. We're going to be talking about diagnosis of lung cancer with the use of biomarkers. We will begin with the presentation by a very eminent speaker, Mr. Giosos, respiratory and tuberculosis expert. Good afternoon. The topic I will be presenting in brief is a tool that is used globally by all physicians that become involved post-diagnosis of the lung cancer patient in order to afford a forecast, an estimate of the prognosis of this malignancy. So there's this anxious question, doctor, how long do I have to live? And the main tool for physicians treating these patients is how they will be choosing and selecting the therapeutic protocol. And in order to do that, we need proper lung cancer staging. And when we talk about staging, We need, first of all, to detect to what extent malignancy has spread, and this is what staging is all about. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to switch slides or if the technicians will be responsible for that, says the speaker. Thank you. So you see here that there's an international community that has been striving to come up with an answer, and it's far from recent. For decades now, experts have been trying to look into how we can gauge the extent of malignancy in the human body. Here you see the most recent decades, where we start from the 7th edition, the IASLC, which is an international body comprising of physicians from all around the globe, and they register both patient and the extent of the malignancy, and you see how based on that data we come up with a staging process. You see how this has evolved over time, and as of early 2025 we are expecting the official ratification of the recommendations, which have never been declined. So we will have the 9th edition within 2024. You see how this has evolved. We have many more patients included and enrolled, and therefore we have a greater degree of reliability to find out how much malignancy has spread, and we primarily use imaging tools, bronchoscopy with the assistance of EBOS, the clinical examination, targeted blood tests. These are the key instruments, the key tools that we have in our arsenal in order to reply to the patient's question. So, do I switch to the next slide on my own? Great. In this global effort, our small country, Greece, plays its own part. We also provide records of patients in order to contribute to this large-scale database. You see how the database is formed based on data from Europe, Asia, the Americas, and so on and so forth. So this tool that we will be using as of 2025, how will it be different from the current one that we've had at our disposal for the past 5 to 6 years? When we are examining the body of a lung cancer patient, we want to understand how extensive the lesion is, what are the margins, and we say that when we do that, we investigate the tumor factor or T factor. So in the 9th edition, there are no changes whatsoever to be recommended here as regards the T or tumor category. And this is something that radiologists, surgeons, thoracic surgeons, we are all very familiar with. And I believe that up to 2030, when we will have the next set of recommendations, there will not be any major or significant changes. The characteristics and features we've been using for that, it will remain the same. It's also important to see whether lymph nodes have been assaulted. And with this new version, we have a slight differentiation. If it is only a single lymph node station that has been become involved, after we have investigated via imaging, via lab tests, then these patients will live longer. This is a new set of data that was something that physicians believed in. Now it is official. It becomes official. The people that have multiple lymph node station involvement, unfortunately, have a shorter life expectancy, and this is the main difference, and therefore it is depicted in the recommendations. Another thing is whether we have multiple metastasis in a single organ system versus multiple metastasis in multiple organs. And now this is once again evidence-based. For us physicians who have been involved in lung cancer for years now, we knew of that. We knew of it experientially, but now this has been corroborated by clinical trials, statistics, and it has become clinical data. So we see how we have a differentiation between the 8th current staging process and the 9th one that we will be using as of early 2025. Once again, the main changes, if we have a single station or multiple station lymph node involved, or if there is multiple metastases in a single organ or multiple organs. So the scientific community was quite concerned because they felt that each revision would recommend a radically different treatment algorithm. Let me say that staging that is depicting the spread of the malignancy within the body has to do with prognosis. It does not indicate specific treatment algorithms. It is the physician's choice, the physician's decision which treatment algorithm they will be using. But what we have seen for the past years is that when we have a clear understanding of the staging, we can develop better optimized strategies in order to allow for our patients to have a longer life expectancy with a better quality of life, because we're starting to consider also whether we can compartmentalize the disease through the oligometastatic approach. This is something that was recommended via the 8th staging, and the guidelines corroborated that. So these are the proposals that have been made that have to do with the stations and number of metastases and multiple or single organ. And in our small country that has also sent out data regarding our limited number of patients compared to other larger countries, we have come up with a leaflet for all physicians involved in the treatment of a lung cancer patient. And I'm hopeful that as of early 2025, the product, or rather a concise and beautiful synopsis of this new understanding will be at your disposal, hopefully digitally too, electronically too. You will be able to access it via your smartphones, and we are hopeful that this will lead to better outcomes for lung cancer patients. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. I would like to call Mr. Nikos Kofos to the podium. He is a pneumologist and scientific coordinator of the Interventional Pneumonology Department of the Metropolitan Hospital. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would also like to begin this presentation by thanking FairLife and Ms. Corina Patelli-Bell personally for this invitation and for a very fertile collaboration for the past 4 years. We have moved to the second thematic of today's conference. We spoke of prevention, and now we are looking into what we can do with our findings. So we're at the stage where, unfortunately, a finding has arisen and we need to know how to tackle it. And that's also very important for prevention systems as well. So I've got about 10 minutes and I'll be trying to provide you with some points regarding this topic for bronchoscopy diagnosis and staging of a finding, potentially a lung tumor, as well as regarding the contribution of AI, as we see that it can potentially be assisting us at its first steps. I believe that we are quite fortunate. Our generation of physicians, the current one, even though lung cancer is a huge challenge, but it has changed drastically. There are unbelievable changes made to the lung cancer patient pathway and journey. And in a conference that I was recently attending, older physicians, oncologists, said that they feel quite silly looking back and seeing how they had to fight against cancer with such a limited arsenal. Nowadays, we can look into the tumor itself and individualize our treatment. We're not going to look at a lung adenocarcinoma and try and treat it in the same way for all patients. So we will go to cell specialists, we will go to medical oncologists, pathologists, and we will convene in order to be able to provide our patient with a comprehensive treatment, provided, of course, that the disease does not necessitate thoracic surgery. So the first part of my presentation has to do with the diagnosis. As soon as we locate a lesion, with the bronchoscope, which allows us to insert a camera and either see the tumor, or if it is behind the wall, we can biopsy and have some material drawn from it. We can also visualize all lymph nodes. Sometimes they dilate and we need to collect material from them as well, or there might be lesions peripherally to the lung, and this is a huge challenge both for now and for the near future, because let us not forget that lungs are quite special in the sense that the bronchi resemble rooting systems. There are so many branches that it makes it extremely difficult to go exactly where we want to go. When it comes to bronchoscopy, we have the hot and cold techniques, as we call them. We either catheterize a tumor because these are bleeding tumors. We say that cancer is also similar to crabs because of the legs of crabs. This visual shows how sometimes we definitely need to cauterize, and on the other hand, it might be cryotherapy, so the cold kind of therapy, that allows us to dissect a tissue sample from a patient very rapidly and very safely. What has revolutionized lung cancer treatment and staging, as Mr. Gills very pertinently pointed out, something that has taught us a lot regarding lung function and lung cancer, has been the endobronchial ultrasound that we lovingly call EBUS. It sends out an ultrasound wave that allows us to look beyond the walls, so out of the parietal environment, and we can use a needle for sampling if necessary. It doesn't even need an overnight hospitalization, and this allows for a diagnosis. And this tool has been around us now for 20 years, at least 12, 13 years for Greece. And this has allowed us to shorten tremendously the burden on the patient. You see how with the needle we can check how it goes down through a lesion. As I said before, the huge challenge and a huge topic also, so I will not stick to that, is the peripheral lesions. Here we have tools that are becoming increasingly thin. We have navigation tools. Think to your GPS system in your car. So we've got similar tools that come up with a virtual map, and this allows for a better bronchoscopy. So we've got virtual bronchoscopy right now, and AI is already involved in this stage. We also have peak radiology technologies. Once again, via the use of AI, we can see anything real time, and then we have tools on target that show us well when we come against the lesion. So we have a trifecta that allows us to be sure that we can see the lesion, approach the lesion, go into the lesion, and biopsy. So this all goes hand in hand with the development of other technologies. Technologies allowing us to read the sample removed, the preparation, the bioptic sample removed. And summing things up, how can AI improve such bronchoscopy-driven biopsy? It would appear that technology, imaging, they're all evolving in a direction that will allow us for even better detection and identification, localization of the lesion. As Ms. Leonard said, it's not about sticking solely to old and tried technologies like CTs. We need to move on. And this allows us to identify, detect more lesions and biopsy them. So with AI tools, there is a paradox, an oxymoron. Technology, in particular artificial intelligence technology, is usually applied first in military systems and then in medical systems. So it's like we're evolving technology, A, to kill, B, to save lives. And we see, however, that within this oxymoron nowadays, there's lots of AI technologies evolving. Detecting in lung comes second to overall imaging, so they allow us to pinpoint the lesion and ensure biopsy. These are AI systems already used in the navigational systems that I mentioned before. So it looks like a PC-generated image. It shows us the lesion, if it's close, if it's far. This is what our bronchi look like for those of you who are not familiar with them. And we have a series of technological tools that bring together, that work with the help of AI. And this, here you see the bronchoscope. We managed to reach the lesion, and then there is a recomposition that allows them to tell us how to twist, how to turn in order to reach the place which will be best for sampling. Technologies that we're expecting in the near future, especially here in Europe, have to do with robotic bronchoscopy. Here we have software that brings and tools that bring together all these technologies that I've mentioned. So there's no reason for the surgeon or the physician to use their hands. They can robotically access the lesion and sample. Abroad, these, not just abroad, in Athens, in Greece as well, we have taken advantage of high-definition technologies to come up with a virtual reality when it comes to training, especially interns. And this allows people to receive training before they even come close to a real patient. All these programs are also applied in endobronchoscopy, where we need to be able to discern between a suspect lymph node and a non-suspect lymph node. So I believe that are we in the future? I'm not sure if we're in the future right now, but I do believe that the present is quite spectacular, and the near future is going to be even more so, especially with the evolution of novel technologies and AI. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. We will be concluding this chapter with the contribution of the scientific coordinator for the Department of Molecular Diagnostics in the Faculty of Medicine of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, Ms. Angeliki Saeta. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for inviting me to participate in a highly interesting conference. As a molecular biologist, I will try, in the brief time that I have been given, to make a brief presentation of molecular biomarkers. We've heard of molecular testing, of predictive biomarkers, and these are the data of a new era that makes it possible to treat patients, especially lung cancer patients, with an personalized treatment, with targeted medication that will have a specific molecular target, one that will be detected in the genome of the lung cancer patient. There is a huge development of biomarkers, especially as regards non-small cell lung cancer. We were not aware of the many facets, but given the evolution of technology and the increasing ability to analyze the genome deeper and in greater detail, we have more information on genome, and this has led us to an understanding of the substratum of these biomarkers, and thus we differentiate our patients, allowing them to have a more individualized and more effective treatment. This is an indicative summary of what we call predictive biomarkers that try to predict how patients will respond to specific treatments of this specific lesion. And you see how many biomarkers we have, and they're constantly increasing, and this has led to an increasing number of potential treatments. Within the lab, to analyze the analysis of biomarkers with the use of molecular methodologies has led to many benefits. We start with a paraffin block, and then we move on to staining. This is investigated by the pathologist in order to identify the area, the site where we need to get the sample for analysis, which is very important to get proper results, and then sequencing applications with different thresholds of detection. And we also have the opportunity to utilize commercialized methods in order to detect those biomarkers. There are many approaches that we can use regarding gene testing. We have isolated genes. This is an older approach, if I can call that. And the next generation sequencing, which is something that has become prevalent the past few years because of technological developments, and can provide us with an analysis, a simultaneous analysis of multiple genes. So this is an area with lots of potential, but also with many challenges. What are the challenges that we need to face on a daily basis? Tissue sufficiency, adequacy. The sample, as we heard, the ICH sample needs to be sufficient in order to achieve genetic testing, and the quality needs to be, and the maintenance need to have been ensured in such a way as to make certain that the sample isolated will be okay for further testing. This will allow for a short time frame before we get a reply, before we get an answer, and it's one of the reasons why NGS is not reimbursed. Here I said that we might take tissue samples, but the cancer gels might be restricted to a very, very small site or the material, the preparation was exhausted in the pre-testing procedure, and therefore sometimes we receive, in order to analyze, paraffin blocks where no tissue remains. It is also very important. What is also very important is the participation of the pathologist. As you can see here, we can have a tissue mass, and we need to be able to have someone determine the area of cancerous cells, which, as you saw here, was restricted at a very, very small yellow circle area. So we need quality of the sample, adequacy, good maintenance, because the quality of the tissue also predetermines the quality of the testing that will take place, the NGS, and therefore daily practice has put forth a prerequisite. We need to increase the sample and also the quality, and increase sensitivity of the tools used. This is all affected by what we call the pre-analytical procedure. We will have the sample infused in formal, and there will be different methods applied in order to stabilize and store this sample. So we need to respect almost religiously the necessary procedures, because they all have an impact on the analysis that we will be able to make. The next generation sequencing, as we've said, and as you can see on the slide, makes repeated readings compared to previous data analysis single sequencing analysis that we had in the past. And this allows us to identify changes that may come at a low frequency. When we are implementing such a method, we need to select the gene panel that we will be utilizing, larger or smaller, depending on the information we need. It's very important to see whether we have rearrangements, or if the analysis requires different genetic samples, if we need to look into the DNA. Rearrangements, it is desirable when they are analyzed at an mRNA level, which means that we need even more material in order to extract both DNA and RNA, especially within the lungs, where we have so many rearrangements that it makes it difficult to have a sufficient sample. Once we have productively concluded the next generation sequencing, there's another challenge. We need to categorize and classify the variations depending on their clinical importance. And this is why we are using multiple databases. So collection of data and understanding of the lung cancer gene, oncogene, is very important. This, I believe, has been facilitated with large-scale trials that have taken place and that are still underway. And it's very important to have all this information data logged into databases which will allow us to better interpret the findings of NGSs, excuse me. Here another example regarding the final finding. If there is insufficient tissue, if it is impossible to biopsy, we do have a solution still, what we call the liquid biopsy. This part of the biopsy has to do with analyzing the variations that we find in the blood serum, plasma, and here we can look into cancer indicators, histological indicators, and this allows us to detect variations in this material. And as you can well tell on your own, this is a non-invasive approach that allows us with multiple modalities to sample, to gain samples. However, it is still a methodology which is under development. These are markers that require higher sensitivity. So to this day, we might say that we have when we have a positive result, it is quite safe, but a negative result might be an artifice. We need to go back to further analysis of the tissue sample. There are practices that have received accreditation regarding liquid biopsy. They usually target EGFR analysis, same as we have some NGS tests that have been developed by 2 American companies. And the last topic I would like to touch upon as a challenge is the Molecular Oncology Board, something that is being implemented increasingly so in the States and in Europe, because with the use of all these novel technologies we come against a very complicated information, so we need the input of many different specialties in order to explain the results and utilize them to the for the best possible outcome, which means that we need to have clinical physicians of various specialties involved in the diagnosis and treatment plan of lung cancer, as well as pathologists, molecular biologists, geneticists, and bio-ITs. So, bioinformaticians. So it's very important to realize how much all these specialties can contribute in understanding, reading all this data that can allow us to better treat, better tackle lung cancer and better treat lung cancer patients. Of course, in our laboratory, we have a scientific group, a team, with the contribution of both molecular biologists and pathologists. We're trying to have qualitative findings, and of course we utilize all available techniques in order to gain a high quality outcome that has been certified that has been ISO certified, hoping to be able to offer access to the biomarkers to the greatest possible number of patients, because it is very important to have an equal treatment of patients and an equal inclusion to targeted therapies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Right, now I'll be calling upon each one of the following panelists to take the floor. Mrs. Sofia Labakis, she's a reader of lung cancer at the Thessaloniki University. Mr. Lubes, and
Άγιο Παντελεήμονα, Κυριακή Ταβερναράκη, ακτινολόγος
Mr. Venaraki, radiologist at Soteria, Periklis Foukas, professor at the School of Faculty of Medicine at the Atraktos University, and Mr. Christos Antonopoulos, Director of Oncology and Hematology Center and member of the Board of Directors at AstraZeneca of Greece and Cyprus. We all made it to be here in the right order, starting with you, Mr. Antonopoulos. Conversely, let us have it from you. How can the industry of medicine in Greece and elsewhere contribute to precision medicine and more widely to the equal use of biomarkers? We've been here before, we know what it's all about. I would like to start by thanking Corina and the entire team of FairLife for consistently providing their own initiative to inform, to appropriately position, and to engage in a fruitful dialogue giving us the possibility of airing our views, while at the same time, and taking up some of your time, Corina asked me shortly before whether ours is a good collaboration, and to that I answered that when we're fellows in an effort, everyone being on the same page, all people and agencies working towards the common vision about cancer and lung cancer more specifically, we can only have positive outcomes. When it comes to the industry of medicine, the industry of medicine is meant to play a very critical role in all that. This being due to the fact that besides inventing new medicine, part of the whole effort, ranging from prevention and timely diagnosis down to treatment and therapeutic approach, it is also about the post-treatment approach as to how patients are experiencing their day-to-day reality. The industry of medicine has been contributing at all such stages, and the most important thing of all remains that we've gone beyond taboos, namely that all the industry of medicine does is to bring about products to get money. We're investing funds in prevention as well as in this specific aspect you mentioned, Ms. Papadimitriou, that of precision medicine, biomarkers, with so much having been mentioned by Mrs. Saeta and others as to the way implementation by precision medicine specialists is ensured. Let me refer myself very briefly to the AstraZeneca paradigm. Worldwide, AstraZeneca has generated a coalition, the so-called Lung Alliance Ambition. I am very happy to see that there are members of that initiative around this panel that have been contributing to this direction. So this scheme, just as the case of FairLife is, create a framework for participation and cooperation amongst agencies present in the world of industry of medicine, the scientific community, the diagnostic centers and the pathologists, as well as patients. So within such context, there has been invested quite a lot of funds in information and for better understanding of all these aspects we've been elaborating on today. Let me also mention biomarkers. Biomarkers, as it has already been said, are a tool. It is a tool which, the way I see it, is a means allowing for an equal access to innovation, and that is how we should perceive it. By saying equal access, I mean that all patients selected by the clinical MDs to undergo treatment have the possibility, by way of the biomarker, get the best treatment possible. We all know, Mrs. Papadimitriou, because we've been together back in February of this year in another meeting. Oh, I've been with you in many such events. I'm not even a medical journalist, never, or editor. I'm not an MD, but I keep asking and learning. Yes, back in February, at the time, the Minister of Health, Mr. Georgiadis, mentioned this compensation of biomarkers. We're still waiting for it. Steps have been taken in that direction, and to the last update of the list of biomarkers dates back in 2014. The industry of medicine has been actively contributing to coming up with the funds and the support of programs through ELP and other scientific bodies. AstraZeneca itself alone has invested and spent, provided you name it, more than €6 million to the benefit of some 8,000 patients through ELP finance programs since 2015 and to this day. And when it comes to lung cancer, more than 4,500 patients have now the possibility, by way of EGFR and PD-L1 biomarkers, which are assigned to better use of the traditional variable, benefiting from all that. So to conclude, this industry is here for you. We have averred ourselves to be very precious allies and fellow workers. I'm only mentioning the clawback approach. We are called upon to refund to the state. Nevertheless, we need to all roll up our sleeves and endeavor so that patients get the benefits and that the health system remains alive. Mr. Foucault, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. Let me elaborate a bit further on my department, being pathology. We have entered this domain of biomarkers, and I will also elaborate on those things in my intervention. We have some diagnostic biomarkers necessary for the diagnosis of the neoplasm to be possible, and we play an important part in highlighting the molecular biomarkers. We are trying to be as conversant as possible with aspects of the pre-analysis phase, the best use of tissue before they reach the laboratory. The swiftness of our approach in laboratory is of essence. We know how time is of essence in this case, and how to provide an appropriate answer. Together with our molecular biologist, we need to provide answers that are understandable by oncologists. An important aspect, what with the new technologies developed, are the small bioptic samples and management in the laboratory. Then there's a major issue in the field of lung cancer. Patients, more often than not, are reaching us at the advanced stage, and microbiopsies are those used for the analysis. Try to imagine those samples are anything between 0.1 to 0.2 centimeters, 1 to 2 millimeters per sample. In 2 or 3 samples, we need to agree on the order of analysis, which sample is analyzed first for our patients to have the best possible approach in treatment. So this is where we came up with some algorithms, and we know from the onset how we will be operating, and I do believe that the Pathology Society has been very efficient amongst our colleagues, both in Athens and outside Athens, for them to be more careful as to how to use biomarkers, how to manage best or even better tissues. Let me also say some things about digital pathology, which we expect very soon to become very important. This kind of digital pathology will even be there before AI, by that meaning the scanning of platelets that may in this way be monitored by more than one MDs, both in the provinces and in the metropolis. This will speed up the process. And what with various meetings we've had with colleagues, oncologists, we understand that for them it is even more important to have the reflex test, by that meaning that when biopsy is ready, the diagnosis is on the table, we be in a position to prescribe those biomarkers necessary, so that when oncologists take over, no more time is lost at that stage, having otherwise to go back to other specialties with cubes to be taken and another month to lapse. So many stages are now shrinking, and under the new training programs, we're getting better and more efficient and swifter. Yeah, we'll be very happy to have you after the break. Mrs. Tavernara, have the floor. Good afternoon. Let me also thank and congratulate FairLife and Mrs. Corina Patelli-Belli for this invitation and for having been willing to host an impeccable event, yet another one grouping MDs of various specialties and scientists of other disciplines and domains of health, not to mention prominent personalities from the world of politics and leaders. Not easily can we come up with so many people from 3 different worlds getting together to have this very constructive debate, leading to very fruitful results and outcomes. As a radiologist, I'd like to say that much. Since interventions have to do with the staging of lung cancer, staging is, I believe, the most decisive aspect in the course of the development of a disease. Just as Mr. Giozo said, it is directly associated to the prognosis and survival of the patient. just whilst providing a common tongue of communication amongst disciplines. Imaging and radiology have their main word to say in the staging of a disease. Since staging starts with imaging, we are provided with three fundamental imaging systems: CT scan, MRI scan, and the hybrid imaging under specific MCTs. We try to combine these approaches in order to come up with conclusions relevant to the specific stage of the condition. And technological developments in the domain of imaging and radiology as of late have been such that we have now the optimization of protocols and techniques, allowing us to have imagery of high diagnostic precision, high degree of reliability, and radiologists feel much more comfortable, to put it bluntly, so as to give a clear-cut and unconditional diagnosis on the stage of the disease. Now we have come up to such a level where having a lesion in front of my eyes is not enough. I cannot presume or assume. We now have in our hands tools of high precision diagnosis that give us a very clear answer to whether this lesion might be the outlook of a metastatic focus. And even the training of our radiologists is very high, allowing them to draw very reliable conclusions. Imagery, of course, has some constraints. We are as yet to reach a level of bioptic tissue, which is why we need the pulmonologist having one's own techniques. Mr. Koufos also says that are necessary for us to complement the aspect of staging and have more clear-cut information on tissue and on whether such lesions revealed by imagery are foci of metastasis or not. And then the pulmonologist is succeeded by the pathologist. His or hers is a decisive role, this being the specialist to provide the conclusive answer as to the findings we had through imagery and bronchoscopy. And this is a stage where we have much more information about what we used to have in the past, about biomarkers and all those things we've heard about. What I would also like to stress at this point is that in Greece, both in public and in private health establishments, we are equipped with high quality imagery equipment. There is no difference between what happens in the public hospitals and those of the private sector. Please retain that, it's very critical. A great development has been the fact that over the last few years we have had the manning of public health establishments with PET-CT equipment. In the past that was only available in Athens and one public, maybe two hospitals and in a private one. So developments are tremendous also in that field. And one more thing to stress: however good a specialist in terms of using machines and bronchoscopy and the techniques applied by pulmonologists using AI, however good the pathologist is, no one can go it alone. It takes some teamwork amongst these specific disciplines, liaising amongst all them, and this can only be secured by way of sitting in an oncology council. Mrs. Gaga herself this morning said that these kind of councils are institutionalized in public hospitals, although there are specific conditions governing participation in those bodies. I do not know whether this is happening already in practice. We should be really delving into this matter. At the Soteria Hospital, we are boasting of a model on oncology council comprising all these specialties, allowing us to have safe conclusions as to the stage of each patient, which is the most decisive part, and for the restaging of the condition after the various treatments a patient has been subjected to. That was it for me as a radiologist. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. And Mr. Lupus has the floor. Good morning to all. Thank you very much for the honor bestowed upon me to attend this conference. Truly wish that this year as well, FairLife's event meets the expectations of everyone, scientifically and professionally. It is my true conviction that any human being, any patient, any scientist can afford to have a vision and dream of anything when it comes to treatment of lung cancer. Dreams are dreams because by nature there is no way to constrain them. The reality remains, however, that we need to be committed to our objective and be very methodical in the way we approach our pursuits, relying on two specific pillars of our endeavor, which is at the beginning of everything: prevention and timely diagnosis. As a member of the community of thoracic surgeons, I believe we have made great progress in terms of techniques, mostly by way of introducing of the minimum invasive surgery. We improved protocols, those protocols of trans and peri-surgical care for our patients. As a result of all that, and I believe the case is such in most centers throughout the Hellenic territory, a patient admitted for a major scale surgical intervention, an excision or lobectomy of a nodus in the lung will be allowed to go within only a few days. That's progress. This makes a patient capable of reintegrating one's day-to-day routine very easily. Simultaneously, right as we speak, a patient can become quickly functional and therefore being a candidate for adjuvant treatment when this is recommended by the pathologist. Our community has been amongst the first to have truly embraced those novelties, this new system of staging of the lung cancer patients. And Mr. Gyozo spoke about these new subgroups, need 2A, need 2B, and 2B. It is my idea that changes will be tremendous in our day-to-day practice because of that. All of this very positive, and mostly because of a more careful selection of patients for new clinical studies. I entertain the hope that some 10 years from now, in this 10th edition, we'll be having a first incorporation of biomarkers, subtypes of cancer in the new staging system that will make such system more flexible, more malleable, and more objective in the stratification of our patients. I truly appreciated Mr. Koufos's contribution on bronchoscopy. It is a fact that in the new era of immunotherapy and targeted therapies, our patients, if not all, most of them be subjected to invasive bronchoscopy and staging of lymph nodes of the mediastinum. It is my view, therefore, that surgeon, oncologists, the oncology board, all have a very clear-cut mapping of all lymphnodal stages of the mediastinum so that we have a better therapeutic algorithm in our hands. I do not believe that we should now rely on only PET-CT. This is a top class tool providing us very precise information on the state of play of a patient. Unfortunately, we surgeons know that the sensitivity of this tool when it comes to lymphnodal diffusion is limited, deplorably. And I will close, avoiding to abuse any more time. Were I to be asked by anyone in the audience about my expectations or what do I as a surgeon expect should happen in the next few years, I would promptly say to have biomarkers become part of our day-to-day reality. I truly believe that we have been lagging a bit behind when it comes to the diagnosis of cancer over the last decade. we have been using a small peripheral nodus in a very specific way when it comes to patients that may just as well be suffering from metastatic conditions. I do not believe that we still need to congratulate ourselves about the approval of yet another medicine for immunotherapy. Much more, what we need to go after is tools for our day-to-day practice, allowing us to become diagnostically more flexible and wiser, therapeutically speaking. Thank you very much.
Θα κλείσουμε την ενότητα.
Mrs. Lamaki, you will be closing the virtual cycle. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank FairLife for this honorary invitation. I'd like to thank you for globally supporting the Department of Chemotherapy at Papa-Nicolau Hospital. And thank you for the screening program and for the fact that many of our patients have been turning to our psychological support help line and have been met with very positively. Thank you FairLife for this social work. Now, starting with Mr. Gosses' contribution, we salute the fact that there is a new type of staging that isolates stage 3. All new therapies now coming up are essentially about the peri-surgical immunotherapy, so issues become critical as to who will be the patient to undergo operation, when, is there a hope for further operation. Just as it has already been said, it is crucial for us to know what the exact stage of the condition is per patient, because it is relevant to life expectancy as well as to prognosis and the therapeutic options to be made. So it is ever so critical to know what are the groups of mediastinal nodes that have been affected, and as to the metastatic condition, it is critical to be able to manage the oligometastatic condition. There are choices as to what we may do if a patient worsens after a first line of chemoimmunotherapy, which is the case for most patients, and those who are dealing with therapies of lung cancer know how many problems happen once we go beyond the first and second line. So perhaps this new approach of staging will come and give us more solutions, therapeutically speaking, in this sense. It is therefore very critical for us to know exactly what is happening, and I'm referring to Mr. Koufos's intervention about tissue management. We need to be able to address ourselves to experienced bronchoscopists, to have as much tissue as we can to analyze our biomarkers and all those mutations and restructuring we see. We also need the new deposits, and we need to think about it at all centers. The fact to have a shrinking of positive results in terms of mutations, which in international literature may be different, we also need to be more careful about the qualitative features of NGS, and each MD should be very, very careful in analyzing the results, should be very scrupulous as to the gauging of the rate of cancerous cells upon which that report was based, and this is critical for the therapeutic decision to be made. Also critical is the fact that we now are called upon to have this information already at the level of diagnosis of the condition, the original biopsy, even in those cases when patients are led to the operation table, should be clear, and to know whether there is mutation already from the first biopsy, so as to use a tissue for further tests. There are so many things that have been accomplished so far. There have been a stage setter, and the day-to-day reality of lung cancer sufferers has changed, but much more remains to be done in the future. It's about the correct therapeutic decisions. What I fail to accept is that very often we fail to come across mutations that still are there, which is why our patients sometimes are deprived of therapies we otherwise know and could use. Thank you very much. Thank you all. you are going to have a well-deserved 10-minute pause before coming back. Thank you.
Η ζωής, το όραμα ελπίδα, ο πόνος σπόρος, γεννιέται η FairLife. Η FairLife είναι ο πρώτος μη κερδοσκοπικός οργανισμός στην Ελλάδα ενάντια στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια ανοίγουμε νέους δρόμους ενημέρωσης για την νόσο. Το τοπίο αλλάζει. Μιλάμε στους συμπολίτες μας για τους παράγοντες κινδύνου και τις ιατρικές εξελίξεις. Εργαζόμαστε για την πρόληψη και την έγκαιρη διάγνωση με την αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας. Υποστηρίζουμε τους ανθρώπους που ζουν με την ασθένεια στη χώρα μας. Η φωνή σου μετράει. Στη FairLife οι προσωπικές ιστορίες γίνονται δύναμη για όσους δίνουν τη δική τους μάχη. Είναι πηγή ελπίδας για το μέλλον. Μαζί σπάμε τη σιωπή και τα στερεότυπα γύρω από τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Το πρόγραμμα Breath παρέχεται δωρεάν και πανελλαδικά.
Εν τούτης, ο κάθε ασθενής είναι ένας κόσμος που έρχεται εκείνη την ώρα και εσύ μπορείς να του προσφέρεις τα πάντα, τη ζωή.
Μιλάμε για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας, βάζοντας την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος στην εξίσωση. Φέραμε κοντά μας τα νέα παιδιά, τους πρωταθλητές μας, ανθρώπους που μας εμπνέουν να συνεχίσουμε.
Καθαρό περιβάλλον, υγιείς πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
...14 λεπτά για την αγάπη του παιχνιδιού.
Η ζωή είναι
COVID.
Την ανάσα
Και όχι ο
καρκίνος του πνεύμα.
Μέσα σε μόλις 4 χρόνια προσεγγίσαμε χιλιάδες ανθρώπους μέσα από τις καμπάνιες μας, τα προγράμματα ψυχοκοινωνικής υποστήριξης και τις δράσεις μας.
Όραμά μας είναι να σώσουμε όσο γίνεται περισσότερες ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Δίνουμε νέα πνοή στο έργο μας. Συνεργαζόμαστε μέσα και πέρα από τα σύνορα της Ελλάδας και της Ευρώπης. Η FairLife ταξιδεύει. Αποκτά γνώσεις και εμπειρία, κοιτάμε μπροστά με το ίδιο όραμα και νέες πρωτοβουλίες. Τα λόγια του κόσμου μας γεμίζουν χαρά. Οι βραβεύσεις μας δίνουν τη δύναμη να συνεχίσουμε, να καταφέρουμε ακόμη περισσότερα. Κλείνοντας 4 χρόνια ενημέρωσης και υποστήριξης, σας ευχαριστούμε που είστε μαζί μας σε αυτό το ταξίδι. Τους υποστηρικτές μας, τους συνεργάτες, φίλους, εθελοντές και τα μέλη της ομάδας μας.
Ένα ακόμη podcast για την υγεία των πνευμόνων από την FairLife, φροντίδα και πρόληψη για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Και για τα επόμενα λεπτά θα σας κρατήσουμε συντροφιά σε μια ανοιχτή κουβέντα για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας.
Για μας στη FairLife θεωρούμε ότι η γνώση είναι επιλογή, η υγεία είναι επιλογή
Η ζωή είναι επιλογή.
Μετά από μια σειρά εξετάσεων και αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας, ο Αλέξης διαγνώστηκε με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα σε αρχικό στάδιο. Με τον κατάλληλο συνδυασμό θεραπείας, ο Αλέξης πρόλαβε και απολαμβάνει τη ζωή.
Είναι ένα θαύμα γιατί πέρασαν 8 χρόνια από την διάγνωση.
Τίποτα δεν χάνεται.
Όσο πιο πολλοί είμαστε, τόσο πιο καλά μπορούμε να ακουστούμε.
Θα έλεγα γιατί η πάθη στην οποία αναφέρεστε δεν προκαλεί χαμόγελα. Αλλά εσείς έχετε δημιουργήσει αυτό το φορέα για να δώσετε χαμόγελο όπου μπορείτε. Και όχι μόνο στον ασθενή, αλλά και στο φροντιστή.
Βγείτε έξω, αναπνεύστε, κρατήστε τους πνεύμονές σας καθαρούς.
Χαίρομαι πολύ που βρισκόμαστε σε κάθε πόλη και μοιραζόμαστε το μήνυμα με όλους εσάς, γιατί όλοι εμείς μπορούμε να κάνουμε τη διαφορά και πρέπει να το πιστέψουμε αυτό.
Το Νοέμβριο του 2020 η απώλεια γίνεται δύναμη ζωής. Το όραμα ελπίδα. Ο πόνος σπόρος. Γεννιέται η FairLife. Η FairLife είναι ο πρώτος μη κερδοσκοπικός οργανισμός στην Ελλάδα ενάντια στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια ανοίγουμε νέους δρόμους ενημέρωσης για την νόσο. Το τοπίο αλλάζει. Μιλάμε στους συμπολίτες μας για τους παράγοντες κινδύνου και τις ιατρικές εξελίξεις. Εργαζόμαστε για την πρόληψη και την έγκαιρη διάγνωση με την αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας. Υποστηρίζουμε τους ανθρώπους που ζουν με την ασθένεια στη χώρα μας. Η φωνή σου μετράει. Στη FairLife οι προσωπικές ιστορίες γίνονται δύναμη για όσους δίνουν τη δική τους μάχη. Είναι πηγή ελπίδας για το μέλλον. Μαζί σπάμε τη σιωπή και τα στερεότυπα γύρω από τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Το πρόγραμμα Breath παρέχεται δωρεάν και πανελλαδικά.
Εν τούτης, ο κάθε ασθενής είναι ένας κόσμος που έρχεται εκείνη την ώρα και εσύ μπορείς να του προσφέρεις τα πάντα, τη ζωή.
Μιλάμε για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας, βάζοντας την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος στην εξίσωση. Φέραμε κοντά μας τα νέα παιδιά, τους πρωταθλητές μας, ανθρώπους που μας εμπνέουν να συνεχίσουμε.
Καθαρό περιβάλλον, υγιείς πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
...14 λεπτά για την αγάπη του παιχνιδιού.
Η ζωή είναι
COVID.
Την ανάσα.
Και όχι ο
καρκίνος του πνεύμονα.
Μέσα σε μόλις 4 χρόνια προσεγγίσαμε χιλιάδες ανθρώπους μέσα από τις καμπάνιες μας, τα προγράμματα ψυχοκοινωνικής υποστήριξης και τις δράσεις μας.
Όραμά μας είναι να σώσουμε όσο γίνεται περισσότερες ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Δίνουμε νέα πνοή στο έργο μας. Συνεργαζόμαστε μέσα και πέρα από τα σύνορα της Ελλάδας και της Ευρώπης. Η FairLife ταξιδεύει. Αποκτά γνώσεις και εμπειρία, κοιτάμε μπροστά με το ίδιο όραμα και νέες πρωτοβουλίες. Τα λόγια του κόσμου μας γεμίζουν χαρά. Οι βραβεύσεις μας δίνουν τη δύναμη να συνεχίσουμε, να καταφέρουμε ακόμη περισσότερα. Κλείνοντας 4 χρόνια ενημέρωσης και υποστήριξης, σας ευχαριστούμε που είστε μαζί μας σε αυτό το ταξίδι. τους υποστηρικτές μας, τους συνεργάτες, φίλους, εθελοντές και τα μέλη της ομάδας μας.
Ένα ακόμη podcast για την υγεία των πνευμόνων από την FairLife, φροντίδα και πρόληψη για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Και για τα επόμενα λεπτά θα σας κρατήσουμε συντροφιά σε μια ανοιχτή κουβέντα για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας.
Για μας στη FairLife θεωρούμε ότι η γνώση είναι επιλογή, η υγεία είναι επιλογή, η ζωή είναι επιλογή.
Μετά από μια σειρά εξετάσεων και αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας, ο Αλέξης διαγνώστηκε με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα σε αρχικό στάδιο. Με τον κατάλληλο συνδυασμό θεραπείας, ο Αλέξης πρόλαβε και απολαμβάνει τη ζωή.
Είναι ένα θαύμα γιατί πέρασαν 8 χρόνια από την διάγνωση.
Τίποτα δεν χάνεται.
Όσο πιο πολλοί είμαστε, τόσο πιο καλά μπορούμε να ακουστούμε.
Θα έλεγα γιατί η πάθη στην οποία αναφέρεστε δεν προκαλεί χαμόγελα. Αλλά εσείς έχετε δημιουργήσει αυτό το φορέα για να δώσετε χαμόγελο όπου μπορείτε. Και όχι μόνο στον ασθενή, αλλά και στο φροντιστή.
Βγείτε έξω, αναπνεύστε, κρατήστε τους πνεύμονές σας καθαρούς.
Χαίρομαι πολύ που βρισκόμαστε σε κάθε πόλη και μοιραζόμαστε το μήνυμα με όλους εσάς, γιατί όλοι εμείς μπορούμε να κάνουμε τη διαφορά και πρέπει να το πιστέψουμε αυτό.
Το Νοέμβριο του 2020 η απώλεια γίνεται δύναμη ζωής. Το όραμα ελπίδα. Ο πόνος σπόρος. Γεννιέται η FairLife. Η FairLife είναι ο πρώτος μη κερδοσκοπικός οργανισμός στην Ελλάδα ενάντια στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια ανοίγουμε νέους δρόμους ενημέρωσης για την νόσο. Το τοπίο αλλάζει. Μιλάμε στους συμπολίτες μας για τους παράγοντες κινδύνου και τις ιατρικές εξελίξεις. Εργαζόμαστε για την πρόληψη και την έγκαιρη διάγνωση με την αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας. Υποστηρίζουμε τους ανθρώπους που ζουν με την ασθένεια στη χώρα μας. Η φωνή σου μετράει. Στη FairLife οι προσωπικές ιστορίες γίνονται δύναμη για όσους δίνουν τη δική τους μάχη. Είναι πηγή ελπίδας για το μέλλον. Μαζί σπάμε τη σιωπή και τα στερεότυπα γύρω από τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Το πρόγραμμα Breath παρέχεται δωρεάν και πανελλαδικά.
Εν τούτης, ο κάθε ασθενής είναι ένας κόσμος που έρχεται εκείνη την ώρα και εσύ μπορείς να του προσφέρεις τα πάντα, τη ζωή.
Μιλάμε για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας, βάζοντας την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος στην εξίσωση. Φέραμε κοντά μας τα νέα παιδιά, τους πρωταθλητές μας, ανθρώπους που μας εμπνέουν να συνεχίσουμε.
Καθαρό περιβάλλον, υγιείς πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
14 λεπτά για την αγάπη του παιχνιδιού.
Η ζωή είναι
COVID.
την ανάσα
Και όχι ο
καρκίνος του πνεύμου.
Μέσα σε μόλις 4 χρόνια προσεγγίσαμε χιλιάδες ανθρώπους μέσα από τις καμπάνιες μας, τα προγράμματα ψυχοκοινωνικής υποστήριξης και τις δράσεις μας.
Όραμά μας είναι να σώσουμε όσο γίνεται περισσότερες ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Δίνουμε νέα πνοή στο έργο μας. Συνεργαζόμαστε μέσα και πέρα από τα σύνορα της Ελλάδας και της Ευρώπης. Η FairLife ταξιδεύει. Αποκτά γνώσεις και εμπειρία, κοιτάμε μπροστά με το ίδιο όραμα και νέες πρωτοβουλίες. Τα λόγια του κόσμου μας γεμίζουν χαρά. Οι βραβεύσεις μας δίνουν τη δύναμη να συνεχίσουμε, να καταφέρουμε ακόμη περισσότερα. Κλείνοντας 4 χρόνια ενημέρωσης και υποστήριξης, σας ευχαριστούμε που είστε μαζί μας σε αυτό το ταξίδι. Τους υποστηρικτές μας, τους συνεργάτες, φίλους, εθελοντές και τα μέλη της ομάδας μας.
Ένα ακόμη podcast για την υγεία των πνευμόνων από την FairLife, φροντίδα και πρόληψη για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Και για τα επόμενα λεπτά θα σας κρατήσουμε συντροφιά σε μια ανοιχτή κουβέντα για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας.
Για μας στη FairLife θεωρούμε ότι η γνώση είναι επιλογή, η υγεία είναι επιλογή, η ζωή είναι επιλογή.
Μετά από μια σειρά εξετάσεων και αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας, ο Αλέξης διαγνώστηκε με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα σε αρχικό στάδιο. Με τον κατάλληλο συνδυασμό θεραπείας, ο Αλέξης πρόλαβε και απολαμβάνει τη ζωή.
Είναι ένα θαύμα γιατί πέρασαν 8 χρόνια από την διάγνωση.
Τίποτα δεν χάνεται.
Όσο πιο πολλοί είμαστε, τόσο πιο καλά μπορούμε να ακουστούμε.
Θα έλεγα γιατί η πάθη στην οποία αναφέρεστε δεν προκαλεί χαμόγελα. Αλλά εσείς έχετε δημιουργήσει αυτό το φορέα για να δώσετε χαμόγελο όπου μπορείτε. Και όχι μόνο στον ασθενή, αλλά και στο φροντιστή.
Βγείτε έξω, αναπνεύστε, κρατήστε τους πνεύμονές σας καθαρούς.
Χαίρομαι πολύ που βρισκόμαστε σε κάθε πόλη και μοιραζόμαστε το μήνυμα με όλους εσάς, γιατί όλοι εμείς μπορούμε να κάνουμε τη διαφορά και πρέπει να το πιστέψουμε αυτό.
Επιστρέψαμε λοιπόν και αφού ο κύριος Μπουκοβίνας είναι ήδη στην αίθουσα και μας περιμένει, δεν χρειάζεται να τον αφήσουμε να περιμένει άλλο. Παρακαλώ. Ελάτε.
Καλό σας μεσημέρι. Για άλλη μία φορά...
We are once again guests of FairLife. Thank you very much. Wish you success here in Greece and abroad. I will talk about something that is self-evident. What are these interdisciplinary councils in Greece? So we will see which patients that could reap a benefit out of this, and at which points this could be the case. Maybe initially when we see a mass in the lung to identify the best way to proceed to biopsy, because it's very important to get the right material in quantity and in quality. And after the completion of this type of testing, we could have a second discussion on the proposed strategic therapeutic scheme. This goes back to 1986, almost 40 years ago. It's about the necessity of the Oncology Council. It's a tool to check on your own work. Let us not forget this, because some people think that these councils are there only for patients. That's wrong in my view. Of course, patients are the most important thing, but there are some other secondary benefits. Indicatively, you see how important this oncological council is in other types of cancers. 1000% improvement of survival only in 10 years. This article indicates that both ASCONT and ESMO have a consensus statement on the quality of cancer care. There are various things offered, but here in red you see that the interdisciplinary care is also important, because it is a part of quality health services. And now, let's see the basics. Oncological councils, there are many, but what are they to do if they are good? Because that's the point. It's not just for 3 people to sit down and talk about what they will do with the patient. You actually need a good, well-instructed team. For lung cancer, you need a specialized radiologist, for example. You need the chest surgeon, but not a heart surgeon, unless he has to be one, because the tumor is close to the heart. So you need a basic team, specialized team. You need infrastructure. It's not just sitting around a round table, just having a look at X-rays and CT scans. This is the past. What we need to have is to have secretarial infrastructure as well, and all images need to be uploaded. You need the pathologist's report with the molecular mutations, probably. So all this is important to have the right team. And you need to be prepared. You need to have a secretary, for example, that will say to the patients, okay, that's enough, give us the cases, give us the data and whatever is necessary, because the team might not come from the same place. Now, decisions have to be based on the patient. Guidelines are not enough. What is most important is to make sure that the preferences of the patient are taken into consideration. We need to see where they live, whether they live close or far away from the center, that they have a specific family, a specific occupation. All these things are very important to be taken into consideration. Finally, you need a powerful personality to coordinate everything. That is for the governance of the team, because there will always be egoisms, people that could sneak in just to see how the system works. and get what they want out of it without offering anything. So coordination is necessary, and this coordination has to be very smart and building bridges. Now, the benefits of the MDT are many and various. There is improvement in the effectiveness of treatment, but this also has a financial impact on the health system, which is important. All participants improve their communication skills, and many times we feel satisfied, and it's better for our well-being. Of course, when we get out of our meetings, we become empowered. So there is better participation in clinical trials. There are training opportunities. I have learned a lot from radiologists and chest surgeons, and I just hope that they have learned something from the oncologists. There is support in a collegiate environment, which is very important. There is also some legal certainty, because we run increased legal risks nowadays, and the clinical results are far better. So in such a council for the lung, we have the lung expert, people that do interventions or do diagnosis, and they know all lung diseases, chest surgeon, radiotherapist, radiologist, nuclear medicine expert for PET, and more specific therapies, more specialized, the pathologist, the medical oncologist, the palliative team, the palliative center is very, very important. It has to be involved right from the start. And of course, if there is a clinical trial running, you need to have some members of the clinical trial involved. Now we see how this multidisciplinary team could be further evolving. We have people coming from different areas in Greece, and indeed this was mostly used during the coronavirus era. So this is how we could have the synchronous meeting or the asynchronous meeting. You can store it and come back to it, especially for training purposes, which is very important, because in this way there is an increased attraction of specialized people, be it for example neck surgeons, that could be important, or those that are specialized in the esophagus or abdominal. So you need to have a full spectrum of specialized physicians. Of course, not all platforms are adequate for such a model, but actually I think that this is what we should have today across the world, or at least in the Western world, in Southern Eastern Asia areas as well. And this is the case if we manage to do something about the GDPR problems, which are important. Now, this institution is something we have in Greece. It dates back to 2012. However, it's not so well established. In the middle of financial crisis, they did it just because they wanted to reduce the cost and not because they wanted to improve the clinical outcomes of the patients. There are 15 paragraphs in our legislation mentioning to what has to be done, and this is obsolete. For example, the members, in the past they only had the third basic specialties, but the pathologist is not mentioned, for example, in this legal framework. It's obsolete anyway, and it needs to be radically amended. It's not implemented in practice, of course. We need to see the types of connectivity we could have, and it's not training at all. This model of our legislation is not a training model at all. And how about tomorrow? We will have the molecular council, molecular interdisciplinary council. So right from the start, it would be like a reflex test, as Mr. Foucault said, even before surgery. Sometimes, for some specific types of patients, we need to have a rough molecular profile, and of course, definitely later after diagnosis, because sometimes we have conflicting findings. Of course, there are differences among health systems, countries, institutions, but the focus should be given on the patients and also access to medication. This is not to be taken for granted. And this is the best clinical practice. Finally, we need to review the Greek legislation on the interdisciplinary council. There are many benefits, improving care, improving efficiencies and efficacy. And here we see yet again that an oncologist cannot do everything, or a radiologist. Specialization is of essence. And we also need to have this molecular interdisciplinary council as fast as possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Η πάσα έγινε, κύριε Φούκα, από τον κύριο Μπουκοβίν. Έλα.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank FairLife and Mrs. Patelli for their invitation. And I would like to mention a couple of things about the pathologist's lab in lung cancer diagnosis. I'm not going to talk about molecular biomarkers because they were mentioned extensively before. I will mainly focus on diagnostic and predictive biomarkers we see under the microscope. Let me start with bioptic samples. Bioptic samples in lung cancer are by nature a difficult task for pathologists. And I have to show you some pictures. Here we see different cellular landscapes, let's say. We can see in a small biopsy, in this small bioptic sample, you need to be fast in deciding your approach, taking into consideration the cost, but mainly whether we have enough material for further molecular testing. So it's good to have the good history and the imaging. We need to know what happened in the past and focus on diagnostic biomarkers without wasting a lot of material. Why? Because you see the paraffin blocks here. This is a surgical preparation. We have enough material 2 times 2 centimeters, but below it's a small biopsy, 0.3 times 0.2 times 0.1, which is very, very limited. So we need to really organize the way we will cut our material down, and in order to have enough for all our biomarkers. And the oncologists need to take care of the quality and the macroscopic description of the material. Maybe they should think of smaller targeted panels, because with large panels and not enough material, sensitivity is very low. So here we see a typical adenocarcinoma. If it's the only lesion based on what our clinical colleagues say, the only thing we have to do is a TTF1. That is a marker with a sensitivity of about 80%, indicating that this is a primary of the lung. If it's negative, we cannot say that it is lung adenocarcinoma. It will be just adenocarcinoma in general, and then we'll have to discuss with our colleagues. And we would say that indeed this looks like a primary adenocarcinoma of the lung. Here, things are more difficult. Again, we have to use only two tests, immunohistochemistry, adenocarcinoma, and then squamous cell carcinoma. Here, no staining is necessary. It is a squamous cell carcinoma. Keratin is also produced, so no staining should be wasted. Maybe if there is something in the history like a head and neck carcinoma for our patient, we could check for HPV. So this would mean that it is a metastatic case. Now, another difficult case, too many cells densely placed, blue and crash. So here it could be a neuroendocrinic carcinoma. We have a lot of staining for our differential diagnosis. Here we have again this type of neoplasia with low malignancy. We have some neuroendocrine markers again here, and Ki67 as well. Other difficult cases for us, these cells here are necrotic, they're splendoid, I would say. Our differential diagnosis could be between mesothelioma, carcinosarcoma, or a sarcoma, metastatic sarcoma in the lung. Again, we need to take a history. And again, we need to make a differential diagnosis. So our markers have to be kept for molecular techniques, but we need a panel which would be useful for our diagnosis. Finally, we have a lot of, rather lately, we have a lot of cases with neoadjuvant therapy, that is adjuvant therapy before surgery. It is an approach, chemoactive or immunotherapy before treatment. Pathologists actually give the pathologic response, that is the percentage of viable cells after treatment. And this is very important because first we can check on the outcome of the neoadjuvant therapy, that is of the drug, and the pathologic response is correlated with improved survival. So you don't need to wait for the overall survival. A couple of things again. This is the full pathologic response, that is no cancer cells at all where the tumor used to be, which is very important for the prognosis, or major pathologic response, that is less than 10% of viable cancer cells in the preparation. You see such a preparation? How many cuts we have to make to the full extension of the tumor bed to check the whole area of the neoplasia. Here you see what we see, we see the percentage of viable cancerous cells, the extent of the necrosis, and the percentage of the stroma. Immunohistochemic markers, they are also very important. We don't need that many cells because we check on driver mutations. We see some protein molecules across the neoplasia. So we only need 50 or 100 cells for a good biomarker. PD-L1 is important in this case for the immunotherapeutic approach of the patients. And of course, it is prognostic for a good response. Another problem is that we have a lot of antibodies. They are necessary for each approval for medication and the various platforms. These devices, the equipment is very, very expensive. So it's only large private centers or university centers can have them. Here we see yet another approach for ALK. We use this clone. By this clone alone, we can identify the biomarker, and we always have to remember that we treat protein targets, not molecular targets. But as regards proteins, things are very difficult to estimate. Sometimes it's really, really difficult to assess the situation. And here you see a couple of other new markers. And finally, we have the antibody-drug conjugates, which have a cytotoxic, the cytotoxic tail, tresuteroxica for HER2, and there are more coming antibodies, that is, to give information to our colleagues, the oncologists. Finally, I would like to say that digital pathology is something that has to be further developed to move on to artificial intelligence. We need to learn how to scan our samples, and we need to learn how to cooperate remotely, not use the microscope that much, but using our computers. Finally, I would like to say that even in the curricula, pathology is, let's say, the trunk of the tree of medicine. There are the roots, the basic science, and we have our clinician doctors as well as branches. So our work has become more pleasant than it used to be, but also tougher. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Atraktos.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Ευχαριστώ.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. I will focus on the side of an interventionist lung expert. For example, we have an obstructive case, it's lung cancer. And when the case comes to us, the patient has obstruction of the central airway. 1 out of 4 cases, 20-25% of lung cancer patients are unlucky, and the central airway is affected, the main bronchi or the trachea. And when we have such a case and one main bronchus and the relevant lung is obstructed, we only have limited therapeutic treatments. The oncologist cannot administer chemotherapy because of the obstruction of the lung, and this would be conducive to infections. The radiologist cannot do anything. So is the patient doomed? We cannot do anything about the patient. We can only open up the airway. You see 2 sets of photos, and we have 1 hour between them. We have full atelectasia and obstruction, and then 1 hour later with the opened up of the airway. The difference is huge, because now the patient can be treated systematically and get radiation if necessary. The difference in survival of patients that had obstructed the central airway in comparison to those that didn't have an obstructed central in a large hospital in Shanghai, because intervention center, you sit up, you see those that didn't have the obstruction used to live much longer. But then in 2008 there was an invasive group set up, and this difference was eradicated. So obstruction, atelectasia of the lung or the trachea can live as long as the others if we remove the tumor that obstructs the airway. And the difference in survival was also indicated in a large study we did at the Sotirian Clinical Hospital. The patients that accepted this treatment lived more months in comparison to those that were not treated invasively, either because they didn't want to or because they were not referred to it by their oncologists. Those that had the obstructed airway lived less, and it was about quality of life. There were further complications, hemorrhage, acute distress, respiratory distress. You see, the quality of life is immediately improved. Of course, there could be a restenosis, so we could intervene again to improve the quality of life. So the quality of life, survival and complications depends on the lungs, and in these cases some patients cannot be operated on. In some cases, because of the atelectasia of the lung, you might believe that it's not possible to proceed to a surgical treatment. This was a colic, but then we found out that there were no lymph nodes in the mediastinum against therapy. So there was initial chemotherapy and then lobectomy, right lower. The patient lived for many years in health after surgery and systematic treatment, whereas initially we thought that it was a hopeless case. So we should always try whether we could have surgery initially or not. If there is an obstruction of the airway, we have to do whatever it takes to open up the airways and give all chances to this patient. How are we to do this? We combine all available techniques. We have a mechanical opening with a bronchoscopy. Let's watch the video. You see this with this rigid tunnel that could be used in the bronchi with various techniques. We could cauterize the tumor or take it full out and remove it, restore the patency of the airway. But of course, the regional airways have to be patent. If we only have a central lesion and regionally the bronchi are open, that's okay. And you see there is pus coming from underneath. So we could do some debulking techniques or remove our tumor mechanically with our forceps, for example. Reduce the obstructive tumor. Just see how the airways are after we remove the tumor, and then we can decide whether we'll have a cauterization, laser, or whatever, stent. That's the tumor. If you've never seen a tumor, this is an amorphous mass, but now there is a full respiration again. This is the non-rigid method. We go around the tumor and cut it out without blood. Within 5 minutes, you see there is some electricity used, and the whole tumor will be resected within a few minutes with not a drop of blood. The other methods, we also have the argon plasma coagulation. It's cautery, but without a contact. We spray with argon, which is ionized, so it's electricity on it, and actually we spray electricity to cauterize the mucus with good hemostasis. It's not a laser, it's electrocautery non-contact. So it's a coagulation. So we can get proper biopsies for good diagnosis and fully remove tumors from the airways. And finally we have the cryoprobe debulking. We can, well, it's like a catheter with liquid nitrogen up to -80 degrees, and it sticks on the tumor, so we can remove huge tumors and effectively release the flow in the airways. Now, the type of technique or techniques depends on the pathology. If the lesion is only in the lumen, we will just remove the tumor. But if it's a mixed situation, that is, the wall is also distracted, we need to support the airway with a stent to keep it open. If there is outside pressure, for example in the mediastinum, and a large tumor that exerts pressure on the trachea and makes it more narrow or thinner, we cannot proceed to laser or corrado or debulking. We could just use a stent to keep the airway open, to keep the patency through time for this patient to proceed to other treatments. Stent. This is Charles Stent, 19th century. He used the first stents for teeth, for the alveolar. He thought of using it to keep the anatomy of the mouth after removing teeth. So all endoprotheses are called stents now. We have silicone stents, we have metal ones, they are covered or sometimes uncovered. We have the hybrid ones, some are fully covered with silicone or polyurethane. And of course there are different possibilities. Stent is something difficult because it's a foreign body in the body that could cause complications, secretions. It doesn't let the procedure of removal mucus from the bronchi. So we could have mucostasis, for example, and clogging of the stent. So we need some additional measures. It's not simple. Sometimes those that are not experts, they say just place a stent. It's not that easy. We place stents only if it's absolutely necessary and we cannot avoid it. And there is some life expectancy without symptoms or life expectancy for further treatments. What is very, very important is the reconstruction of the carina. That is, in this case, we could have some tumors that affect both airways. In these cases, we have to be very, very careful in order to reduce the bulk of this tumor. You see, there are problems in both bronchi. We can remove it, cauterize it, and have the right type of stent to cover the carina. Quite briefly, let me mention some complications during treatment. There is radiation, chemotherapy, and then communication. We see communication between the trachea and the esophagus. This could be lethal. Treatment is stopped. The patient cannot eat. They cannot swallow water. They cannot. They suffer infections. And invasively, we could do something by using stents to avoid this communication between the two lumens. Finally, today we have ready-made and standardized stents, but we also have custom-made stents based on the specific problem of the patient. We could have a 3D reconstruction of the specific airway and design stents for a specific patient. There are companies that produce 3D stents custom-made for each patient, especially if there are particularities in the anatomy. After surgery, for example, they could have one lamin or the airways are not straight, so we need something very, very specific and particular. We can do it today for our patients. And of course, we have radioactive stents for brachytherapy. Local brachytherapy, that is, through stents. Stents could be invested with iodine and offer this type of treatment. That's very, very interesting, and there are many new ideas on this. And of course, we could use some seeds as well of radioisotopes. This is our team in Sotiria, the fullest team in our country, providing all possibilities I showed you. We have invested heavily in training young colleagues. We want to produce a new generation of lung experts, very well trained in invasive techniques. And we hope that together with colleagues from other specialities could offer better treatments for our patients. Thank you very much.
Παρακαλώ, κύριος Παπαγιαννόπουλος να έρθει στη σκηνή και μια παράκληση στους ομιλητές και στις ομιλήτρες του εξής. Σας παρακαλώ, βλέπετε το χρόνο, να μην ξεφεύγουμε.
I would like to beseech all speakers to remain true to the time allotted to them because we are running behind schedule considerably. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I hope that the work of Ms. Pateli-Bell will continue to go its way hand in hand with physicians and will have a better expectancy, not just a life expectancy for the patients, but also for all interested stakeholders. I am a thoracic surgeon, which means that I'm going to be discussing thoracic surgery. And besides the fact that we've had all those wonderful technological developments that have been already mentioned, you see here the data on lung cancer. We've got 1.5 million cases annually. We've got new challenges. Very often we speak of trials with 5-year survival, which is amazing, especially with stage 1. We see on the right side of my slide, we have an expectancy of 65%, and then stage 2, 40%, stage 3, 15%, and stage 4, whenever we come across it, 5%, which means that we're still facing with problems when it comes to lung cancer and its treatment. And there is a very important reason behind that. Very often we treat what we see, or we try to treat what we see, but we also have to face invisible challenges, micrometastases. And of course, all cancers are not the same. They all behave differently biologically and molecularly. Surgeons have been reinforced in their task to tackle lung cancer the last 5 years with revolutionary techniques. Now we operate on stages 1 and 2, stage 3 in polytherapy, and stage 4 for oligometastatic disease patients. A great revolution has been the one of minimally invasive surgery. I believe that these are techniques that our colleagues, fellow thoracic surgeons, can use and should use, not just in order to advertise the kind of technique that we will be performing, but also because we want to preserve the respiratory reserves And so with early stage, number one, we operate, of course, and our job increases, our workload increases, especially among countries and patients that undergo screening. And this allows us to intervene a lot earlier as thoracic surgeons. But now we need to move away from the typical classical lobectomies, where we used to excise large parts of the lungs, and try to move to smaller excisions. If we have a very localized disease, there's no need to excise a large part of the lung. We can have a minimally invasive surgery in order to excise just a part of the lung, a small one. And there are many big trials that have offered data on 5-year survival for various malignancies, early stage primarily. And there we see that there is no significant difference between lobectomy and smaller lung excisions. From Leeds, a series 2017 to 2022, our experience has moved beyond 500 segmentectomies. Currently, and this is important because segmentectomies used to have a very low disease-free survival rate compared to what they do now. Some may say, why do they have a better life expectancy? It's not just about being a good surgeon, it's also about selecting, either with the help of an oncology board or with an MDT, the help of an MDT, selecting the right segment to excise. Here you see the data on segmentectomies that were sublobar resection 17 to 2022 once again. And here we do notice significant differences in between segmentectomies, the various segmentectomies, and sphenoid segmentectomies, because unfortunately there are some colleagues that christen sphenoid segmentectomies as simple segmentectomies. They're not the same operation, however. Does it apply to everything? No. A contemporary thoracic surgeon needs to know that a segmentectomy does not have the same outcome for each patient. We may be advertising the fact that with segmentectomy we have better respiratory reserves for our patient. If we sample a segmentectomy, if we have a sample segmentectomy of at the lower right corner, the outcome might be that we will have two segments that will not be as functional as they should be. And you see here that we need to prefer and go for segment 8. So the thoracic surgeon needs to be well aware of all this information before they provide their patient with a truly tailor-made treatment. Here, of course, when it comes to surgery, we've got in early stage 2, we've got the adjunctive and neo-adjunctive treatments that are very important, very powerful factors. Nowadays, we need to make sure that we utilize all tools in our arsenal to ensure that the patient requires either adjuvant or neoadjuvant surgery. And this is why I believe that if we manage to do that properly, we will see an increase in those two types of treatments. Of course, early stage 3, we do have good outcomes with surgery along with adjuvant or neoadjuvant treatment, but it all depends especially on the burden of the patient. The patients behave and their conditions behave differently, and this is why MDTs are so important. This is a slide with the primary preliminary results of Leeds, with 30 patients undergoing neoadjunctive therapy, chemo and nivo. Unfortunately, 1 out of 5 patients did not have surgery because their physical state could not support it, and we have open thorax surgeries out of the remaining patients. We had VATS conversion, 80% lobectomy, 4% pneumonectomy, and the reason I put this data on the slide was to show, not just to show what an excellent result we can achieve through surgery, but rather to point out that when something is publicized, we need to be very careful on how we study and examine. Let's look at the conversion rate, 6%, 5 to 6% for us at Leeds, which means that with patients that have neoadjunctive treatment, they have a larger possibility, a larger chance of open surgery, undergoing open surgery. And this is where we need to be very cautious and take into consideration all that needs to be looked at MDT level. And this brings me to this slide. It's not one size fits all. What are we looking at? Is it a squamous cell carcinoma? Is it an adenocarcinoma? What is the size? What are the margins? It's not that all patients need to be in one field, in one box. Each patient needs to be looked at differently depending on their needs and their condition, of course. So I reiterate that the role of the thoracic surgeon has been reinforced. We do have many tools in order to work with all 4 stages of non-small cell lung cancer, and we hope that both in Greece we will be able soon enough to perform surgery regardless of the stage. Of course, minimally invasive skills are sine qua non right now. All new colleagues need to become trained in minimally invasive skills to be able to have a thoracotomy. They need to be able to provide tailor-made solutions and preserve the quality of life of our patient. There is no reason to add days to the life of our patient if we cannot add quality to said life. We need to provide cancer operations, preserve functionality of adjuvant treatment, and of course supervise the patient's journey. And of course we are a member of a very special team. We look at multifactorial treatments, but we also need to be under the supervision of an oncology board, and all those agents put together should be the shield that protects our patient against lung cancer. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Fergadis to come to the podium. Good afternoon on my behalf as well. I'm very happy to be with you here today. My job is probably to serve as precursor of the next 2 speakers. I will try to sum up treatment algorithms in early and locally extended disease. So I will be giving you an overview. Whenever we speak about lung cancer, most of us think about non-small cell lung cancer, which accounts for 85% of lung cancers, with adenocarcinomas and squamous cell carcinomas rivaling each other, and some other forms also coming into play. When it comes to epidemiology, incidence and prevalence of lung cancer, let me remind you that most lung cancers are diagnosed at an advanced stage. And this is of particular importance in clinical practice because, as you can see on this chart, Survival largely depends on the stage at which a patient is diagnosed, first diagnosed. Let me also remind you that a large percentage of our patients, almost half of them, even if they are diagnosed and treated immediately, they may relapse later on in life. When it comes to risk factors, I think that those who have participated in any conference on lung cancer are more or less familiar. We're talking about ionizing radiation, smoking, passive smoking, family history, atmospheric pollution, and of course exposure to certain chemicals. It is not something that happens in a single day, in a single night. It develops over a series of years. We start with some genetically predisposing mutations, and we can move all the way up to exposure to other risk cancers, which lead to early cancer and then advanced cancer. When patients come to healthcare professionals specializing in lung cancer, the first thing we look at in order to assess what kind of treatment we're going to utilize is the stage, the history, the molecular profile, and the patient's features, the performance status, comorbidities, age, and sex. Most of us are familiar with certain clinical manifestations that are quite frequent. For example, coughing, dyspnea, shortness of breath, and diagnostic approach also includes imaging and techniques and blood testing. Right now, when we talk about stages 1B or 3, all the way to 3A, we've got surgery plus adjuvant treatment. Whereas when we talk about stages 3, all stages 3, we also have chemoradiation treatment and immunotherapy for those that cannot support or tolerate surgery. There are stages that can accommodate a surgical approach, an invasive approach. There are some factors that will define the selection of adjuvant or neoadjuvant therapy. It has to do with the assessments of the experts. If the PD-L1 shows specific mutations, if there are any driving mutations, if the person is fit for chemo, fit for surgery, and then we have to take into consideration assessment of the pneumologist, of the surgeon, the extent of the operation, and of course the patient themselves, if they understand what is about to happen and whether they have a support network. When it comes to surgery and adjuvant treatment, which is the topic on which I can talk, we see that surgery does not provide a lot of added value. There was about a 5% improvement in the outcome, in the 5-year outcome. However, nowadays we know that a large percentage of our patients has activating mutations, some of which can be targeted, and we know that in advanced stages we have an added value brought by immunotherapy, which is moving to earlier resectable stages. So if we look at them in a certain kind of order, let's look at what patients happen when they, what happens to patients when they have an activating mutation like EGFR mutation. They can undergo surgery, and then based on the outcome of the ADORA trial, we see that if they get a targeted agent segmented, this will enhance 5-year survival. Here we see the overall population, but this also applies to side stages. And if we divide our patients on whether they underwent adjuvant treatment post-operatively or not, we see that there is systemic treatment that can be given. Of course, this all comes at a cost. 1 out of 4 patients may suffer from an important side effect. Now, if our patients, the ones that have locally extended lung cancer, cannot undergo surgery, do we have any choice? Yes, we had the LAURA trial study, which added chemotherapy, which added osimertinib to people that were undergoing chemotherapy, and this improved once again 5-year survival. And then we can add alectinib. This is another study, ALINA, with a similar design, without the chemotherapy though. It showed that resected patients either had a rearrangement or they were treated with alectinib. It was a positive, there was a positive outcome. You see on the charts the overall survival and relapse-free survival. And this also comes at a cost that 1 out of 3 patients will also suffer from an important side effect. You will hear about this with much better, more details. Mr. Levisopoulos will speak right after me. Now, if we have no driver mutations, what do? We need to reinforce our own immune system, and we know that because it covers all stages. So immunotherapy finds its place both in neoadjuvant, perioperative patients. We have 2 studies, Empower 010 and Pearl's Keynote 91. They looked into different ages, atezolizumab and pembrolizumab, following standard care, meaning surgery and chemio, as an adjuvant to patients that have not improved sufficiently and have undergone lung surgery for cancer. And when it came to relapse of the disease, there was a pretty good outcome, and things get even more interesting when we look at the use of immunotherapy even earlier, prior to the surgery. As we have seen, there could be chemotherapy plus immunotherapy before surgery for a couple of months, and then following surgery, and can also be perioperative. And we see here the studies, Checkmate and Keynote and Aegean, that examined the perioperative use of immunotherapy adjuvantly. Now, Checkmate 816 and Keynote 671 have shown a significant benefit in patient survival, but also the ones looking at perioperative use, Checkmate 77T and Aegean, also have shown a significant improvement as regards survival, free of disease-free survival. Now, the chemoimmunotherapy has brought about good regression percentages, which seem to amount to 20 to 25% for all trials. You will hear more about that by Mr. Munzios coming soon. And if we don't have driver mutations and I cannot be operated on, do I have any choices? Yes, we mentioned EGFR, but all the others, we have ALK therapy and the chemioactive therapy that has been used in practice for many years now, that at a 70% rate keeps our patients going for 5 years. Whenever, as I said before, we all think about non-small cell lung cancer, but we also have small cell lung cancer. In that case, operation is the option of choice, surgical resection. If that doesn't work, we will go to chemioactive treatment. And very recently, we've had the first publication of the outcomes of this study, where they tried to introduce to this kind of patients as well the chemo-immuno combo. And once again, we see here that it seems to be working just fine, beautifully even, and they are about to submit the paper. So, algorithms, if it's small cell lung cancer, resection and adjuvant chemo radiation, and or with or without immuno. And when we're talking about non-small cell lung cancer, the algorithm might be the way you see it on the screen. Is it resectable? Yes, no. If it is yes, we'll look at chemo, hormonal, and a targeting agent. We'll look at whether there is a driver mutation in order to prescribe the right agent in order to lead to the targeting of EGFR mutations or alterations or rearrangements. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Yet another year. FairLife and Ms. Patelli are to be congratulated for always bringing the lung on the front line for all of us to know how important breath is. The previous speakers made my job easier, and more specifically the last one by Mr. Forgadis, who definitely managed to explain in a simple way the whole lung cancer algorithm very easily within only a few minutes. So I will be as brief as possible in elaborating on the role of immunotherapy in lung cancer when this is operable. This is what we refer to as a potentially exceptional condition. Why is it we're talking about this primary condition? Because 1 out of 3 patients, even today as we speak, is diagnosed with lung cancer at a stage that is still operable, which is even more frequent in the post-COVID era, with such an increased trend amongst the population for people to undergo thorax imagery after some infection, which leads to a diagnosis at an early stage. Secondly, why is it we should be adding something to an already good surgery? Because unfortunately, even in the best of cases, in the case of the surgery described by Mr. Papagiannopoulos, we may not bring about a cure for many patients. This is not breast cancer, you see. Even at those stages where as stage 1B, which is still a very primary stage, an early stage, half of patients, unless they get some complementary treatment, may relapse within the next 5 years, which goes up to the unacceptable 3 out of 4 patients developing such a thing at stage 3. So why should we resort to immunotherapy? As Mr. Forgadis says, chemotherapy is not much help to good surgery. Some 5% of increase in overall life expectancy. Why? Because we know that immunotherapy works in advanced lung cancer cases, if not in all, in some of the cases when it comes to advanced lung cancer conditions. Secondly, we should always bear in mind that in early stages the target is still a cure, or trying to cure the patient, trying to prevent relapse as much as possible, which is much easier to happen by resorting to immunotherapy, which works, is more efficient when the condition is still at a very early age, and this we know through a series of studies. Moreover, we should always bear in mind that data from real life and our clinical practice suggest that 50% of the patients operated and then relapsed did so in a systematic way by way of remote metastasis, which suggests that immunotherapy might still play a conclusive role. Immunotherapy, this much we know, is quite efficient against the microstatic diffusion of the condition in targeting those metastatic cells not otherwise visible by PET or anything else, but still there and potentially leading to metastasis. Last, some lab controls also say that in the microenvironment of the tumor, cancer cells produce substances that affect our immune system, telling the immune system not to attack, and therefore are allowed to expand. This is a very good chance we have therapeutically if we can revert this immunodepression at early stage by way of immunotherapy. This slide is the distillate of my entire presentation, one before last. The pros and cons of why we should be resorting to immunotherapy rather before or after surgery, or even both before and after. To put it simply, if we resort to immunotherapy, and more often than not this happens together with the chemotherapy for a couple of 3 or 4 cycles before surgery, we may first of all understand better the cancer's biology in a specific patient, because the tumor is still standing, and still we can operate in vivo within the body, and while there we may study what the reaction is to the treatment. Then there's better activation of the immune system because the antigens that are stimulating the immune system, the anti-cancerous ones, are still within the body. Just as Mr. Papagiannou said, there are less lungectomies pre-operatively and pre-chemotherapy. We have seen that there is a reduced need for pulmonectomy, which still is a mutilating process, especially on the right side, and there is a possibility for us to gauge the rate of destruction of cancer cells, otherwise said, what our therapy administered preoperatively did to the tumor, how much of those cells was destroyed. It is a pathological treatment spoke about by Mr. Focus. Now, some downplaying facts: 50 to 20%, 1 out of 5 never reach surgery, either because they do not react to this pre-operative treatment, bad prognosis of patients. Those are patients needing to be studied more and be subjected to more efficient therapies, or because of some side effects of immunotherapy that might delay or even postpone surgery, or because for a variety of reasons there is comorbidity that makes it impossible to operate. The treatment we are administering may have side effects that might also have an effect in surgery. Unfortunately, up to this day, the predictability index is not sufficient. We do not know how many and which patients do respond to this kind of pre-operative chemotherapy. Mr. Foucault suggested what is the best solution, and the entire preoperative strategy in this case is based on a minor portion of tissue have taken away because the tumor is still there and has not been excised. On the right side, in the post-operative phase, there is an advantage. We're not losing surgery, there's no delay, the patient is suffering no side effects that might make surgery difficult. We know, it is so suggested generally, that there is a considerable reduction of the probability of relapse, and there is a probable benefit in terms of survival rates, especially amongst the PD-L1 patients, more than 50%. On the other hand, post-operative immunotherapy is administered over 1 year in most cases, and it's not easy for a patient to conform post-surgery Sometimes compliance is problematic because the patient believes that once operated he's fine. After 4 cycles of chemotherapy, he is also given immunotherapy. It has been established that compliance amongst patients is at 65 to 70%. 1 out of 3 refuse to take immunotherapy despite suggestion. Half of patients still complete 1 year of adjuvant immunotherapy for a variety of reasons. They may nevertheless discontinue on their own free will because they are tired of it, or they do not like the side effects, or because there is a relapse and deterioration of their condition. The higher the immunotherapy, the more likely it is for immunotherapeutic side effects to manifest themselves. And my last slide is about our many conclusions. Let us remember that when administering immunotherapy together with chemotherapy for 3 to 4 cycles before surgery, already at that stage number 2 under the new staging system all the way through to stage 3A. By the way, I was very happy to hear Mr. Papagiannopoulos mention stage 2 as a candidate stage for pre-operative immunotherapy. Now we know there is a considerable increase of the rate of destruction of cancer cells, and with it the likelihood of having no cancer found as of the biopsy of the biochemical preparation. This is a probability. Moreover, we are reducing the probability of relapse of cancer, whether before or after surgery, if we administer preoperative chemotherapy. If this happens post-surgery, what Mr. Foucault said is true. There is a considerable reduction of probability of relapse of cancer and the time to the relapse, but we do not have any data suggesting the rate of overall survival of patients who are only subject to adjuvant therapy. And when administered in the peri-operative setting, meaning before surgery for 3 to 4 cycles together with chemotherapy, and after surgery for 9 to 12 months, we know that we are considerably reducing the probability of relapse, and we may also increase the overall survival rate in some subgroups of patients by using specific immunotherapeutic factors as compared to chemotherapy alone. Thank you very much. Mr. Elevazopoulos is now kindly requested to take the floor.
Καλησπέρα, ευχαριστώ και εγώ πολύ την κυρία.
Good afternoon. I would like to also thank Mrs. Patelibel for the kind invitation and FairLife for giving me the opportunity of being part of this panel. I all the more rejoice at the fact that all other colleagues not only suggest that we are somehow overlapping and repeating ourselves, but we all are in consent on the new therapeutic scheme. We're all sensitized as to how to best manage patients that have been operated for lung malignancies. To all of us, the former generation who entered the world of oncology before 2000, we considered lung cancer a bad thing with no more than 6 to 8 months of survival, with no compounds to rely on. The new era shows something very clear. Lung cancer is a condition that has been reacting the best to the help of molecular biology, so that we now may safely say that we are at a point when we may treat lung cancer patients with malignancies in a very comprehensive way. So what Hippocrates said is the more palpable expression of this approach. Individualizing therapies, what exactly is adopted by our oncologists and all colleagues involved in the management of lung cancer patients. Individualization suggests we should work on one's age, comorbidity and overall status and condition. It is also about the way we approach the specific tissue molecular identity, the molecular imprint, all those mutations happening within the one and same oncological process that NGA is acknowledged, if we are to acknowledge and even discern amongst entities and be able to make a decision as to which would be the best treatment option for specific patients that have been operated and are now experiencing mutations. This is the objective. To attain survival becomes something very urgent, and one needs to work further on that. This we manage thanks to the acknowledgement of the molecular imprint. The diagnosis and tracking of all those imprints we refer to as oncological mutations, and the acknowledgement of this multitude of ROS, RAD, BRAF, and so many more elements. All these more recently developed molecular techniques. So within anti-D, just as Ms. Bukovina says, or the molecular pathological condition to decide before anything else how to proceed strategy-wise. Would it be a chemotherapy? Would it be immunotherapy? Would be radiation before and after? And also in fully fledged chemical preparation, we're able to determine where the material allows us to go away from the irritation risks and acknowledge something that we originally did not see. So the acknowledgement of genes in mutation that has been explained by Mr. Forgadis, something we have known already, and thanks to such as Isadora, allowed the patients to provide a complementary after surgery, not chemotherapy, but a pill, giving them the benefit of being spared a relapse and therefore delaying considerably the onset of a metastatic focus. Hence the major benefit, and moreover the protection we provide even in the case of metastasis in the central neural system. This is definitely what was highlighted, and thus we know that through appropriate management of specific targeting factors that might be just some pills, but thanks to some mechanisms may have benefit many more benefits than what we're used to, thanks to the chemotherapies in the past. And instead of making combinations as we did in the past, we have now new approaches.
Όμως πια ακόμα και η τοξικότητα, μια έμπειρη ογκολογική ομάδα μπορεί να διαχειριστεί.
An experienced oncological team may definitely manage those things and is able to provide this kind of therapeutic targeted choices to patients that have been acknowledged as such and therefore being spared the risk of becoming exposed to other therapies.
Του επιβάλλει να πάρει. Και μάλιστα ακριβώς αυτό το πλαίσιο.
Moreover, it is within this context that we have the acknowledgement of this necessity, and this is why those pre-operative additions of those targeted molecules happens, and we expect similar outcomes we should be able to discuss in future meetings. ALCA restructuring may also rely on this kind of approach. And through Alina that has been presented to you, there have been benefits that made obvious for specific patients belonging to this subgroup in terms of survival, in terms of delay of the onset and relapse, and in all those conclusive parts of the study highlighting the benefit of this kind of chemotherapy. And as of the various objections that were raised as to this or that having a higher risk of relapse, even in those cases it became apparent that there are positive benefits. And one step ahead, yet another thing that has been acknowledged, what the gene is that plays a role in that. This is not just about the molecular targeting compounds that have been studied under specific studies as Libretto 432, a phase study of adjuvant self-percanitib or placebo in stage 1B, with patients of similar targeted molecules as the conclusive points suggested by these announcements. KRAS, what we have been seeing in smokers, also has not been clearly targeted. We need to further elaborate on that, and some new data will become available very soon. So one has to draw the conclusion that yes, we should all be insisting on an endeavor that might be more onerous because it's not compensated, but it has to be followed. We need to have the molecular imprint. And this kind of molecules that are manageable because there are compounds and they should be used if we are to achieve what we are after, the optimum in outcome and better survival. For those subgroups that are typified by these mutations and may not have a benefit from chemotherapy but might benefit more from targeted therapy.
Όπως πριν εξαιρετικά ανέπτυξε ο κύριος Μούτζιος. Άρα ξανάρχομαι και...
Going back to what I said before, there is a new theme we should all insist on. We need to acknowledge the molecular biomarker and the mutations. The acknowledgement of these receptors we know are potential targets that guarantee hope and efficiency. All these new molecules may be referred to as targeted, but are nothing more than specific treatments that might give the change of mutations that are maintaining carcinogenesis. This is the biology that cancer uses to attack every patient and achieve many things, and as for immunotherapy, it has been dealt with before. The new fifth pillar that also yields the most hopeful outcomes for our patients to guarantee survival. We're fighting in every possible way, in whichever way, to get every new breath and sustain such breath in these patients. This is where the miracle of life exists. The poet said, the Lord is a breath in every breath. We need to protect it and fight for it in whichever way possible, using any means possible and managed. We all need to contribute to the holiness of this breath. We may get there by way of trusting the MD and the team. This is someone who thinks for you in your place, the person to support you in complying vis-a-vis the toxicities and the turbulences, the person to be with you, by you, with more empathy, holding your hand and suggesting what you need to take and how to go ahead so as to continue living in a most plausible way. If you are to be breathless by surprise and not by cancer. So we insist, we persist, we persevere, and we are fighting for the acknowledgement of the targeted therapies as the only hope we have likely to give us the wings to help life continue breathtakingly. Thank you very much.
Και ακολουθεί η παρέμβαση.
And now Mr. Papageorgiou. Dear friends and colleagues, dear guests, dear Corina, let me start by apologizing for not being there with you. Unfortunately, the ecumenical patriarchate, as you know, is in Greece, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so 3 days he will be in Sparta, and this morning he will be awarded the title, his honorary PhD title. So I had to stay here, though I wanted to come. I am here in Sparta. Corina, with whom our society has been cooperating beautifully, and we hope that this will go on with targeted programs. So Corina asked me to talk about the role of the nurse. I used a somewhat different title. It's what Corina and I want to do, is to have lung cancer nurses and what they could offer to cancer patients. Before starting my presentation, I happened to be at hospital on Friday with a lung situation. She's having immunotherapy with a lot of side effects and other problems, but I was impressed by one fact. In all sessions of her repeated treatments, there is a different question posed to me, and I'm quite impressed by the fact that this different question could be on the same topic but from a different viewpoint depending on the session. Keep this in mind, please, because it's important. Lung cancer nurse, what does this mean? These nurses are specialized and they have experience on lung cancer. They are part of a team in order to offer support, information, counseling during, right from the start, prevention, diagnosis and treatment. So actually, a lung care nurse does not only take care of patients in hospital. Such nurses play a very important role in prevention, also in early and right diagnosis, and of course they participate in treatment, which is very important. And as far as I understand, you must have explored the new medication, the new treatments, the new administration routes, so it's very important to have specialized staff. So, to sum up what these specialized nurses could offer, it would be the following: consulting and support after cancer diagnosis. Translation is also important. It's very important to visit oncologists, but when patients come out of the office, they ask for a translator because they couldn't understand this jargon. So we need specialized nurses to offer a holistic approach to the needs of the patient and also to help them in controlling their symptoms. It's very important for everybody to know how to deal with pain and other lung cancer symptoms, such as pain and other symptoms. Everything has to be very well documented. It's not talking from experience, it's something based on literature and guidelines. So, this specialized nurse acts as a link between local, regional and central services, associations or FairLife, such as FairLife, for example. They offer assistance to patients and families. They offer liaison to other health professionals, and of course, these nurses guide patients about their rights and the entitlements, because many patients don't know what they're entitled to from the Greek state, what is there to support them, how they could maybe save some money, and how to find the support programs, because not everybody knows about these programs. Finally, because we're under pressure, I would like to say something about this article published in 2023. We're talking about the role of the nurse and the oncologist and others, but everybody involved in diagnosis, treatment, the end stage, rehabilitation, everything depends on the need of the patients. We're talking about the role of the therapist, the role of the oncologist, but still we don't cover the needs. So, patients were in need of information about treatment and the disease, of course. Is it stable? Is it worse? And across the board of treatment and care. Patients' needs also focused on daily activities. Something simple, will they need oxygen at home? Or how can they find a company providing oxygen at home? Of course, this need for information is not always the same. This is what I was talking before about. In the same treatment, there is always a different question coming from a different need of the specific day, of the specific week, of the specific month. So we need to know that the changes are there for the needs of the patient. There are changes in the way they experience their condition. And of course, through experience, nurse specialists play an important role in support and information. Finally, I would like to thank Corina for many, many things, because she believes in nurses. And I have to say this officially, representing nurses specialized in oncology. She has a new vision, like having specific teams with specialized nurses. And yes, we have the same target. We need to have specialized nurses, especially as regards basic cancers that are most frequent in our times. So thank you very much, Corina, for your trust and our shared vision. And of course, I would like to thank all colleagues and other health professionals that have accepted the role of a nurse within an interdisciplinary team to take care of cancer patients. Apologies again for not being able to be there with you, but let's hope that there will be some grace coming from us, from the Ecumenical Patriarch, because we need the Holy Spirit in our lives as well to move on, always on the same page and trying to change things for the better. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, let's complete this session with a discussion. So I would like to call our speakers to come up, Mr. Eleftherios Eleftheriadis, pathologist, the Greek Association of Pathologists, Mr. Pisakas, radiotherapist at Alexandra, Mr. Toufekzian, thoracic surgeon at the Medical Center of Athens, Mrs. Harpidou, director on the Department of Clinical Studies Trials at Sotiria, Mr. Christopoulos, medical hematologist, University of Heidelberg, Angeliki Angeli, Chief Portfolio Value Officer, Rose Hellas, Mrs. Mitilineou, caregiver, business operations manager. That's very, very important to have such a person with us. And as I mentioned before, Mrs. Angeliki Angeli, Chief Portfolio Value Officer, Rose Hellas. Let me start with you, Mrs. Angeli, when you come up, because I think we can all understand the role of the pharma industry and how it could improve the situation of a patient. But it's also important to see whether you could improve the situation of the health system at large.
Αν μπορείτε. Ευχαριστώ. Ευχαριστώ πολύ και για την ερώτησή σας και για την...
Thank you very much for your honorary invitation. I would like to thank FairLife for participating to this interesting discussion. As mentioned so far, obviously,
Είμαστε σε μια στιγμή που προφανώς οι νέες...
We're at a point in time that we redefine trends in patients' care and health systems. In the middle of this transparency, you see how important it is to empower patients in their active participation in decision-making. And it's also important for patients to focus on the quality of life. And at the same time, and it has been wonderfully explored by our previous speakers, we needed to develop individualized care. At the same time, it's also very interesting to stress that improving the total management of the disease could offer a lot of many benefits, starting from screening up to surveillance and monitoring. It is clear now that we need to redefine the way we proceed to innovations, but also the way we provide care. And we have to do this in our health system, in the pharma industry, and in society at large. We in Roche have fully realized this. We need to proceed to different types of innovations. So we have moved away from the rationale that we only have innovative medication. We need to see how we can become a real scientific partner for the health system and health professionals in order to co-design solutions for the benefit of the patients. So over and above medication innovation stricto sensu, we could offer innovative treatment solutions with new forms and administration forums in order to contribute to the improvement of the outcomes for the patients and the health system. That is, to offer better quality of lives to patients, to achieve better compliance, and to improve the general experience of the patient and the health professionals. At the same time, we could save time for patients themselves, caregivers, and health professionals, and clearly we could also release some hospital resources. Another innovation you might have heard of, let me explain what it is. I think that Deputy Minister Themistokleous mentioned this. It is where we offer care ecothen at home. This is a new and innovative program. Specific treatments can be administered at home safely. Specifically, treatments that would only be administered at hospitals in the past. This program, ecothen, started about 1.5 years ago in our country. We have more than 130 cancer patients across Greece, and there are many benefits with a great impact on the health system as well. Finally, I would like to make a couple of proposals on behalf of the pharma industry. We could better embrace and take innovation on board in our country. I don't want to become too technical, but the assessment, that is how rapidly new treatments come to our country. Some very, very specific standards and criteria that are there could be abolished because they are not beneficial, in order to cut down the necessary time to assess treatments. And it is also important to start having in Greece a system assessing on the basis of innovation and value. And we need to have this type of criteria. A third proposal, 1.5 years after ecothen program, we hope that the Ministry of Health will extend the program to other hospitals and other types of treatments, because it's definitely something beneficial. Here in italics, in a different color, it's necessary to have more funds. I don't want to tire you, but you might have heard how difficult it is to bring new medication to our country because of the compulsory, mandatory rebate asked by the Greek state. This is very, very important because we wanted to introduce innovation in our country, especially as regards lung cancer. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Christopoulos. He has joined us online. Thank you for your kind words, and I would like to thank Mrs. Pateli. A brief comment dedicated to this radical change in the last year in the early lung cancer stages. Simple chemotherapy is for the past. Practically all patients in this new era need either targeted therapies or immunotherapy. Therefore, it's necessary to have molecular tests to select patients, and we need to have MDTs for planning and clinical trials for access to patients to the most innovative modern therapies. For Greek patients, these important international developments can become tangible only with coordinated efforts of oncologists and pharma industries. And FairLife plays the role of a catalyst. I would like to thank you for your efforts, and I wish success to your conference. Thank you very much.
Ωραία, ευχαριστώ. Να ξεκινήσω ευχαριστώντας την κυρία Πατέλη Μπέλ.
I would like to thank Mrs. Pateli Bell for the opportunity given to all health professionals involved in lung cancer to have a discussion among themselves and learn about new possibilities and problems. And I would also like to thank them for their support to lung patients, be it information or psychological support. As a pathologist, of course, I will talk about pathologists. Pathology is between suspicion and treatment. So there is suspicion for lung cancer. We do imaging, and the diagnosis is confirmed in bioptic material. Then, on the basis of this material, we implement all these biomarkers mentioned before. Of great value, however, there are problems. These problems mainly pertain to the quality of testing used now. And this is not the case only in Greece. This is a study of 2022 in the US. 500,000 patients that could possibly have the benefit of biomarkers and targeted therapy. 64% out of these patients had no access to targeted treatments or immunotherapies because of links in the diagnostic chain. What were the missing links? The most important ones? 14.6%, of course, not enough material, quantity non-sufficient. The lung expert couldn't get enough material for full molecular testing. 18.1%. No biomarkers were prescribed. This is not the case in Greece because after lung cancer, we have full prescription of a panel, which is not always the best choice. If you have 100 cells, it's almost as if you are looking for not having proper results. 18.8% has to do with the performance of molecular testing. And this is the huge issue of quality. Now, I'm no longer a pathologist. I become an assessor of our national accreditation system, accrediting the quality of labs. Only few labs that do biomarkers now have accreditation for this specific testing they do, not in general. And finally, 29.2% has to do with treatment decision. And of course, this is affected by all the rest. and evaluation of the material by the pathologist, which is critical, of course, is only 1.7%. Therefore, the largest problem is how to monitor and how to run this diagnostic chain. Now, as to MDTs, Mr. Bukovinos mentioned them. I have to say one thing. First of all, usually we don't have access to the records of the patient, not only in our center, in an electronic file for the patient, including all information. And secondly, let's say that we have a 2B stage patient after surgery, and the question, is it going to be further treatment? This is not MDT. MDT starts before deciding on the therapeutic approach. Today, we saw huge capabilities in Greece, diagnostic and therapeutic capabilities. And we have seen that we have many competent doctors. That's not a problem. The problem is to organize and coordinate all services. A patient at Stavroupoli, northern Greece, has no organized access, and this is not for the physicians to solve. It's not for the hospitals or the state to solve. Everything that has to do with health service provisions has to do with specific protocols and specific pathways. So I think that the state should be involved here, in my view, in order to organize not excellent centers, don't call them excellent centers, just centers that provide all-round services to lung cancer patients for their better treatment. That's all. Thank you. Mr. Episakas. I would like to focus a lot on pathology. We start treatment after we get the data. So, what you said is very important, of course. We need credible reports and on time. We shouldn't lose valuable time. But since we do local treatment, so I will give the floor to surgeon first and then come back to me, please. Thank you. I would like to thank Mrs. Patelis-Bell for this honorary invitation. It's my first, actually, and I would like to congratulate her for organizing this event. And I would also like to organize previous speakers for the high caliber of their presentations. As a thoracic surgeon, I agree with Mr. Vayanopoulos. Just some comments. Surgery so far is still the most effective treatment for lung cancer, especially if done early. In the last 2 decades, we have seen an explosion of new techniques, focusing in non-invasive methods to avoid pain for the patient in the first weeks after surgery. We could do the same work with very, very small openings. We have laparoscopy and robotics. Both techniques are equal. But I would like to point out that these techniques and procedures are not an end in itself. Our end should be to be effective and mainly to do it in a safe manner for the patient. Surgery is for the patient, not for the surgeons, and for good prognosis. Now, in parallel to these procedures, in the last couple of years, we have these segmentectomies mentioned before. The benefit for small lesions to be removed is that there is parenchyma saved, so the patients can breathe better after surgery. Segmentectomies are very good for small lesions, less than 2 centimeters. There are some randomized studies in favor of them. Nevertheless, we need to be very, very careful because data are very, very new and recent. There are lesions that, though small, need to be treated surgically with lobectomies. So we need to have a pre-op diagnosis to know the type and particularly the subtype of the cancer before deciding our surgical procedure. Finally, for immunotherapy, a peri-op immunotherapy is here to stay. There are good results. 1 out of 4 or 3 patients have full pathological response, and we remove part of the lung that is no longer malignant, and that's spectacular because it's a very good index of what happens in the rest of the body, whether there are bodies that are cancerous and they are destroyed if the primary focus is destroyed. Nevertheless, we need to be very, very careful about the population of patients we use for immunotherapy. There is this trend to use it for stages 2A and 2B. The MDT has to decide because Mr. Moudjous and Mr. Fevgadis said that 15 to 20% of patients will not not undergo surgery, and it's a pity because some of them miss surgery for immunotherapy, which would have doubtful results, especially for some subtypes of stage 2. And we need protocols for 3A as well, because surgical removal is the best hope of a patient in combination with other treatments, of course, to live in the years to come. So maybe most patients of stage 3A should have a first protocol, then be restaged, and then decide whether there will be surgical or systematic treatment. Thank you.
Στην ακτινοθεραπεία. Οι δύο τοπικοί τρόποι.
The two local ways for the lung, of course, surgery, and if we cannot have surgery, in the very, very initial stages, we could have some other types of surgery, but so far, this is the case only when we cannot have surgery. In the other cases, after surgery, you know, radiotherapy has no role to play. For non-operable stages, together with immunotherapy and chemotherapy, radiotherapy is one of the basic pillars in treating these stages. But of course, we keep saying, and this is why I like Corina, it's very important to find out about it early, to get it over with one surgery. That's life-saving. If we see the incidents and the deaths, incidents and deaths are very, very close because we diagnose late. This should change, and I think that this is what you fight for. Now, radiology, maybe in metastasis, that's very, very important, a very important role to play. And you might have heard about this oligometastatic disease. You had metastasis and you said, no, failure. But still, now we know that there are things to be done. And radiological therapy could be of help again in the stereotactic point of view. Focus on metastasis in the brain or in other parts of the body. So I think that radiotherapy has a role to play in lung cancer. But we wouldn't like to have this type of patients. We would like their problem to be solved before coming to us. I would also like to thank you for this honorary invitation and the great joy you gave me, because I have been attending this meeting for some hours now, and maybe we could identify 3 pillars for treating lung cancer. So, first comes prevention, then MDTs, these multidisciplinary teams, and so far the word multidisciplinary team has been mentioned 18 times. I will mention it twice to get it up to 20 times. We need to understand that lung cancer is not an one-man show. It is a decision of combined decision of a lot of scientists to decide on each patient separately. To give you an example, our chest surgeons talked excellently. Stage A1 in one lobe, that's different to 1A in another lobe. Also, MDTs that could take the right decisions for each patient individually. The third pillar is biomarkers analysis. Biomarkers, that's very, very serious, and it should be done early, right from the start, even at the early stages. We had 2 or 3 wonderful speakers, wonderful oncologists. I really admire them. And they said something really, really serious. I would like to stress this. A patient with EGFR mutations will not be treated the same way at early stages, stage 2B, with another that has no mutations. We need to read our biomarkers, identify them right from the start, from the initial biopsy, not after surgery. Otherwise, treatment will not be the right one, because if there are GFR mutations, we shouldn't offer immunotherapy before surgery. This person has to be treated differently, and this is a decision to be taken by the MDT. Now, I would like to finish by focusing on these 3 parameters: screening, primary prevention that is, MDTs, and reading biomarkers for all patients at all stages. And biomarkers were mentioned several times as well, close to MDTs. I think that biomarkers come first. Hello. I would like to thank FairLife for the honorary invitation. I'm here among distinguished scientists, and FairLife has also assisted me greatly through their psychosocial support programs, not only to caregivers but also to patients and those that grieve for their losses. I take care of my husband, Andreas. That's complicated because I'm a parent, a friend, a partner, a support, a nurse, a psychologist. Sometimes I steal a little bit from the role of the physicians, and I would like to thank Mr. Papageorgiou very much for mentioning the important practical issues a patient is faced with in his or her daily life, caregivers too, and they are trying to have this type of specialization for nurses. We need somebody to guide patients how to navigate the system from the time of diagnosis. Now, and if somebody asked me to give a title to our cancer story, I would give the title the French psychiatrist Philippe Rassot gave to his book. That is, the illness tries to make me healthy again. It's what Hippocrates said. It's the soul that ails first and then the body. The body will give us a symptom to help us identify that there is something wrong in depth. Now, we started how Andreas has never smoked. He lost his father and brother from lung cancer. He himself does annual checkups always, but when there is this coughing after COVID, we think of everything else except lung. We have never had anything about screening. 8th of March 2023, with the diagnosis in our hands, non-small cell cancer, adenocarcinoma. That's not that bad. That's what the doctor said. Let's start. In our first meeting with the oncologist, we were sent for molecular testing, and Andreas was positive to EGFR inhibitor by 0.5% at exon 18. He started treatment with Metagrisso, a molecular pill, which was useless, however, because the symptoms didn't stop, and 2 months later, tests show that the cancer is still there. Then chemotherapy, immunotherapy. July 2023, a new sample was taken, but it was sent for testing in December 2023. I don't know why there was this interval. Andreas was positive in ALK inhibitor. We have read a lot, we have studied for targeted treatment. Our physician insists on chemotherapy and immunotherapy because he says that this is good, why change it? If it stops working, we'll do something molecular. Now, July 2024, within 12 months, Andreas had 28 chemotherapies. He is exhausted, he has gone through all side effects, toxicity has ruined his heart. He already had some small issues, heart issues before cancer. So we went to 4 different oncologists, and they sent us the same way. Molecular treatment. Andreas took the big and difficult decision to change treating doctor and treatment. Beginning of August 2024, molecular with alectinib, second generation pill, no side effect. No side effect means no side effect. His heart is better, has recovered. He walks 5 kilometers at least 3 times a week without fatigue and coughing. He exercises every day. Our life has radically changed. In October, we had the first tests after the new treatment. The doctors and the lung expert said, Andreas, that's not improvement. That's miraculous improvement, spectacular. Cancer has dropped, we almost have normal values. Andreas said that I was trying to walk and I couldn't. Now I feel that I walk on steady ground and I can breathe. Maybe I'm taking up too much time, but there is a question. Since all doctors, and it's proven, all doctors have access to all scientific developments, why is there this difference in opinions on treatment? And what creates anxiety for us is, will Andreas be able to have the same development with patients with ALK that get molecular therapy as first-line therapy. I would like to stress something about screening and early diagnosis. That's very important, but I would also like to stress the importance of the right choice of physician. We need a physician that is aware of new developments, and it's very important to know how to read the results of tests. A second medical opinion is also important. Initially, we thought that such a thing would create doubts. However, it was proven that we had to go to a second physician as well. And it's very important for the patient and the caregiver to know available treatments. They need to know developments in this field. They need to participate in decision taking. They are not there just to accept what physicians say. In my life, I have a motto. It's what Albert Camus wrote, and I really believe in this deeply. Our life is what adds from our choices. We cannot add years to our life. We can add life to our years, and we can achieve this when we know what is there. We have to know our alternatives in order to be able to assess and decide. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all, because indeed you shared a lot of knowledge with us today. You have given us a lot, mainly hope and optimism. And since I still have the microphone, I would like to thank Michalis and Iliana, my kids. They are not here today. Andreas, my husband, is here. And our close friends and relatives that are very supportive. And what can I say for FairLife? I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now have a very short break and we will return briefly.
With over 1,800 medicines in development, we won't rest until everyone affected by cancer sees a brighter tomorrow.
Ο Αλέξης, 56 ετών, πατέρας 2 παιδιών, έχει ένα βάρος στο στήθος και βύχει για πάνω από 3 εβδομάδες. Ως πρώην καπνιστής, τα συμπτώματα τον ανησυχούν και επισκέπτεται το γιατρό του. Μετά από μια σειρά εξετάσεων και αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας, ο Αλέξης διαγνώστηκε με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα σε αρχικό στάδιο. Με τον κατάλληλο συνδυασμό θεραπείας, ο Αλέξης πρόλαβε και απολαμβάνει τη ζωή. Αν πληρείς τα κριτήρια για τον προσυμπτωματικό έλεγχο του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα, μίλα με τον γιατρό σου.
Το στίγμα, όπως και ο καρκίνος, ήρθαν στη ζωή μας με πολύ μεγάλο θόρυβο.
Και αν δεν υπήρχε το στίγμα γύρω από τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, λόγω του καπνίσματος, ο μπαμπάς μου δεν θα ένιωθε πως φταίει ο ίδιος με τον καρκίνο του.
Το στίγμα κλείνει πόρτες. Την πόρτα του προσυμπτωματικού ελέγχου, την πόρτα της έγκαιρης διάγνωσης, την πόρτα της ισότιμης αντιμετώπισης και φροντίδας.
Στέκομαι στην άθληση, στην επαφή με τη φύση, στη θετική ψυχολογία.
Ας δώσουμε σημασία λοιπόν στις εξελίξεις, στις καινοτόμες θεραπείες, όχι στο στίγμα.
Εάν έχετε διαγνωστεί με προχωρημένο καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, είστε σίγουρα σοκαρισμένοι και δεν ξέρετε πώς να αντιδράσετε. Αρχικά, πάρτε μια βαθιά ανάσα και σκεφτείτε αισιόδοξα. Δεν είστε μόνοι. Πρέπει να εκπαιδεύσετε τον εαυτό σας να σκέφτεται πάντα θετικά. Οι εξελίξεις στην επιστήμη είναι πραγματικά καταιγιστικές. Καθημερινά επιτυγχάνονται μικρά και μεγάλα θαύματα. Ανακαλύπτονται και εφαρμόζονται νέες θεραπευτικές και ελπιδοφόρες φαρμακευτικές αγωγές. Μέσα σε όλη αυτή την περιπέτεια που καλείστε να αντιμετωπίσετε εσείς και η οικογένειά σας, η ψυχολογία σας παίζει πολύ καθοριστικό λόγο και έχει τεράστια σημασία ο στόχος να είναι πάντα η νίκη. Είστε μοναδικοί, ο καθένας μας είναι μοναδικός και έτσι πρέπει να γνωρίζετε ότι ο όγκος σας είναι το ίδιο μοναδικός. Κάθε όγκος είναι διαφορετικός σε κάθε άτομο. Κάθε όγκος έχει τα δικά του μοναδικά χαρακτηριστικά και σήμερα έχουμε πολλούς τρόπους να τα αναγνωρίσουμε. Είναι διαθέσιμες σήμερα ειδικές εξετάσεις που μπορούν να καθορίσουν την ταυτότητα του δικού σας ξεχωριστού όγκου. Θα τις ακούσετε σαν μοριακές εξετάσεις, μοριακό έλεγχο, γενετικό έλεγχο, έλεγχο μεταλλάξεων. Όπως και αν τις πούμε, οι εξετάσεις αυτές είναι απόλυτα απαραίτητες από την αρχή, γιατί ο κάθε όγκος είναι διαφορετικός. Ζητήστε το μοριακό έλεγχο, συζητήστε το με τον γιατρό σας. Είναι βασικό βήμα για να καθοριστεί η θεραπεία σας από την αρχή. Μαζί με τον γιατρό σας πρέπει να ερευνήσετε τη θεραπεία που χρειάζεται ο δικός σας όγκος για να υποχωρήσει και ίσως και να εξαλειφθεί. Οι θεραπείες πια εξατομικεύονται και έτσι μπορεί να είναι πολύ επιτυχημένες. Ενημερωθείτε, εκπαιδευτείτε, ρωτήστε και συζητήστε. Συμμετέχετε στην απόφαση για τη θεραπεία σας. Είναι δικαίωμα και υποχρέωσή σας. Το οφείλουμε σε εμάς και τους αγαπημένους μας να δώσουμε στη ζωή μας κάθε επιπλέον δυνατή ευκαιρία. Η ενότητα Μαθαίνω, Ενεργώ, Ελπίζω έχει στόχο αφενός την πρόληψη και αφετέρου τη γνώση για κάθε στάδιο του καρκίνου του πνεύμονα που διανύει ένας ασθενής.
Πάνω από 70 επιστήμονες από την Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό απαντούν σε όλα εκείνα τα ερωτήματα που απασχολούν τους ασθενείς και τους οικείους τους.
Ενημερώνουμε, προλαμβάνουμε, στηρίζουμε.
Δημιουργεί μια νέα πηγή έγκυρης και ουσιαστικής ενημέρωσης. Μαθαίνω, ενεργώ, ελπίζω.
Η ζωή να κόβει την ανάσα και όχι ο καρκίνος του πνεύμονα.
Ενημερώσου τώρα. Η FairLife είναι εδώ για σένα.
Κύριε Αθανασιάδη, τι είναι η στοχευμένη θεραπεία?
Η στοχευμένη θεραπεία ήταν μια επανάσταση που ήρθε περίπου από την εποχή του 2000. Κάποτε θεωρούσαμε όλους τους καρκίνους περίπου το ίδιο. Αν θέλετε, λέγαμε ότι υπάρχει ο μικροκυταρικός που είναι τελείως διαφορετικός και ο μη μικροκυταρικός. Όταν ανακαλύψαμε ότι υπάρχει μια ομάδα ασθενών με διαφορετική πορεία, κυρίως γυναίκες μη καπνίστριες, τότε πια καταλάβαμε ότι πολλές από αυτές έχουν μετάλλαξη στο EGFR και αυτές μπορεί να προχωρήσουν καλά, όχι με χημειοθεραπεία. Η χημειοθεραπεία μπορεί να είναι αποτελεσματική, αλλά μπορεί να πάνε πάρα πολύ καλά με στοχευμένη θεραπεία. Από τότε προέκυψαν πολλά φάρμακα που στοχεύουν το EGFR και έτσι πια η στοχευμένη θεραπεία είναι η βάση της θεραπείας για ασθενείς με μετάλλαξη στο EGFR. Έτσι τώρα πια είναι πολύ σημαντικό να ανιχνεύσεις από την αρχή της νόσου τη μετάλλαξη, να μπορέσεις να δώσεις θεραπεία στοχευμένη που μπορεί να αφορά το EGFR, το ALK, το ROS1 και έτσι έχεις μία λίστα από στόχους η οποία πια αρχίζει να είναι πολύ μεγάλη. Και έτσι πια η πρώτη σου φροντίδα σε έναν ασθενή με καρκίνο του πνεύμονος είναι να πεις μπορώ να ανιχνεύσω ένα στόχο. Έτσι λοιπόν αν έχεις έναν καπνιστή μπορεί η δυνατότητά σου να είναι κάτω από το 10% αν έχεις ένα χρόνιο καπνιστή. Αντίθετα όμως αν έχεις έναν μηδέποτε καπνιστή μπορεί σε κάποιους πληθυσμούς να φτάσει μέχρι 40-50%. Άρα η στοχευμένη θεραπεία απευθύνεται μόνο στους ασθενείς που έχουν το στόχο. Αν το δώσεις σε άλλους ασθενείς δεν πετυχαίνει τίποτα. Αν όμως έχεις το στόχο και αν ο στόχος είναι μέρος ενός βιολογικού μονοπατιού που είναι πολύ σημαντικό και είναι το οδηγό μονοπάτι, τότε πια αυτή είναι η κύρια θεραπεία και αλλάζει την πορεία της νόσου.
Ποιες είναι σήμερα οι διαθέσιμες στοχευμένες θεραπείες για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα?
Οι διαθέσιμες στοχευμένες θεραπείες για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα γίνονται όλο ένα και περισσότερες. Είχαμε ξεκινήσει από τα TKIs, τους αναστολής για την EGFR, αλλά τα τελευταία χρόνια έχουμε, θα λέγαμε, μία έκρηξη στους στόχους που ανακαλύπτουμε στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα και αντίστοιχα στα φάρμακα που ανακαλύπτουμε για να πιάσουμε αυτούς τους στόχους. Έτσι, πάρα πολύ μεγάλη σημασία είναι η ALK, στοχευμένες θεραπείες για το ROS1, για το BRAF, και φυσικά μία άλλη κατηγορία στοχευμένων θεραπείων που έχουν να κάνουν με αυτό που λέμε tumor agnostic, δηλαδή είναι μοριακές αλλαγές που στοχεύονται με πάρα πολύ δραστικά φάρμακα ανεξάρτητα με το σε ποιο σημείο του σώματος υπάρχουν, άρα και στον πνεύμονα, και αυτές είναι η μικροδορυφορική αστάθεια και τα anti-RK fusions.
Ποιες είναι οι εξετάσεις που πρέπει να γίνουν για να εξατομικεύσουμε μια στοχευμένη θεραπεία σε ένα ασθενή με καρκίνο του πνεύμονα?
Είναι μια πολύ χρήσιμη ερώτηση αυτή, γιατί αποτελεί και το πονοκέφαλο το δικό μας. Όταν λοιπόν έρθει στο γραφείο μας ένας ασθενής που έχουμε βάλει τη διάγνωση ότι έχει καρκίνο, ας πούμε καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, δεν αποφασίζουμε για μια θεραπεία που είναι για όλους κοινή, αλλά προσπαθούμε να αναλύσουμε το αποτύπωμα, να ακτινογραφήσουμε, να το πω λαϊκά, το καρκινικό κύτταρο, να δούμε τι έχει μέσα του, τι ανάγκες έχει, ώστε να του χορηγήσουμε το αντίδοτό του. Έτσι λοιπόν στην προσπάθεια αυτή η ανάλυση μέσω μοριακής βιολογίας μας δίνει ποια γονίδια στο καρκινικό κύτταρο εκείνη τη στιγμή είναι μεταλλαγμένα, που ουσιαστικά έχουν συμβάλει στη δημιουργία του καρκίνου, και έχοντας εμείς φάρμακα αντίδοτα στοχευμένα εναντίον του στόχου αυτού του γονιδίου, να κλειδώνουμε το γονίδιο, να κλειδώνουμε την καρκινογένεση και να υποστρέφει ο καρκίνος.
Ποια χαρακτηριστικά κάνουν ένα ασθενή υποψήφιο για μια στοχευμένη θεραπεία?
Ο πρώτος στόχος που αναδείξαμε ήταν ο υποδοχέας του επιδερμοειδικούς αυξητικού παράγοντας. Αυτό πια είναι γνωστό σαν Epidermal Growth Factor Receptor, EGFR. Έτσι λοιπόν όλοι οι ασθενείς μας ξέρουν τι είναι το EGFR, όλοι ξέρουμε ότι ψάχνουμε το EGFR, το ALK είναι στην καθημερινότητά μας. Έτσι λοιπόν αυτοί είναι οι στόχοι τους οποίους ψάχνουμε και όπως σας είπα, οι στόχοι αυτοί αρχικά ήταν ένας μικρός αριθμός, δηλαδή ψάχναμε 2-3 στόχους. Τώρα πια αρχίζουμε να έχουμε ανάγκη για περισσότερους στόχους. Προέκυψε πρόσφατα το KRAS, που ήταν ένας στόχος που θεωρούσαμε ότι είναι μη στοχευόμενος, ότι δεν έχουμε φάρμακα. Και τώρα για το κομμάτι των ασθενών που έχουν το KRAS του LC έχουμε εξαιρετικό φάρμακο. Αντιλαμβάνεστε λοιπόν ότι θα έχουμε όλο και περισσότερα φάρμακα και ξεκινώντας από το EGFR υπάρχει μια λυσίδα από στόχους και πια μέρος της δουλειάς μας σε ένα ασθενή με καρκίνο του πνεύμονος είναι να ανιχνεύσουμε. Αν υπάρχει στόχος, τότε έχει προτεραιότητα η στοχευμένη θεραπεία κατά κανόνα.
Σε ποια στάδια καρκίνου του πνεύμονα μπορούμε να εφαρμόσουμε θεραπεία με TKI?
Για όγκους με κατάλληλες μεταλλάξεις, οι στοχευμένες θεραπείες είναι πολύ αποτελεσματικές και μάλιστα ανεξαρτήτως σταδίου. Σήμερα, έγκριση υπάρχει μόνο για τους μεταστατικούς και τους τοπικά πολύ προχωρημένους όγκους. Ωστόσο, για πρώιμου σταδίου όγκους που είναι EGFR θετικοί, αναμένεται πολύ σύντομα πρόσθετη έγκριση του τρίτης γενιάς αναστολέα osimertinib ως συμπληρωματικής θεραπείας μετά το χειρουργείο. Επίσης, για πρώιμους όγκους με άλλες μεταλλάξεις, στοχευμένες θεραπείες είναι σήμερα διαθέσιμες στο πλαίσιο κλινικών μελετών.
Πώς ξεκίνησε όμως η δική μας ιστορία, πώς κατέληξε και τι θα μπορούσε να γίνει διαφορετικά για την επόμενη ή τον επόμενο Σάιμον. Ο Σάιμον μετά από μια κακή εκτίμηση του παθολόγου για το βήχα που είχε τον Ιούλιο του 2019, πήρε αρχικά αντιβίωση και σε ένα μήνα μετά διαγνώστηκε με αδενοκαρκίνωμα. Μετά από μια σειρά πολλαπλών εξετάσεων και ασάφειας για τη σταδιοποίηση της νόσου, ο Σάιμον ακολούθησε χημειοθεραπεία και ανοσοθεραπεία που δυστυχώς δεν έφερε κάποιο αποτέλεσμα. Η νόσος προχωρούσε, είχαμε μεταστάσεις, παρενέργειες, νοσηλίες και μεταγγίσεις. Από κάθε γωνιά της γης, από τη χώρα μας, την Αγγλία, τη Γερμανία, την Αμερική, μας τόνισαν το Γενάρη του 20 ότι η μοναδική προοπτική θα ήταν να λάβει άμεσα μια νέα καινοτόμο θεραπεία μέσω κλινικής μελέτης και αυτό θα ήταν ίσως η μοναδική δυνατότητα να ζήσει περισσότερο, να αλλάξει την πορεία της νόσου και θα του έδινε ένα παράθυρο και μια ελπίδα. Και έτσι ξεκίνησε ένας πραγματικά μαραθώνιος για να πάρει το φάρμακο. Η κλινική μελέτη δυστυχώς δεν έτρεχε στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη είχε κλείσει στα κέντρα που έτρεχε και δεν καταφέραμε δυστυχώς να ταξιδέψουμε στην Αμερική λόγω της πανδημίας τον Απρίλιο του 20. Μετά από δεκάδες ακτινοβολίες, νέες μεταστάσεις, πήραμε ειδική άδεια από την Αμερικανική κυβέρνηση να ταξιδέψουμε εν μέσω κορονοϊού τον Ιούνιο, ενώ ο Σάιμον ήδη νοσηλευόταν στο Μετροπόλιταν και γίνονταν πραγματικά υπεράνθρωπες προσπάθειες να τα καταφέρει. Εμείς συνεχίζαμε να πιέζουμε προς κάθε εμπλεκόμενο φορέα, γιατί ήταν ξεκάθαρο ότι η ζωή του κρεμόταν σε μια κλωστή και να ζητάμε να λάβει την αγωγή στην Ελλάδα, γιατί η χώρα μας έχει εξαιρετικούς γιατρούς και την υποδομή να παρακολουθήσει τον ασθενή. Δυστυχώς όμως διαπιστώσαμε ότι καινοτόμα φάρμακα, ενώ βρίσκονται σε προχωρημένο στάδιο κλινικών δοκιμών στο εξωτερικό, παραμένουν απροσπέλαστα για ασθενείς στην Ελλάδα, τόσο διότι ελάχιστες κλινικές μελέτες διενεργούνται στη χώρα μας, σκεφτείτε ότι λιγότερες από 30 υπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, όσο και λόγω γραφειοκρατίας και του νομοθετικού πλαισίου που αποκλείει την εναλλακτική δυνατότητα πρώιμης πρόσβασης σε φάρμακα που μπορεί να είναι και η μοναδική λύση για τον ασθενή. Το πειραματικό φάρμακο που έτρεχε μόνο μέσω κλινικής μελέτης δεν παραχωρήθηκε στο Σάιμον και έτσι στις 4 Οκτώου έφυγε από τη ζωή, αφήνοντας πίσω του ένα τεράστιο και ανεκπλήρωτο κενό. Αυτό το βίαμα μας έδωσε την όθηση για να δημιουργήσουμε τη FairLife, φροντίδα και πρόληψη για τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα, με στόχο να δημιουργήσουμε τις υποδομές πληροφόρησης για συμπολίτες μας που αντιμετωπίζουν αντίστοιχες συνθήκες και να βοηθήσουμε όπως και όσο μπορούμε για να μην βρεθούν στη δική μας θέση, άλλοι άνθρωποι και παράλληλα να ενημερώνουμε ότι η έγκαιρη διάγνωση και η πρόληψη σώζει ζωές. Εάν και η συζήτησή μας αφορά τις κλινικές μελέτες, θα ήθελα να πω ότι εάν ο Σάιμον γνώριζε ότι υπάρχει η αξονική τομογραφία χαμηλής δόσης για το θώρακα και είχε προχωρήσει σε αυτή την εξέταση ως πρώην καπνιστής σε τακτά χρονικά διαστήματα, αυτό θα είχε σώσει τη ζωή του και θα ήταν σήμερα μαζί μας, γιατί θα είχε προλάβει τον καρκίνο του πολύ νωρίτερα. Εμείς στη FairLife θεωρούμε πολύ σημαντικό ο ασθενής να είναι ενημερωμένος, να γνωρίζει την πληροφορία και επίσης να έχει ίσες ευκαιρίες. Τι είναι όμως οι κλινικές μελέτες που ίσως κάποιοι από τους ακροατές μας δεν γνωρίζουν, είναι ασφαλείς, γιατί είναι τόσο σημαντικές? Θα πρέπει να πω ότι κάθε θεραπεία που έχουμε σήμερα στα χέρια μας έχει εγκριθεί μέσα από κλινικές μελέτες. Οι κλινικές μελέτες είναι αυτές που μας δίνουν όχι μόνο τις νέες θεραπείες, αλλά και όλες τις πληροφορίες για την πρόληψη, διάγνωση και τη βαθύτερη κατανόηση της νόσου. Και αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Πολλές φορές μπορεί να αποτελούν και τη μοναδική σανίδα σωτηρίας και ελπίδας, γιατί δίνουν πρόσβαση σε νέες θεραπείες πολύ νωρίτερα από τη χρονική στιγμή που τα φάρμακα είναι διαθέσιμα. Εάν ο Σάιμον είχε λάβει το πειραματικό φάρμακο, είμαι απόλυτα πεπισμένη ότι θα ήταν μαζί μας, γιατί είχε τρομερή θέληση να ζήσει, να νικήσει τον καρκίνο του και να είναι δίπλα στην οικογένειά του σήμερα. Επίσης, είναι καλό να γνωρίζουμε ότι οι κλινικές μελέτες μπορεί να μην εξασφαλίζουν την καλύτερη έκβαση για τον κάθε συμμετέχοντα, αλλά σίγουρα εξασφαλίζουν την ασφάλεια του κάθε ασθενούς με απόλυτη προτεραιότητα και πολύ αυστηρά κριτήρια ελέγχου. Δυστυχώς, οι ασθενείς χάνουν την ευκαιρία να συμμετέχουν σε κλινικές μελέτες γιατί το αγνοούν ή γιατί δεν ενημερώθηκαν για αυτή την επιλογή. Σκεφτείτε ότι μόνο το 5% των ασθενών συμμετέχει σε κλινικές μελέτες, ποσοστό πολύ χαμηλό συγκριτικά με το μεγάλο ποσοστό των ασθενών που για αυτούς δεν υπάρχει μια εξατομικευμένη θεραπεία. Κάτι δε το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ βασικό είναι ότι οι κλινικές μελέτες στην Ελλάδα είναι δωρεάν και για τον ασθενή και δεν επιβαρύνουν το σύστημα υγείας. Εν αντιθέσει, αποτελούν οικονομικούς πόρους στο σύστημα υγείας και ιδανικά το ποσό αυτό που εξοικονομείται θα μπορούσε να αξιοποιηθεί για την κάλυψη των αναγκών του ΕΣΥ. Ποιοι είναι όμως οι βασικοί εταίροι μιας κλινικής μελέτης? Πρώτον, είναι το Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας. Τα τελευταία χρόνια γίνονται σημαντικά νομοθετικά βήματα στο να ενταχθούν οι διαδικασίες έγκρισης και γενικότερα να διαμορφωθεί ένα πιο φιλικό περιβάλλον για την προσέλκυση κλινικών μελετών στην Ελλάδα. Παρ' όλα αυτά υπάρχει ακόμα πολύς δρόμος, καθώς η χώρα μας παραμένει αρκετά πίσω στον αριθμό των κλινικών μελετών, τόσο φάσης 3, αλλά και ιδιαίτερα πρώιμων φάσεων 1 και 2. Δεν αρκεί μόνο η πολιτική βούληση, καθώς και μεμονωμένες νομοθετικές ρυθμίσεις, απαιτείται ένας πολύ καλός συντονισμός μεταξύ όλων των εμπλεκόμενων φορέων, Υπουργείο, ΕΟΦ, νοσοκομείων, επιτροπών έγκρισης, ώστε να αποφεύγονται καθυστερήσεις και να έρονται γραφειοκρατικές αγκυλώσεις. Δεύτερος εταίρος είναι οι φαρμακευτικές εταιρείες. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό για τις θυγατρικές των πολυεθνικών φαρμακευτικών να συνεχίσουν να προσπαθούν να προσελκύουν στην Ελλάδα τα κλινικά τους προγράμματα, καθώς έχουμε πολύ έμπειρους ερευνητές και αξιόλογα επιστημονικά κέντρα, αλλά οφείλουν να βοηθήσουν και τους Έλληνες ασθενείς να έχουν πρόσβαση σε καινοτόμα φάρμακα και να έχουν ίσες ευκαιρίες με τους πολίτες άλλων χωρών. Τρίτος σημαντικός εταίρος είναι οι γιατροί. Στην Ελλάδα όλοι γνωρίζουμε ότι έχουμε από τους καλύτερους γιατρούς παγκοσμίως και πολλοί από αυτούς είναι και εξαιρετικοί ερευνητές με εμπειρία και σημαντική συνεισφορά σε πολλές κλινικές μελέτες. Είναι σημαντικό να είναι για τους γιατρούς μας προτεραιότητα η ενημέρωση των ασθενών και η παραπομπή τους σε κέντρα κλινικών μελετών εφόσον αυτό κρίνεται απαραίτητο. Κατά την άποψή μου, ο ασθενής πρέπει να γνωρίζει από την πρώτη επαφή που έχει με τον ογκολόγο του την πιθανότητα να συμμετέχει σε μια κλινική μελέτη, γιατί αυτό του δημιουργεί την ελπίδα και την εντύπωση ότι έχει μπροστά του πολλές θεραπευτικές επιλογές. Και ξέρετε πολύ καλά ότι η ψυχολογία του ασθενή είναι κάτι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό και τον βοηθάει πολύ με την νόσο. Επίσης, έχει σημασία η διαρκής επανεκπαίδευση του προσωπικού, η επένδυση σε διεθνείς συνεργασίες και δίκτυα κέντρων αριστείας και σαφώς η εστίαση στην πιστοποίηση της ποιότητας των επιστημονικών κέντρων. Από την πλευρά μας, οι φορείς των ασθενών οφείλουμε να δουλέψουμε ώστε οι ασθενείς να έχουν πληρέστερη ενημέρωση για την αξία των κλινικών μελετών και για την ευκαιρία που τους δίνεται να αποκτήσουν πρόσβαση σε καινοτόμες θεραπείες που μπορεί να αποτελεί τη μοναδική ενδεδειγμένη λύση, όπως ήταν και για την περίπτωση του δικού μου συζύγου που δυστυχώς δεν του δόθηκε η ευκαιρία να λάβει το πειραματικό φάρμακο. Κλείνοντας, θα ήθελα να ευχηθώ να υπάρχει σύντομα για κάθε καρκίνο ένα φάρμακο, για κάθε ασθενή μια κλινική μελέτη, μια ελπίδα και τα επόμενα χρόνια ο καρκίνος να είναι χρόνια νόσος. Μπορεί ο δικός μου άνθρωπος να μην τα κατάφερε, αλλά εύχομαι η επόμενη και ο επόμενος Σάιμον να τα καταφέρει. Ο ένας για τον άλλον είναι η συνταγή της ζωής.
Τι γνωρίζετε για τις κλινικές μελέτες? Για πολλούς από εμάς, η διάγνωση μιας σοβαρής ασθένειας που μπορεί να αλλάξει τη ζωή μας μπορεί να σημαίνει ότι ξεκινάμε έναν νέο κύκλο γεμάτο με καινούριους γιατρούς, νοσηλευτές, εξετάσεις, διαδικασίες, θεραπευτικά σχήματα και μεγάλη σύγχυση. Και μέσα σε όλα αυτά μπορεί να κληθείτε να σκεφτείτε αν θέλετε ή όχι να συμμετέχετε σε μια κλινική έρευνα ή μια κλινική δοκιμή, μια κλινική μελέτη ή μια ερευνητική μελέτη. Και από εκεί ξεκινάμε εμείς. Ας ξεκινήσουμε εξηγώντας τι σημαίνουν αυτοί οι όροι. Η κλινική μελέτη ή η κλινική δοκιμή και η ερευνητική μελέτη σημαίνουν το ίδιο πράγμα. Οι μελέτες δημιουργούνται από τους γιατρούς για να μάθουν εάν ένα ερευνητικό φάρμακο είναι αποτελεσματικό και ασφαλές. Μερικά από αυτά τα πιθανά φάρμακα μπορεί να είναι ακόμα υπό ανάπτυξη και άλλα μπορεί ήδη να κυκλοφορούν, αλλά να μελετώνται σε διαφορετικές ασθένειες. Κάθε φάρμακο, από το κοινό παυσίπονο μέχρι ένα κορυφαίο φάρμακο για τον καρκίνο, έχει αξιολογηθεί μέσα από κλινική μελέτη. Αυτές οι μελέτες απαντούν σε ερωτήματα όπως τι ανεπιθύμητες ενέργειες έχει ένα νέο φάρμακο, σταματά ή επιβραδύνει την ασθένεια για την οποία έχει σχεδιαστεί, λειτουργεί καλύτερα από τις τρέχουσες θεραπείες, μπορεί να χορηγηθεί παράλληλα με άλλα φάρμακα που χρησιμοποιούνται για την ίδια ασθένεια. Σε κάθε περίπτωση, οι απαντήσεις πρέπει να παρέχονται με τη μορφή επιστημονικών δεδομένων ή γεγονότων, όχι από τις απόψεις των εμπλεκόμενων γιατρών, ασθενών ή οικογενειών, αλλά από τα πραγματικά αποτελέσματα που συλλέγονται και παρακολουθούνται κατά τη διάρκεια μιας κλινικής μελέτης. Είναι σημαντικό στις μελέτες να συμπεριλαμβάνονται ασθενείς κάθε φυλής και καταγωγής για να κατανοήσουμε καλύτερα πώς λειτουργεί το φάρμακο της μελέτης σε κάθε πληθυσμό ασθενών. Όλοι οι δυνητικά κατάλληλοι ασθενείς καλούνται να σκεφτούν την πιθανή συμμετοχή τους σε μια μελέτη ανεξαρτήτως φυλής, καταγωγής, σεξουαλικού προσανατολισμού, ταυτότητας φύλου ή κατάστασης αναπηρίας. Η ποικιλία στην εκπροσώπηση έχει σημασία στις μελέτες για να κατανοηθεί εάν τα αποτελέσματα διαφέρουν σε διαφορετικούς πληθυσμούς. Κάθε συμμετέχον στη μελέτη λαμβάνει την ίδια φροντίδα, εξετάσεις, απεικονιστικές εξετάσεις, διαδικασίες, επισκέψεις μελέτης και ιατρική παρακολούθηση. Επιπλέον, υπάρχουν πάντα διαδικασίες ασφαλείας για την παρακολούθηση της καλής κατάστασης κάθε ασθενή σε κάθε στάδιο κάθε μελέτης. Λόγω αυτής της επιμελούς παρακολούθησης, οι ασθενείς λαμβάνουν εξατομικευμένη φροντίδα από γιατρούς και νοσηλευτές, ενώ βρίσκονται σε κλινική έρευνα. Οι μελέτες σχεδιάζονται με σκοπό την εξάλειψη του συστηματικού σφάλματος. Ορισμένες μελέτες είναι συγκριτικές, που σημαίνει ότι ορισμένοι ασθενείς θα λάβουν την καθιερωμένη θεραπεία συν το φάρμακο της μελέτης, ενώ άλλοι θα λάβουν μόνο την καθιερωμένη θεραπεία συν ένα εικονικό φάρμακο. Οι συγκριτικές μελέτες σχεδιάζονται συχνά ως διπλά τυφλές. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι ούτε οι ασθενείς ούτε οι γιατροί γνωρίζουν ποιος λαμβάνει το φάρμακο της μελέτης ή το εικονικό φάρμακο. Το εικονικό φάρμακο είναι μια ουσία που μοιάζει με το φάρμακο της μελέτης, αλλά δεν περιέχει δραστικά συστατικά. Εάν δεν υπάρχει καθιερωμένη θεραπεία εγκεκριμένη για μια νόσο, ο ασθενής μπορεί να λάβει μόνο το φάρμακο της μελέτης ή το εικονικό φάρμακο. Οι ασθενείς μπορούν επίσης να τυχαιοποιηθούν σε διαφορετικές ομάδες σε μια μελέτη, που σημαίνει ότι κατανέμονται τυχαία, όπως το στρίψιμο ενός νομίσματος σε μια συγκεκριμένη ομάδα θεραπείας. Να θυμάστε πάντα ότι είναι στο χέρι σας να αποφασίσετε εάν μια μελέτη είναι κατάλληλη για εσάς. Η συμμετοχή στη μελέτη είναι εθελοντική και απαιτεί τη συνένεσή σας ή την άδειά σας από την αρχή μέχρι το τέλος. Και φυσικά οι ασθενείς έχουν την ελευθερία να σταματήσουν οποιαδήποτε μελέτη ανά πάσα στιγμή. Ωστόσο, δεν είναι κάθε ασθενής κατάλληλος για μία μελέτη. Η ένταξη βασίζεται στην εκπλήρωση ορισμένων κριτηρίων. Για παράδειγμα, οι περισσότερες μελέτες απαιτούν οι ασθενείς να είναι άνω των 18 ετών και να έχουν μέτρια έως σοβαρή νόσο. Εάν πληρείτε όλες τις προϋποθέσεις συμμετοχής και αποφασίσετε να συμμετάσχετε, απαιτείται η συνένεση μετά την ενημέρωσή σας προτού πραγματοποιηθούν οποιασδήποτε διαδικασίες της μελέτης. Μια καλά σχεδιασμένη μελέτη μπορεί να βοηθήσει να απαντηθεί εάν ένα φάρμακο λειτουργεί και αν είναι ασφαλές, εάν το αποτέλεσμα είναι καλύτερο ή χειρότερο από την καθιερωμένη θεραπεία, εάν η ασθένειά σας ανταποκρίνεται στο φάρμακο ή όχι. Και όλες οι μελέτες δίνουν σε ερευνητές και γιατρούς πληροφορίες για το τι πρέπει να κάνουν στη συνέχεια. Την επόμενη λοιπόν φορά που ένας γιατρός ή ένας νοσηλευτής θα αναφέρει την κλινική έρευνα, ελπίζουμε ότι αυτές οι πληροφορίες θα σας βοηθήσουν να καταλάβετε τι σημαίνει αυτή. Μιλήστε με τον γιατρό ή τον νοσηλευτή σας για να μάθετε περισσότερα σχετικά με τα ωφέλη και τους κινδύνους μιας κλινικής μελέτης. Τελικά, εσείς αποφασίζετε τι είναι σωστό για εσάς.
Ναι, ωραία.
So good afternoon. After this brief break, let us continue with our roundtable. Welcome to all who are here with us live and those who are with us online. We're going to be discussing the value of clinical trials, and we have excellent speakers among us who will be providing us with perspectives from and angles regarding the value of clinical trials. Why is it that we as patients, we claim, we fight for the participation in all stages of clinical trials as soon as the design comes up? Why do we fight for more clinical trials happening in our country? Why we want to participate? There are issues that are trans-border issues about clinical trials taking place abroad and what could be done for our participation in them. And there's also the angle of an increase in the number of clinical trials. We're now living in a globalized world, and we see that there is a relative increase in the number. But if we look at Europe, on the European level, we're not doing that well, because based on data that I've had since 2013, Northern America, Asia had 53%. Europe versus them had 53% of the number of clinical trials, and in 2023 it was 30,000. And we've got 60,000 recruitment positions in Europe that disappeared because clinical trials are increasingly migrating to Asia. So this is a problem that we need to look at through a different lens and see what we can do about this and lots of other issues. But I've been told that people will be harsh on me as regards the time, so I will not tarry. I will ask the first speaker, who is Ms. Lilian Venetia-Vilviri, the Secretary General of Health Services, to speak. Excuse me, Mr. Tarazis will be discussing the regulatory framework. Thank you. It is true that things have changed in the past few years, but I do believe that to the benefit of our patients and the health services, I will explain and tell you who are the true beneficiaries of all these changes that have been taking place. If I may have my first slide, please. So my name is Tarazis Stefanos. I'm a gastroenterologist. I've been in the Hellenic Drug Administration since 2012. Before that, I worked for the Evangelismos Hospital as a gastroenterologist. According to Nova One Advisor, a financial consultancy company with a huge portfolio Imagine that EUI in Greece is a partner of Nova One Advisor. At the end of 2023, estimated that the market size of clinical trials was close to 82 billion, and in the next 10 years it is projected to increase to 153 billion. So imagine the investments that are going to take place in clinical trials. What is very important, and we need to know it, and it's important to also notify and inform people about clinical trials. Approximately 80% of clinical trials that begin are delayed or shut down because there are problems with the recruitment of patients. And what is important here, and quite interesting to the patients, especially those that are cancer patients in any form, is that fewer than 1 in 20 adult cancer patients participate in clinical trials. What Mr. Kapetanakis was saying earlier, you see it on this slide, you see that our country is close to the middle of this column, and of course this is the bottom part of this column. The United States, according to the World Health Organization, the United States had 160,000 registered clinical trials, China close to 110,000, Western Asia and Pacific more than 70,000. A European country such as Sweden, 13,000, Poland, 16,000, and in Greece we see close to 700 clinical trials. There is a significant increase that makes us more optimistic when it comes to clinical trials in Greece. Imagine that 10 years ago it was close to 100, and we are hoping that by the end of this year it will be the number will have gone up to 500. Why do we see this increase? Because thanks to the new legislative framework, clinical trials need to upgrade to the new state of play. Any studies or trials existing prior to 2023, in order for them to continue following January 2024, they need to abide by the new regulations. And this is what I told you about before. Ever since 2014, we've had a steady increase. 2023, it was 220 clinical trials, and 2024, we're expecting to see more than 300 clinical trials. So we're talking about a 20 to 30% increase in the number. I'm not going to look further back. What is most interesting about for this panel is that clinical trials, according to the new regulation that has been approved by the Hellenic Drug Administration, the grey column that you can see here, clinical trials regarding lung cancer were 24, slightly less than 50%, so a satisfactory number of clinical trials out of the sum of cancer-looking clinical trials. A generic principle, the clinical trial can only be carried out if it protects the rights, safety, dignity and well-being of participants, and when it has been designed in such a way as to produce reliable and valid findings. I don't want to go into all the numbers of all the circular letters, but I do believe that it's worth taking into consideration that ever since 2023 we have throughout the EU a new regulation 536 of 2014 on clinical trials. And we have ministerial decrees that are harmonizing the Greek legislation with that. Why is it that the EU suddenly decided to come up with this regulation, and rival countries such as West Pacific countries and other countries, that had that saw the number of clinical trials skyrocketing. We saw what happened compared to other countries like China. We were lagging behind, so we needed, the EU needed to provide incentive to bring back clinical trials in Europe, because there's many jobs being wasted, and also because patients can truly benefit from clinical trials. And with the new regulation, they wanted to ensure three things: transparency, collaboration between countries, and of course, an increase in clinical trials in the EU. So we saw the implementation of regulation number 536 of 2014. And as you can see all this on this chart, there's a simplified nowadays procedure for requests through a single portal, one-stop shop portal. In whichever country a clinical trial begins, the request is submitted in a single database. All documentation is accessible to all stakeholders. You will see the benefits that simple citizens can draw from these data. There's a single licensing procedure that takes place simultaneously and evaluates, type 1 and type 2. Type 1 falls under the Hellenic Medicine Organization and looks into the drug and the design of the clinical trial. Type 2 has to do with the Committee of Deontology, the Ethics Committee. Fortunately, we have one ethics committee in Greece, which may be housed in the same building as the Hellenic Medicine Organization, but it is a completely independent body. Now, this regulation, as I said before, is in place and is implemented ever since January 31st, 2023, which means that all clinical trials that began after that date need to go through that online portal, and all studies and trials that began before 2023 and had been launched based on the previous legislative framework have a number of months to conform to the new regulation. Otherwise, the clinical trial is shut down. This is the site I mentioned before. I will explain the applications. It's the EU Clinical Trials EU. In the past, we had the EU Clinical Trial Registry. We could enter the title of a clinical trial and get access to some data. The important part here is that, as you can see, there is an access for sponsors, for authorities, and also for citizens. So anybody can log into this site and gain access to important information that prior to this site were unreachable. You can see that we have here data for the authorities, the sponsors, and the public website. So we also have advanced criteria that you can see on the left scale. And the visitor will look into the categories of interest. Cancer, okay, what kind of cancer? Lung cancer. What kind of, which trials are conducted throughout the EU? You can select a country, Greece. And it can be, this site is translated in all EU languages, so that allows for better understanding what are the hospitals involved, what are the locations, who are the supervisors, has this trial reached the conclusion of the enrollment and recruitment stage, or is it still open? Can someone show interest in participating? This is all data that before 2023, the only thing that we could do was search using the title of a clinical trial, but it was impossible to come across information about whether this trial had been completed, where it took place, So with the CTIS, the Clinical Trials Information System, anyone can have access to data for any clinical trial across the globe, in particular across the EU. Which clinical trial is taking place, where is it taking place, in which country, in which hospitals, and what is the information or what are the data that we have so far regarding this clinical trial. And this allows for transparency in information. Another important thing, imagine that the request for a clinical trial was submitted and it sometimes took 6 months to validate this request, because this request had to go via all pertinent bodies, hospital administration, and we know that red tape, especially in Greece, is the enemy to end all enemies. And now you see that we have a 60-day procedure, and there might be an additional 50 days tops awarded when need arises. It's very important to realize that a clinical trial begins as soon as the Hellenic Medicine Organization signs off on the request. There is a clinical trial office in each hospital, and this was established via ministerial decree, very helpful to hospitals. And everything that you see here is accessible even before a clinical trial is approved, which means that this speeds up and facilitates the approval procedure. Here you have some reference regarding the guidelines, directives. And the one thing that we need to remember is something that Hippocrates said. Χρόνος εστίν εν ο καιρός και καιρός εν ο χρόνος ου πολύς, in ancient Greek. Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. Let us move on now to the next presentation. We have with us Ms. Linardu, a medical oncologist, head of the 4th Oncology Department and chair of Women for Cancer in Greece. Before you begin, Ms. Linardu, let me just thank and share my gratitude towards FairLife and the President, Ms. Corina, for all that you have achieved for this event. You've done a lot of work the past 4 years, and I want to thank you for all that you've done for us. But I will not mention everything because we need to move on to Ms. Linardu and hear what she has to say regarding the value of clinical trials in clinical practice. Thank you very much. I will pick up where Mr. Terazis left off, and I will just say that clinical trials in the past few years have increased in the field of oncology, and this is important. Unfortunately, 80%, or rather 100% of them, are conducted across the pond, not in Europe. And it seems that 5% of patients, of malignancy patients, are aware and informed of clinical trials. Most patients, unfortunately, and this is a global phenomenon, do not have access to information. We've heard say that it's difficult to come across information on clinical trials. This is an issue raised very often by patients, carers, colleagues. Where is a trial being run, which center, which hospital. But now we have the clinicaltrials.gov, and if you use those search terms for lung cancer on a global scale, you will see that right now we have active lung cancer studies. The darker shade primarily in the US, Europe, and China. And if we look at the European continent more closely, we see that the eastern part of the map, unfortunately, is lagging behind in terms of color and number of clinical trials. And if we look at the number of clinical trials currently ongoing in Greece, we've got 32 regarding lung cancer. 2 years ago, when we held the same presentation, the number was 32, so something is happening. The one thing that is not increasing, however, is the stages, the phases. As you will see, the large part of clinical trial are phase 3, where we compare the new drug, the novel agent, to established treatments and not earlier phase clinical trials, such as phase 1 and phase 2. And especially with phase 1 clinical trials, we only have 3, a very limited number of clinical trials running in Greece, which means that we're not participating in innovation taking place in medication for lung cancer. And once again, if we look at the CTIS, numbers are similar to what we saw on clinicaltrials.gov. We have the numbers depicted, so we are lagging behind as regards the number of clinical trials, especially when compared to similar-sized countries of Europe. And there's no need to repeat, perhaps, that Greece absorbs a lot less when it comes to pharmaceutical research and development compared to other countries of the same size or equal size to us. And of course, it goes without saying, or it should go without saying, that clinical trial is a sine qua non. It has many benefits to offer. It offers innovation, new job openings in specialized fields. And why is it important for patients to participate in clinical trials? Just a few words, because we're all aware of that. The patient has an active say in their selections. They have free and early access to innovation. It's not just about patients for whom treatments are not available. A clinical trial is available as an option as of day 1 and as of any stage of the condition. So a patient can have access to innovation on the first line, the front line, for every stage of their condition. And of course, it's very important to underline that clinical trials are safe because there's multiple safeguards, the regulatory framework, the good clinical practice, and of course, they provide for excellent follow-up. Why don't more patients participate, and what can be done? I believe that the main reasons are the lack of knowledge, ignorance, the fear, the lack of information, the myths that need to be debunked. What can be done? We need to raise awareness regarding clinical trials, inform both the general public, patients, carers, and the general public in order to finally overthrow stereotypes regarding clinical trials and guinea pigs. Who can do that? The state, the medical community, patient associations, and so on and so forth. Let's look at the myths regarding clinical trials. A patient is a guinea pig. Of course, it's a myth because a clinical trial is the sole strategy that ensures the patient's safety at all stages with very strict and stringent criteria. Myth number 2, clinical trials are only for patients who have no other option. No, it allows early access to innovation before it becomes broadly available for all stages of diseases. Myth number 3, patients might not receive an active treatment, but only placebo. There is no use of placebo, however, if there is already an established treatment. And in a clinical treatment, all patients get treated. And they will never get anything inferior to the established line of treatment. Myth number 4, clinical trials are too expensive. Another myth. Clinical trials cover all costs of research, medical care, testing, imaging, hospitalization, medical fees, all this is fully reimbursed. It does not, all this is fully covered. It does not become a burden to the national health system or nor to the patient, providing the opportunity to everybody, regardless of their financial state or insurance or lack thereof, to have access to innovation. And of course, the most important myth is that I do not care about participating in a clinical trial because there's no value to them. To be honest and to be truthful, any treatment we have at our disposal now has been approved following a clinical trial procedure. We do not we should not disregard that a clinical trial can help many people with at different stages of the same disease. We heard that we need to change the clinical trial culture and mindset. How can we do that? First of all, we need to have specialized staff, a strong will, investment, and the focus, concentration of a team that will run a clinical trial in order to ensure that there is a smooth flow of all procedures, and of course that all recommendations that the state is looking into, such as the integrated management system, IT system for clinical trials, and the pilot function of clinical trial officers and so on and so forth, all that actually comes to fruition. And all these need to take place in the framework of a comprehensive oncology care unit. Research in clinical trials in oncology in Greece today, it's not just about international clinical trials, there's also national clinical trials, national from that are investigator responsible, the Greek collaborative teams, and academic research and baseline research. And it's very difficult for the broader public to make sense out of all this complicated framework. I would like to now tackle another issue which is very important, disparity and discrimination in clinical trials. When it comes to clinical trials regarding cancer, this is a given. Right now, only 1.5% of the patients participating in 7,747 clinical trials were patients aged 65 years old and above. And this is a source of discrimination. Then we have patients with comorbidities that are usually excluded from clinical trials, which means that the findings of the clinical trial cannot be transferred in their entirety to people with comorbidities. Gender, sex is another issue. We see that the participation of women in clinical trials is much inferior to that of men. And then ethnicity and nationality, origin too. Minorities are discriminated against, sexual orientation minorities, mental health patients, addicts, detainees, homeless, uninsured, all these people are unfortunately left out of clinical trials. This is a huge source of discrimination and concern. I will end my presentation with a slide regarding lung cancer in women. Usually, it happens, a diagnosis in lung cancer has increased by 84% in the last 40 years. Usually it's at younger ages. It usually manifests as an adenocarcinoma, and there are different responses in chemotherapy and immunotherapy. In the past, we focused screening solely on female smokers. imagine, therefore, how many women suffering from lung cancer we must have lost because the guidelines were very, very restrictive in the past. We need to take into consideration all those disparities if we are to truly create a better system for clinical trials in Greece.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardo. Let us stay on those disparities we need to overcome, and we need to focus on that part. It is only fair that everyone has the same chances, opportunities and possibilities, and some things have to be done in that direction. We say yes to the question of awareness and to the attractivity we need to provide medical studies and tests, and much is being done in that sense, I have to say. Given that the backbone of medical progress is clinical studies, and there is a nexus between innovation and non-catered for medical needs, that's a thing to revisit. And we need to understand there are some issues relevant to harmonization and regulation that might engender problems and hindrances to access. And because we are under the pressure of time, I had so many good things to ask about, I won't have the time for it. I'm calling upon Mrs. Amanda Psiris, Professor of Oncology and Pathology at the Athens University, in charge of the Oncology Department of the Attikon Hospital. She will be delving into the topic of academic research in Greece and worldwide. Thank you very much. Let me thank and congratulate Mrs. Patelis for her outstanding activities and the radiance of FairLife, both in Greece and abroad. I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees, Mrs. Leonardo, and everybody else for this exquisite piece of work.
Μου ζητήθηκε να μιλήσω για την ακαδημαϊκή έρευνα σε απλή γλώσσα, οπότε είναι...
I was asked upon to elaborate on the topic of academic research.
Έννοια ότι...
So I will be trying to focus on certain scientific activities in Greece, also talking about challenges we are facing in our day-to-day practice. Consequently, research is distinguished in three pillars. The preclinical research prior to clinical research carried out in the laboratory about cell models and series, what we talk about as in vitro or in vivo, and animal models, be it models that are xenograft, relying on cell lines of tumor development, or humanocraft, taking biopsies from the patient, allowing the tumor to be developed in a mouse, having the animal model and see how they behave. The translating research is an in-between stage between patients and a laboratory. This is a translation of the research carried out preclinically into the research carried out in patients. So translational research is mainly carried out in samples of patients. There are some biomarkers that are considered which either provide information on the outcome of the condition, prognosis, or predict a response to therapy. And the clinical research Mrs. Leonardo spoke about. These are the three pillars of that research, basic research carried out in vitro, and using animal models. You see the mice. Then at the far end of the range we have the clinical and epidemiological research, and in between the translational or molecular epidemiology research, using samples of patients, using biomarkers identified preclinically, and trying to confirm to which extent this is applicable patients trying to predict the development of the disease. Consequently, the fundamental research is investigating into the biogenesis factors in animal models and carried out in research institutions and universities. In Greece, considerable research is carried out at the University of Athens, as well as in various institutions and establishments, the Medical Biological, the Academy of Athens, Democritus, the National Research and Investigations Agency, and preclinically speaking, we have to say that the research is considerable in our country. There are discoveries of new molecular paths for carcinogenesis and new genes which are published in very high level medical reviews amongst the best worldwide, and it is truly remarkable how such research can be ensured despite the penury of means in Greece. There are publications in very respectable medical reviews, considering that if one wishes to have something published while in Greece, there are two challenges: the lack of financing for research, and the second one being that surely when a review is called upon to publish a piece of work of yours,
ένα manuscript όταν είναι από την Αμερική, από τη Δυτική Ευρώπη.
One's manuscript is not viewed as positively as if someone writes from America. These biases we also have. We Europeans tend to be skeptical about publications coming from India or China. Things are different if the publication comes from such institutions as Harvard or Yale. It is much easier for anyone to promote something of publication and evaluation compared to articles coming from countries prone to engender skepticism.
Στην Ελλάδα. Και είναι σημαντικό ότι έχουν.
So it is so important to know there are teams like those of under Mr. Kormoulis in histology that many times publishes articles in PNS and Nature and Science, thus opening up new paths likely to lead to therapeutic pursuits, suggesting new compounds. Translational research is the bridge between basic and clinical research, using samples of patients and examining the role of biomarkers in prognosis, treatment and cure. What is known about lung cancer, fortunately, because of this being a very frequent cancer, so much money has been invested in research, and we have come up with a molecular classification that suggests there are specific groups indicating which groups will be subjected to therapies aiming at such molecular mutations, thus selecting patients based on the mechanism of carcinogenesis for them to be less toxic and more efficient. All this was possible because of the translational research, and quite typically when it comes to EGFR mutations, in the beginning the
χωρίς μοριακή επιλογή.
The inhibitors of kinase was present in all groups of patients, and what was identified was very low levels of response in the Western world, whereas in China these rates were considerably higher. That was at first met with some reserve and skepticism because of the lack of precision, but after a molecular analysis it was found that in Asiatic populations there is a specific molecular phenotype where mutations lead to sensitivity to the medicine. The tyrosinic kinase is activated, and that is how the mutations were identified. The molecular selection of patients was effected. That led to the utilization of this compound for the right type of population. Now, stages in translational research of lung cancer are specific, also including other types of cancer. These are elements taken from the Journal of Clinical Oncology, a review monitoring the development in this domain with specific stationary oncotype, genomatic aspect that suggests which are the patients benefiting from chemotherapy mutations in lung cancer. Then we also see the PARP inhibitors and the BRCA genome. BRCA mutated tumors do respond to this kind of inhibitors. IMRK immunotherapy, so we have covered quite a distance, and we see how within only 12 years there was a dramatic change and the transformation of therapy in therapeutic oncology. As far as Greece is concerned, translational wise, we are in a position to carry out considerable research, and at the Attikon University Hospital we have Mr. Foukas, head of the Department of Oncology. He is a professor of pathology and focusing on immunology, and together we're trying to discover which are the patients benefiting most from immunotherapy. Thus, we have been able to contribute to this in a very considerable way. We still have considerable research activity in that field, and then when it comes to clinical research, we have had Ms. Linardo, the clinical studies at stage 1, 2 and 3. The issue about academia and clinical research worldwide is that academic studies more often than not try to tackle issues that are of no commercial interest, as is, for example, the case of head and cervix cancer, where we care more about the de-escalation of therapy for lesser doses of radiotherapy to avoid further toxicity. It is an issue that is of no concern to pharmaceutics. Consequently, it is difficult to carry out this kind of studies, and this is where we would need more funding from the state. So I have been the evaluator at the Mori Institute in Italy, and when it comes to a forum of international experts trying to evaluate the center every 2 years for financing to be secured and continued. And I was impressed by the fact how much money is provided to centers as funding for academic research. Otherwise said, for studies to be developed of no commercial interest but still quite important per se, as is the case of research on rare tumors. This is a research we also see happening in various countries. Even in the US, accrual may be low. Still, these are aspects that need to be investigated into internationally and need funding to develop prognosis and the quality of life of patients. There are research studies by pharmaceutical companies, and we do realize there are publications about India and JCO. Perhaps the dosage in immunotherapy is way too high. We might, by administering lower doses to have the good results. This is no concern to the pharmaceuticals industry, but it is interesting to us in terms of investigating into the toxicity of those approaches. In Greece, we have teams of oncologists working on research, and those teams have indeed covered quite a distance all these years with very considerable publications primed and awarded by the Academy of Letters of Athens. Mrs. Linardo, in European Research, the European Organization for Social and Prevention of Cancer, we have been participating in those studies. The Greek team of oncologists counts for more than 800 publications in international reviews with more than 20,000 references, and hits a very important activity. Moreover, we benefit from a very robust database of data and a biobank concerning several patients with different types of tumors. And for some time now, we have been anticipating the need by sampling patients. Those samples may be analyzed and open up new prognosis and prediction biomarkers. AI has made a very dynamic entry in our field using large volumes of data to create prediction models. We see here on the screen how from hematotoxylin and myosin samples we may digitalize models, exchange data and information internationally by a way of this technology. This is possible. It wasn't there before. Sampling, collecting thousands of just data, both clinical and tissue-wise and imagery elements, and therefore classify patients at a higher degree of precision. There are challenges. Academic research is faced with the constraint of insufficient financing, and for many cases of tumors, it takes much more international cooperation. If samples are too limited, there may be a difference that is small but clinically important. A small sample does not allow you to statistically provide data, so one has to also deal with such constraints and international cooperation, which is necessary for the progress and evolution of research. That was what I had to say. Thank you very much, and I congratulate you on the initiative of this conference. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Psiri. Indeed, AI, I believe, as well as the European database in health will be changing things in due course. It's a challenge we have to meet and adapt ourselves as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we will be left out of a new world. These new language will ensure the interoperability we need, as well as have a more unified population sample, so as to have other adjuvant methods for you to apply. Going on to Mr. Theodoros Tsikridis, medical lead oncology for Greece, Cyprus and Malta, MSD, Hellas. He will be elaborating on the contribution of pharmaceutics in clinical research. Why do pharmaceutical companies invest in clinical studies? Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mrs. Padelibelli, for the honorary invitation extended to me, for me to share with you a succinct way of seeing a contribution of the pharmaceutics in this research. I am anticipating the conclusion by telling you how important we believe the contribution of the companies of pharmaceutics is. Let me start by sharing with you some data available publicly. When it comes to the expenditure in research and development by the world of pharmaceuticals starting in 2023, we have data suggesting that the expenditure by the 15 leaders in the field in R&D has gone up by 50% compared to 2018, thus reaching 162 billion US dollars. Interestingly, such amount accounts for 1/4 of the sales volume of all these 15 companies together. A very high rate, a very high percentage of sales has therefore been reinvested in R&D. And for those who wonder whether this is too high a percentage, data yielded by another research, FDA, suggests that the amount of expenditure in R&D compared to sales is the highest amongst the various industries. So these are comparative data, and you will realize that the field of health overall, not just the company of pharmaceuticals, but also companies active in medical equipment and diagnostic tools, this is a field investing the highest proportion to sales in R&D. Comparatively, other companies in cars and technology have an average of 4.7% of sales volume, whereas in the world of pharmaceuticals we speak about 12.9%. We know all too well that the development of a new compound takes funds, resources and time. Fundamental research is very helpful in that direction, as it provides the basic material for the companies in pharmaceuticals to be able to identify new therapeutic objectives. Here are some data for you accounting for these. Out of the 10,000 molecules to be tried immediately after basic research for us to know which compounds will hit the market in the end, 1 to 2 such new models will end up in the market. So out of the 10,000 such molecules, only a couple of molecules will reach the end of the process. And according to our research, it is estimated that the time required from the beginning up to the moment a new compound hits the market is 12 to 13 years. Interestingly, one more element that is quite revealing of the contribution of pharmaceuticals in this research is that the average cost for the development of a new compound from the moment we enter the phase of research down to the moment it enters the market is at 3.3 trillion US dollars. So the tremendous cost of buttressing research and development, and this is where the pharmaceuticals contribute very drastically. According to WHO data we have in our site, so suggest that the contribution to the overall expense for R&D of biopharmaceuticals is at 60%, practically more than half of the funding for the development of new compounds come from the pharmaceuticals. And to be fair vis-a-vis fundamental research in that field, 90% of financing in that domain comes from academia, research centers rather than pharmaceuticals. We've heard before some data about clinical research. Once again, using the WHO database, in 2022 there were more than 7,000 clinical research modules underway in oncology. Many of them were in Greece. 1.9% of them were happening in Greece. On the table to the right of your screen, there are several other countries that are not visible on that screen. If we compare ourselves to countries of similar size to Greece, we're lagging way behind when it comes to clinical research and studies in Greece vis-a-vis other countries. An interesting aspect is that Belgium, a country that is highly comparable size-wise to Greece, the number of clinical studies at stage 1 and 2 is by several times higher than in Greece. So here there's a good opportunity for us to develop even further the field of clinical studies in Greece. More specifically, out of these 7,000 studies back in 2022, 600 were about lung cancer, and only 25 of those were carried out in Greece. Consequently, in this field, there is a major opportunity in the domain of lung cancer to become more active. And out of a very brief research I carried out in Clinical Research Gov, in 2024 in Greece there were carried out 78 clinical studies with new compounds for lung cancer. Compared to 2022, there was a slight raise, and that's interesting and positive. And again, according to data from the Clinical Trials Gov, such studies are carried out by pharmaceuticals as the main sponsors. Even more specifically, when it comes to the company I represent, MSD, I believe that there is a very important investment made in innovation, thus allowing for a very interesting footprint on clinical studies. Data on the first graph suggests that between 2019 and 2024, the number of clinical studies in Greece quadrupled, reaching some 66 clinical studies so far. Out of these 66, 83%, 55 clinical studies, therefore, are about oncology, with some 85 active centers and 285 active patients, overall accounting for 60.6% of the overall number of patients integrating clinical studies by MSD. For lung cancer, we will realize that in Greece at the moment, the company is carrying out 13 clinical studies. So, in conclusion, as I said in the beginning, The contribution of pharmaceuticals in clinical research is very, very considerable. A considerable amount of profits of those companies are reinvested in R&D. A major proportion of the funding in the development of new compounds comes from the world of pharmaceuticals. The overall number of clinical studies in lung cancer stage 1, 2 and 3 with new molecules are being carried out by pharmaceuticals. And in closing, I'll say that our company disposes one of the most important footprints in clinical studies in order to improve the quality of life of patients in Greece. In closing, let me tout once again on what was said before, how important cooperation is amongst all agencies and organizations so that the outcome be excellent in all aspects for clinical research. Besides development and evolution, we need to have cooperation amongst academia, researchers, investigators, companies and patients so that this country be transformed into a center of clinical studies that creates value for patients. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsikridis. I see that there is no time for questions, nothing. I'm under the heaviest of pressures. So I asked for 8 minutes, you took 15 minutes each, so never mind, it will be for another time. Thank you very much for your contribution. The floor goes back to our moderator. Thank you very much. Right, going on, changing course, calling upon Mr. Karamousis, pathologist, oncologist and professor at the Athens University. We'll be having him on air and he has straight forward the floor. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the invitations and apologies for being unable to come there. I was told that you will be changing the transparencies. Yes, if you are told so, that will be the case. So let's start with the first one, please. Perfect. I'm not a lung cancer expert, but I'm involved in neoplasias of the GI tract and targeted therapies. Nevertheless, I will try to indicate the role of immunotherapy in difficult neoplasias such as lung cancer. It seems that the therapeutics have completely changed. Next one. Here we see that in lung neoplasias and solid tumors, the initial target was to identify and understand the pathogenetic mechanisms leading to development of tumors, and in this way to create subgroups of patients, and in these subgroups to identify the genetic lesion to treat in order to achieve individualized treatment. Here we see a summary, though it doesn't look like a summary, but still it is a summary of the gene lesions in lung cancers. We have different signaling pathways affecting cellular procedures. We see the frequency of the mutations of the proteins. On the upper left we see EGFR and the other pathways and other gene abnormalities we have identified. And thanks to these findings, we identified a separate group of lung cancer patients with genetically driven lesions for which we have targeted molecular medication. Next one. Few years ago, two researchers from Japan and the US found out that T lymphocytes are affected directly or indirectly by cancerous cells, thus creating an immunological inactiveness, that is, our T cells cannot recognize tumor cells as possibly toxic cells, and therefore they cannot destroy them. Later, it was found out that this has to do with various molecules on the surface of T cells with other molecules on the surface of the tumor cells, as you see here on the left, like dendrites. These cells receive proteins secreted by cancer cells, and then they bring them up to their surface to activate T cells. Identifying these pathways led to identifying new inhibitors. We have immunomodulating medication, which is immunotherapy for cancer. This was what made some researchers receive the Nobel Award, and we have this revolution today actually, and this has become a different chapter in therapies, immuno-oncology. Now, lung cancer, we see some of the clinical studies that have established the use of these immunomodulators in the treatment, either first-line treatment or in the next lines of treatment, either as monotherapy or in combo with chemotherapy. And as you might have seen, we're talking about tumors with no identification of genetical issues. Now, if we have no preventive biomarker, that is, we cannot say that the presence of a protein means better results. What we use for reasons of prevention as a biomarker identifying the outcome of immunotherapy, PD-L1, which is the best studied pathway of exchanges between T cells and cancer cells. We see various factors depending on the expression of PD-L1. Some of them are used in metastatic disease. Let us not mention all molecules, and also for first-line treatment. And the use of these molecules has led to long-term survival unthought of 3 or 4 years ago. There are patients that could live 5, 6, or even more years with metastatic disease, and they respond very well to immunotherapy. Next, please. Unfortunately, however, as in all oncology medication, the efficacy is not 100%. We can go up to 40 or 50% right from the start because of initial resistance, or there is acquired resistance to immunotherapy after receiving immunotherapy, that is. So what are we supposed to do for patients with metastatic lung disease resistant to the traditional form of immunotherapy? There are a lot of approaches assessed. Here we see some of them. For example, vaccines. Now they are in clinical trials. Oncolytic viruses, the so-called CAR-T therapy. So far, it is mainly used in hematology, and a new generation of immunological approaches, that is administration of T-cell activated cells. They are reinforced, they are taken from the patient and then back to patient in order to overcome resistance to immunotherapy. The results of this method remain to be seen in the next years. We don't know if any of these methods will prove effective. We have to be optimistic, however, because the use of immunotherapies has changed our therapeutic approach and the survival of all patients with solid tumors, and particularly lung cancer patients. Next, please. Finally, in the recent conferences of the European Association of Medical Oncology and the respective US association, we see that traditional immunomodulating factors in early stages before surgery achieve even better results in additional years, and there is increased immunogenicity in order to fight tumors. So even in early stage lung carcinomas, in cooperation with other specialists such as lung experts or chest surgeons, so we need to opt for a specific plan because there are a lot of patients for which early immunotherapy will be of benefit before any other traditional methods such as surgery, chemotherapy, and so on and so forth. Finally, I would like to thank you all. This was a brief presentation of how immunotherapy has changed our therapeutic plans, the treatment plans, and in May in Helmos you see what happens. This is the picture of snow melting. This is where Achilles was first baptized, and we just hope that this will be a new beginning for us to find a new treatment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for keeping your time as well. Now, Mr. Flores, could you please come up?
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, ευχαριστώ και εγώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
I would also like to thank you for the invitation to this one-day event. My topic is a little bit different, and it's a very successful example of treating not only lung cancer, but all solid forms of cancer. But it has to do with a small subgroup of these patients. Is it though? You see data published from the US, so it's about 2% of patients that have non-small cell lung cancer. Since this is just a subgroup, we see that there are differences between sexes, young women, non-smokers. They are more prone to this type of lesion. It's not a classical type of mutation, as you'll hear later. It is a recombination, a rearrangement, meaning that the cancer cell takes parts of two genes and creates a fusion protein. So ALK is a fusion protein. Initially, this was identified in hematological lymphomas. It is a traditional kinase. Kinases are proteins that take a stimulus from outside the cell to bring it in the cell, and this is regulated by the connection of a ligand on the receptor. The receptor breaks down to two, it creates two bimers, and the signal is transduced to the nucleus. And this is very important for metabolism and survival of the cell. In the case of a fusion protein, this happens only within the cell, and we have the whole process that creates this type of signaling. Just a few patients, but it's a vast research field, and you see the development of these therapies through time. And now, comparison. On the left, second generation, on the right, third generation inhibitors. Though you cannot have a head-to-head comparisons because we have different studies here. Anyway, indirectly, if we take same time intervals, we see that there has been an increase of more than 60% of the patients after 36 months. No relapses. It's just a chronic disease for them, like diabetes. And this is the crown of studies. This is the name of this study. Lovelatinib, third generation inhibitor, and the latest data this year, we see at 60 months, that is 5 years, we have not even achieved the interval, survival interval, that is with no relapse, and there is a reduction of risk for exacerbation or death in comparison not to death, to nothing, but in comparison to a first generation medication by 81%. Here, that's the last part of the curve. We use it in immunotherapy. The percentages are lower in this case. We can say that more or less we have treatment or cure in these cases. What is important in ALK is that it is the second disease after melanoma with brain metastasis. Why? Most probably because ALK is involved in the development of the central nervous system. Therefore, biologically, there is a consequence, continuity, if you like. This drug was developed particularly for this reason, to be able to reach the brain and the central nervous system. So there might be some brain metastasis at diagnosis, but 60 months, more than 50% of them live without progression of the disease, or if there was no lesion initially, those that developed lesions were fewer. And what you see here, that if somebody is lucky enough not to have brain metastasis, 96% of them will never have such a lesion. So we have this protective effect for the central nervous system. Is everything rosy though? No. There are side effects. All medication, starting from the bone, everything has some side effects. So we need to choose our treatment on the basis of the patient we have in front of us. For example, as you see, lorlatinib has hyperlipidemia, high percentages. Usually this is just a lab finding, no clinical consequence, that is no atheromatosis or any syndrome having to do with hyperlipidemia at large. Nevertheless, there is edema, increased body weight, and in some patients for men that have a predisposition for mental disease, they could be fully deregulated. So we need to know our patient. And to identify the lesion, we have a lot of diagnostic methods. Immunochemotherapy, for example, immunochemistry rather, immunohistochemistry, we use it a lot because it's easy and not that expensive. This is the table. You see the changes in ALK and the sensitivity of each inhibitor. So we see for this specific patient who came from Thessaloniki, she has developed 2 mutations. She is ALK positive, and in 2 cases she is not sensitive. So with wrong diagnostic practices, we might miss some patients. After metastatic diseases, we could administer these in early cases. For example, after surgery, let's say that there are positive lymph nodes or the tumor is larger than 4. This type of medication could prevent relapses. So we have 5 inhibitors for fusion protein ALK. Lorlatinib is the best. Interval 60 months, more than without relapse. We have alternatives according to the clinical features of our patient. Immunohistochemistry is the easiest method. It's simple and not expensive. Sometimes we have some false results, however, and we cannot identify the specific molecular subtype even in this rare disease. And even as prophylaxis, we can use it as prophylaxis. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mrs. Lika, please, come up. It seems that she was unable to attend. Somebody else is going to read her presentation. So, hello again. Mrs. Lika was unable to attend, so let me focus on another mutation that has changed the prognosis of patients with lung disease, GFR.
Μεταλλάξεις για εμάς στην κλινική πράξη.
Keeping up on the lovely presentation that you heard, let's look at what mutations have done for us, or what kind of change they've brought about. In an ideal frozen world, there's no evolution, no development. Everything stops right now. And right now we have an image that shows a translocation. We get a biopsy that shows a tumor. We get a biopsy sample. We identify, for example, lung cancer, and then we perform some molecular analysis that allows to detect if there is a specific mutation or a rearrangement, as Mr. Flores said before, or anything else that the volume of the tumor depends on. Ideally, there would be a single drug, which ideally would be a pill, that would be able to target the specific mutation and thus disrupt the development and the progression of cancer. That would be the ideal model. We have numerous mutations, different type genetic variations. Some of them are rearrangements, some of them are mutations. EGFR seems to be among the most frequent one. The epidermal growth factor receptor mutation. And I would like to point out that patients that show these mutations for which we have targeted medication, and patients, if we identify the mutation in those patients and administer the right drug, they have a much better prognosis, a much better survival rate, not only as compared to patients that do not have those mutations, but also as compared to patients that have those mutations but did not get the right medication because we were unable to identify the mutation because we didn't go looking for it. And this is what this slide says. If we do not find the right mutation, we are condemning our patient to a subgroup of patients that does not have a mutation. In Europe, when it comes to driver mutations, we have a low percentage. They are primarily found among the Asian population, and it is associated, highly associated with atmospheric pollution. And we have two particular mutations, activating mutations, exon 19 and exon 21. And already for the past 20 years, we have been developing specific, specialized molecular inhibitors targeting these mutations. And they all show that when we start off with a molecular pill as compared to chemotherapy, we significantly prolong the period until disease, cancer progression. But we also found out quite early on that there are resistance mechanisms to those pills, because this is not the ideal frozen world, and the cancer cell finds ways to escape from molecular pills. And we came across inhibitors in order to target the resistance mechanisms of cancer cells. And when we first saw it, this is the only curve that I will be showing you, we came up with an overall survival benefit. And this is a molecular pill with metastatic lung cancer, where we can hope for survival of an average of 3 years. Of course, this is a cat and mouse game. We know that there are novel resistance mechanisms that have been created against novel agents. So this cancerous cell has found ways to evolve and grow resilient to novel agents. There are many mechanisms. Usually what we do is that we add chemotherapy to the molecular pill. We try also to develop new molecular pills. We used to have Peugeot and then Mercedes, and now we have the Porsche of molecular pills targeting these very mutations. There are novel agents targeting double antibodies. And then we have drugs that are conjugated, a monoclonal antibody plus a small chemotherapy bomb. So the ADCs, antibody drug conjugates, that seem to be changing the therapeutic landscape. We also have the EGFR exon 20 insertions right now, so this is something that they can be used in combination with chemotherapy. And I will close with this image, which is the most important to me. All these developments are very good, very positive, but we always need to bear in mind the quality of life of our patients. And it is true that many of those novel agents come with a long list of side effects, such as skin rashes, such as paronychia, which can truly affect the quality of life of our patients. Imagine a patient who cannot put on their shoes. It's very important to inform, therefore, our patients in a timely fashion, so that we can fight these side effects with a collaboration of specialists, and thus be able to achieve optimal therapeutic results without, however, dampening the quality of life of our patients. Thank you very much. Thank you. We would like to wish a speedy recovery to Ms. Lika. Now I would like to ask Mr. Lainakis to come to the podium. If possible, stick to your time frame, please. Good afternoon on my behalf as well. I would like to thank Ms. Pateli Bell for the honorary invitation and the entire organizing committee of this event. My thematic is a bit more complex. It's about more molecules, more mutations that we could theoretically target in order to improve cancer patient survival. Here, a simplified scheme, a chart, showing the pathways that come into play and that we take advantage of by targeting them in order to stop cancerous cell multiplication and proliferation. We see there are many. We use molecules to block these pathways, and we have a multiple of molecules, some of them still at experimental stage. We know that there are many mutations that form a catalyst to the treating cancer. When it comes to KRAS and some other genes, we don't have much data yet. However, as regards molecules that have been approved and introduced into the algorithm for lung cancer, there's lots of them. Here I would like to mention the guidelines of the EU, where we look into the mutations or variations, if we want to be more precise, in order to see what can be done with certain patients. Let's start with the ROS gene, ROS1 gene, which is characterized by rearrangements, as was the case of the ALK gene as well. Here we're talking about a mutation that affects about 1 to 2% of the people suffering from non-small cell lung cancer. It's primarily prevalent in women and patients of a younger age, meaning below the age of 40. And this is primarily about adenocarcinomas. And then we also find a correlation with the ALK gene, as you can see here. And this means that there are some factors inhibiting the ALK gene that might be able to be implemented in order to inhibit a ROS1 gene, although this is not a certainty yet because we have had some failures in that regard. These are the agents that are being used. The first three are available in our country. Repotrectinib, unfortunately, has only been approved in the States so far. And here we have the choices in case there is a progression of the disease. We are able to alternate with other agents. These are the outcomes. It's important to notice that there are responses reaching all the way up to 72%. We're looking at an 18-month interval. And as you can see, disease progression-free survival rates can go all the way up to 80%, so you can understand how important these are. Crizotinib is an inhibitor that has been approved. It is a safe molecule. We don't have severe side effects at high percentages, so it's one of the therapeutic tools that we have in our arsenal for these patients. Then we have entrectinib. Entrectinib is one of those factors that has yielded excellent results in patients with NTRK mutations. This is a molecule that reaches 77% objective response rate, and we have a significant response even with intracranial disease patients for approximately 13 months of duration. Here, once again, toxicity is an issue. We have 44% of our patients that had to reduce the dosage, and there is a 5% as well that need to discontinue the treatment due to adverse events. Now, looking at NTRK inhibitors, it's a very rare mutation. Less than 5% of cancer cases manifest with NTRK fusion. Here we have to look into the rearrangements of this gene and not the mutations, because the rearrangements are what we can target in order to have good results with two inhibitors, larotrectinib, as I mentioned before, and atrectinib, which also is available in Greece. Entrectinib is the only one indicated for the time being in non-small cell lung cancer. And as you can see here, we have very good results of about 70% with larotrectinib. Safety is overall nice. We do have some adverse events, both with entrectinib and larotrectinib. There is a small percentage that needs to discontinue because of adverse events. And unfortunately, many patients need to interrupt for a while in order to adjust and bring down toxicity levels. And then we look at RET fusions. Here we're talking about a mutation that applies to 1 or 2% of our population. Once again, we're looking at rearrangements of the gene. It is indicated for the lung and thyroid cancer, thyroid gland cancer. Here you see the two inhibitors, selpercatinib and pralsetinib. You see that we have percentages of ORR 84 and 72% respectively, very high percentages, very important, and also apparent in median intracranial diseases. Libretro compared selpercatinib versus chemotherapy plus or without, with or without pembrolizumab, and you see the curves that show the superiority as compared to the standard of care population. The safety profile is quite good. We see that there is a percentage that needs to, a high percentage that needs to discontinue, but once the treatment dosage is readjusted after toxicity has been eliminated, they can continue, and there are excellent results. Once again, a similar profile, which means that both agents are effective and indicated for these treatments. When it comes to BRAF, we know a lot of things regarding the intestines and the larynx, but we have some mutations that affect primarily women. 3 to 4% of the people of non-small cell lung cancer may have it, and we're not just talking about of smokers, but also non-smokers. We need to overlook the smoking history, especially with patients with adenocarcinoma when they present TNP classification that is pertinent, and there are similar percentages between male and female patients, with a slight superiority of female patients. There are many mutations we can look into. The one we definitely examine is V600, and for this mutation we have indicated markers, and we have classes of patients that with different responsiveness to the treatments administered. Class 1 is where we find optimal result of BRAF inhibitors. The other two classes, class 2 and 3, unfortunately have more aggressive molecular types. The drugs are the ones that you see here, dabrafenib and corafenib, trametinib and binimetinib. And these are different agents that inhibit the same pathway, however, of the BRAF. You see the outcomes with patients that have received this treatment versus standard of care, and with the other two agents we reach an ORR of 75%. And for those that have been previously treated, this falls to 45-46%. So it is quite indicative that it makes sense to use this inhibitor at the beginning of the treatments as an initial first-line treatment. And then we have toxicity that leads patients to discontinue treatment, where the percentages vary according to the agent. HER2 mutation, something that we're all familiar with via breast cancer and GI tract cancer and gut cancer. We have some biomarkers, and for breast cancer we've come up with the corresponding agents, and we have excellent molecules that can be in conjunction with antibodies, we can have up to 55% objective response rates with a duration of response of 9.3 months and a progression-free survival of more than 8 months. There is, unfortunately, once again here, a large problem with TRAIs. This is something that has been tested, this agent, in both stage 1 and stage 2 with varying dosing regimes. 49 to 56% ORR depending on the dosage used. And when it comes to trastuzumab and deruxtecan, we have seen that adverse events have led to high percentages of discontinuation, but according to the trials, it has also adverse events have also included death. It is compared, of course, versus the standard of care, which is immuno plus chemo. And we're waiting to see what the outcomes will be. The trial is ongoing, and then we have zongertinib in the States with good response rates, and then we have a new molecule that has been approved in the States but is not yet circulated. It has a positive opinion, and it demonstrates 72% ORR. There are these agents, and then we have other agents that have been tried, but the trials have been small. And I will go to the KRAS gene, because this mutation is involved in treatments in second-line treatments. It is the most frequent mutation that we find in non-small cell lung cancer. It can also manifest in pancreatic cancer and CRC. And still, prevalence varies depending on the populations and the geographical locations under examination. Here we have looked into two trials, two agents in the US, one in China. Not the spectacular outcomes that we've seen with the other agents. We have overall survival that is close to 10 months, and progression-free survival is close to 6 months. So yes, it's good progress, but they're not as spectacular in their effectiveness as the previous molecules. The existence of comorbidities or of other mutations that make these patients more resilient to such agents might come into play here, as well as the fact that we need to come up with new algorithms in order to introduce these inhibitors in first-line treatments. And I will close by reminding you that initially in my presentation I spoke of a share of the pie, but I don't like this expression. So I will say that genes and their mutations are about the pathways less traveled either because they have not yielded the right treatments or the anticipated treatments, or because they are complex and not yet fully understood, or because we haven't yet discovered them all. But what we do need to take home is that the better we understand lung cancer, the deeper we look into it, the more possible it is to come up with new mutations and help our patients. Apart from EGFR and ALK, there are other potential targets that could help patients, especially non-small cell lung cancer patients, and likely they have a lower incidence of adverse events. Now moving on, data, there's robust evidence regarding ROS1, BRAF and RET, but we are looking forward to having more data, stronger data regarding HER2, NTRK and MET. And clinical trials have been conducted on different ways because of the rarity of these mutations. We're not talking about randomization. Very few clinical phase 3 trials look into those mechanisms. And unfortunately, in the most of these clinical trials have enrolled patients, recruited patients that had already gone through first line, second line of treatment. So we need to wait for further results. Another thing that we need to take home is that we need to look into them because there are survival benefits, especially as compared to the standard of care. We should not neglect. We should start from the very beginning looking into all those mutations because we need to identify these patients in a timely fashion, and then we can take advantage of other modalities such as liquid biopsy, which is not validated yet for uncommon targets. We need to be aware that these mutations are less sensitive to immunotherapy, so they do not do as well with as the standard of care. Chemotherapy is still a choice, though not an excellent one. And the last thing that I could say, which to me is very important, is that because they are rare mutations and there is less knowledge on a worldwide scale, we need to encourage our patients to participate in clinical trials, wherever these trials may be conducted regarding such mutations, even at an early stage, because in that way we can have even more safe conclusions. This is something that to me is very important in cancer treatment. We never underestimate the importance of small steps. We take into consideration all data because by taking small steps we go much higher up than we go if we try taking leaps and bounds. Thank you very much. I hope I have not taken up too much of your time. Great. I would like to invite the other panelists so we can have a roundtable discussion. We start off with Miss Athina Vadalouka, Miss Zoe Gramatoglou, Mr. Kanaloupidis, Miss Iphigenia Koutri, Miss Anna Papageorgiou, Miss Rosie Tabaliaki, and Kiki Tsakaldimi.
Ακούν στους κανονικούς περιορισμούς, τότε η πάθηση χαρακτηρίζεται καρκινική. Χάρη στη συνεχή εξέλιξη της ιατρικής επιστήμης, σήμερα διαθέτουμε πολλαπλά διαγνωστικά τεστ που μπορούν να αναγνωρίσουν πολλές από αυτές τις μεταλλάξεις. Οι συγκεκριμένες μεταλλάξεις, όπως και άλλες αλλαγές που συμβαίνουν στα καρκινικά κύτταρα, λειτουργούν ως βιολογικοί δείκτες που υποδεικνύουν τα ειδικά χαρακτηριστικά του κάθε τύπου καρκίνου και ονομάζονται βιοδείκτες. Συνήθως, για τους διάφορους τύπους καρκίνου ευθύνεται μία ομάδα μεταλλάξεων η οποία διαφέρει τόσο μεταξύ των ατόμων με διαφορετικούς τύπους καρκίνου, όσο και μεταξύ των ατόμων με τον ίδιο τύπο καρκίνου. Αυτό, σε μεγάλο βαθμό, ευθύνεται για τη διαφορετική εξέλιξη ενός καρκίνου που συνήθως παρατηρούμε μεταξύ δύο διαφορετικών ασθενών και για τη διαφορετική ανταπόκρισή τους στις θεραπείες. Με τη μελέτη των βιοδικτών, ο γιατρός μπορεί πλέον να προβλέψει ως ένα βαθμό την εξέλιξη ενός τύπου καρκίνου σε έναν ασθενή και να επιλέξει την κατάλληλη για αυτόν θεραπεία.
Μου το έκρυψε ο Γιώργος. Καλησπέρα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ την Κορίνα την Πατέλη.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Ms. Corina Patelli. I cannot see her. Yes, I can. For being the soul of this event. And of course, thank all members of FairLife. We had this idea, but I'm missing half a slide. That's okay. That's where the names were. But it's okay. Since there's 8 of us and we only have 40 minutes, which means there were 5 minutes per person, so I will set forth a framework as an oncologist regarding some definitions of concepts And then I will ask my fellow panelists to speak in detail about what they do. When I saw that I was participating in the thematic unit of holistic management, I tried to look up who the participants would be in order to ensure that when we spoke of holistic, we didn't mean alternative treatments. And when I saw that this was not the case, I was relieved because I don't know much about alternative methodologies going beyond the traditional Western medicine. It is true that we realize that holistic is a term that has become the monopole of alternative practices, and it sometimes has this bad connotation that creates an erroneous perception in the patient, surrounding, treating team. And so we'll come back to the Hippocrates understanding of holistic, that we treat our patient as a whole, therefore a whole, meaning that we look at the bodily, mental, spiritual, emotional, all aspects of our patient, which means that we need to have patient-driven care. We move away from the doctor-driven, physician-driven care, which was outdated, to the patient-centered care, which to me is outdated because it centers on the patient, but I as a team, or we as a team, we are the ones who utilize our specialties, our methods, and the patient remains a passive recipient of whatever the active treating team will suggest. So I really do prefer the term patient-driven care, where the patient utilizes all methods and all specialties in collaboration with the treating team. They have a driving role, same as ourselves. So we have 5 parameters that are common to all oncology patients, not just lung cancer patients. The bodily corporeal health, mental health, social financial health, spiritual health. I am an oncologist. I look at the side effects, adverse events, boosting the immune system, and then I will call upon the pain center, the nutritionist, the psychiatrist that will look at all these parameters that I don't want to describe because the other panelists will do so. And yet there is one parameter which is quite characteristic and perhaps unique to lung cancer and some other types of cancer associated to certain behaviors, and that is stigma. Last year we laid particular emphasis on stigma because it could lead to social isolation, because there is self-blame, there is guilt, there's a delay in looking for help, and this we know for a fact is intertwined with reduced survival rates. So individualization, we cannot have any other form of approach other than a multidisciplinary approach. Here the patient is at the front of the rowing boat, calling out the commands. We are the ones rowing, and it's very important to come up with a plan that will be tailor-made to their own lifestyle, to their choices. They need to participate in decision-making with informed consent, because this will build a relationship based on trust and cooperation, and we know that this will also affect overall survival. And at this point I would like to ask the panelists to take the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues and friends, let me start with words of appreciation to the organizing and scientific committee for this honorary invitation extended to me, congratulating Mrs. Patelli and the whole team of FairLife for the outstanding effort waged, and although we know got a long way to go. Together, we will be sharing a few minutes, I promise. I will be brief on the holistic management of patients suffering from lung cancer. In 2001, as of the European Parliament session, there was an adoption of a resolution by 29 member states that pain is a condition, and this health condition bestows rights. This pain that has inspired artists like Frida Kahlo to take stock of the neuropathological pain she felt as a sword penetrating her body. This pain making the woman suffering from cancer to say, I'm discontinuing chemotherapy, so I'm getting off the train of life for not being able to withstand the pain and burn. She feels the woman that wants to feel without pain, close to her friends and the kin. Our psychologist that is following a young child suffering from lung cancer at this final stage, helping this child out. This is a photograph that has been awarded a world prize. So we have a patient coming to us, and we have to know that besides those 3 stages of dealing with pain identified by the WHO, compounds, non-opioid compounds followed by low opioid content compounds and strong opiates. You see this scale we have proposed to be adopted at pain centers, and as such has been accepted in Europe. Besides those 3 steps, there is a 4th one, which is out of invasive techniques, emotional support, physiotherapy, work therapy, and emotional support or intellectual support of patients. And these are the invasive techniques we're applying with so many tools in our hands. Our colleague oncologist should come to terms with the fact that we should not allow the patient to be exhausted under the compounds that are exhaustive. Before waiting for this to happen, the patient needs to be referred immediately to palliative care. What is this about? This is an active holistic management. So much has been talked about that aims at improving the quality of life of our patients. And what I mean to underscore at this point is that this suffering, this serious health-related suffering, as the term goes, related to health is serious if not to be treated without medical intervention. And this has to be done and treated in order to avoid the perturbation of the social, emotional, and social functions of our patients. In Greece, thanks to the effort of our society back in 2005, we managed that the legislation includes this provision under which patients need to provide palliative care to the patient all the way through to the end of life, seeing that the patient maintains one's dignity. Why do we have to assert so and start palliative care at an early stage? Because from the onset it has been proven, and this is about patients having had standard care, they lived much less, so palliative care is understood to improve the term of survival of our patients. It has been proven by way of a review starting back in 2012. You see that right now in 2022 there are reports suggesting that in palliative care one needs to also see to one's sexual life, fitness, physical fitness and well-being. Those who are dealing with palliative care need to constantly improve one's capacities. Back in August 2024, it has been asserted that although palliative care should be administered gradually and by that reducing the number of days in hospice, but when one timely provides palliative care, one also can be sure of raising the level of satisfaction of patients from their treatment. Is this a case in Greece? I cannot say so. In 1997 we established the Hellenic Scientific Society of Pain and Palliative Care, the only scientific society that is certified as a provider of palliative care and home care. We have all this range of activities for so many years. Unfortunately, we are as yet to achieve that this becomes institutional. hence the laudability of efforts like the one by FairLife. So we need a multifaceted management, emotional and social support, a social worker to become involved, acupuncture, reflexology, you name it, any alternative pays, and of course family support. We need to have this as well. Why do I say so? I need to close echoing Benjamin Franklin. In this world, nothing is to be taken for certain other than death and taxes. We dealing with pain say there are three certainties in our life: death, taxation, and suffering, and we have an obligation to cater to suffering. Thank you very much for your attention. Το διερμηνευτικό
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Κυρία Γραμματόγλου, παρακαλώ, ο λόγος σε εσάς.
Εγώ άκουσα με πολύ προσοχή και τους δύο.
I have been very carefully following the previous speakers. This is their view of what things should be like. Deplorably, this is far from being so, and you have heard me time and again saying that myself and palliative care are two things associated for the last few years. Things are far from that. On those tables, patients being there and we being of assistance, just as what Mrs. Vadaluka very eloquently described as to how things should have been, how should palliative care look like. Well, it's a far cry from reality. Right now there is a commission dealing with it, and there will be a law to be promulgated in the matter of palliative care. I'm a member of this commission. I believe this piece of legislation will be promulgated, yet will not be implemented. Time and again have we spoken with Mrs. Vadaluka and Mrs. Yafaka, previous member of the commission. We are as yet to come up with a way to associate palliative care and home care. This is about alleviating the suffering of the patient, and pain centers, which have much time and again been touted. Mrs. Vadaluka also knows the pain center at Areteion Hospital has been relying on the secretarial support of CAF. If you call this a progress in palliative care, I rest my case. I have nothing to say. We have seen all ministers every time we met with the same adage. Yes, I know, I've lost members of my family, I know what it is like, and then once the door closes behind us, nothing happens. I won't extend myself much on it. Associations may be doing what they can. We have come to be, if not a second pain center, at least when it comes to social and emotional support. CAFI, our association, has launched a very well organized program, but we do not know where to put our patients. There are 4 teams of emotional support functioning for patients, 2 of them remote, 2 in physical presence. There are caregivers, morning assistants, all those things do exist, but it's not enough. How many people will be coming to us every day, heaven knows? There is no political will. I'm sick and tired of repeating that. If we truly had the will, we would have obtained that what the associations and companies do, become part of programs, that a pilot hospital becomes a reality. We're trying to cooperate. There is a memorandum of cooperation with the Agios Savas Hospital, and we are making sure that patients of this hospital are followed by a social worker and a psychologist from our center. Now dietitians have asked to come aboard. There are people who are willing to offer. I've also listened to you last year at the club. People came to us and said, I want to help, but I'm a private party, how can I help? All those people who are able to be of help in this field of patient care cannot help us. There is no political will. I'm sorry, I cannot share your optimism that things will change. Thank you. Of course, you have a way to land us back to reality, and you are connecting us to the real world. It's also useful. indeed, you are a sobering effect. Mrs. Good, you have the floor. Let me start by thanking FairLife, its president, Mrs. Patelli Belt, our own Corina, for the kind invitation. I will be sharing with you an experience of my own life. I've been a caregiver of my husband. I've lost him 1 year ago, but for 10 years he suffered from cancer. So I've gone through all those stages of recessions, relapses, metastases, and many different treatments. Let me start by saying that a human being once diagnosed with cancer may be sick, but besides the body, there's a whole history of pain behind this person. There's a family, there's a personal life, and everything simply is perturbed. Everything is overturned. Together with other women who have lost our partners and still mourn, other women who are still caregivers of their own people who are ailing, we all know that our partners may be sick physically, but we are also ailing with them. We're near them, we're trying to metabolize this awful thing happening to them. I do agree with you that it would take a holistic and man-centered approach to be ensured at hospitals, but there's a long way to go until we reach that point. Efforts are underway, this much I grant you. There are efforts underway by health professionals and the staff. Those people indeed make the most of what they can do. They're always close to patients and their caregivers. But apart from that, there is not enough support, nor are there funds available. Many so said. There are associations, there are things like FairLife that maintains and promotes this man-centered, anthropocentrical attitude to the benefit of families and caregivers. But we need more, much more, and we need to have something more vehement, more vociferous. The state itself is in no position to do something more efficient, come up with its own mechanisms. That would be a desirable thing, but at least they could support these kind of initiatives. So what I would say is that patients, first of all, need to be heard. We need to listen to them, listen to their needs. Both us, as human beings, citizens, our mentality, we do approach the man-centered model. It is difficult for a patient to say exactly what they need. So I believe that we need to have a change of culture and attitude on that point. And one more thing, we need to eliminate discriminations and inequalities that are made apparent because of cancer, access to care, prevention, guidance and information we are in need of. Patients need to have answers on many issues, on the kind of treatment to be received, what kind of problems one may expect to encounter, what to tell the relatives, friends, parents, the family, or at the workplace. There are so many fronts on which this person has to combat. And then awareness, prevention, and support are the most important parts. We need to all work on that. My late husband said, I don't want to hide myself from people. I want people to know that not just by being diagnosed you die. Nevertheless, we need some kind of support together with hope. And as I hear, there is hope in terms of therapy, hopefully also in terms of support and prevention. Thank you very much. If I may, I would like to shortly intervene. I would like to thank Iphigenia and Vasi on the previous panel, because Iphigenia turned her pain into something positive. She was part of the morning support group, and she is also a volunteer. She started her own team. That was my vision, to have many clones as FairLife. One cuckoo doesn't bring about spring. I do appreciate the effort, but the load is tremendous on my shoulders. But at least we are sowing the seeds. Maybe we should be hosting an event with all these men and women who are supporting each other. The role of the next of kin is very important. We will have it from them, what it is they're going through, what it is they believe should be done, and that's where steps should be taken, because the ministry needs to have an eager ear to us. I went through something, Iphigenia, Vasi, my child going through depression, and all those people who at this moment are living with cancer. Thank you very much. Mrs. Papageorgiou, thank you very much. Let me also thank Mrs. Corina Patelli-Velli for this invitation. Being member of this panel is so encouraging. Having it from the doctors and the participants towards MDs, I have all the appreciation. All these years I've been taking the floor in conferences, and given my background in the field of diet, exercise and stress, as I've been liaising with Professor Mitsochroussos, what I have come to understand is that the medical oncological community is overloaded, not only because of the missions it has in terms of medical care, but also because of the responsibility assumed and the major stress load that even themselves are unable to manage. So I'd like to say that doctors are the first to experience tremendous stress. You are those who come into direct contact for the first time with patients. In the past, I also believe that we should be going to the ministers to ask for things. I have ever since shifted away from that model. I like Einstein's motto, suggesting you cannot change much or bring about change in as consciously as the way problems created. We should change our consciousness vis-a-vis this kind of realization. There is so much knowledge available in the field of diet and dietetic intervention. First of all, nutrition, and how by way of appropriate screening be able to save the ill feeling. There are so precious tools in my field that can be of use. Together with exercise, we may reach all the way to sarcopenia without getting to extreme thinness. It is that piece where the oncologist, together with one's team, can use to follow up the patient. Number one target is to maintain the mass volume. It is our muscular mass that will be the first to give way, which is why we should be look into the noopedia, these fields of the intellect that may affect the parasympathetic nervous system, that is a break against stress. Once into contact with the condition, the first thing is fear and stress. And this is something that you carry all the time. The influence is tremendous in everyday life. So this is a medical way of combining all these specialties: endocrinology, immunology, oncology. stress. All this comes up with algorithm. So in saying so, we're asking the ministries to understand, but how can they ever understand that? There again, there is so intense stress, and we're dealing with it all the time. Rather than going into the reality of what we're talking about, they fail to understand. So all this should be understood by people who are ailing, so as to become more responsible. I have been working with oncology patients after therapy. They still fail to understand what it is to close my eyes, to come at alpha waves, and this is what brings my brain to calmness and affects my cortisol. I need to avoid working with my mobile phone at 2 in the morning because they believe that it will help me get away from depression. The circadian rhythms are affected, and this will bring about problems in metabolism. The whole is not ailing, maybe an organ does, and by working on that we may do things. Much can be done. NB Anderson, Mayo Clinic, they all speak about a holistic oncological care, and they have embraced all those alternative therapies that once were contemplated in a very skeptical way, all those things that might work on human physiology. But all these need a kind of protocol for one to know how to do things. For example, we speak about those practices. We cannot do this all the time. Meditation needs also to be worked on. All those things we need to apply. All this grudge, the complaint, I do understand this, but it doesn't get us anywhere. We're bound to lose even more time, and there's no time to lose. That's simple.
Ακούγομαι.
Βεβαίως.
Σκεφτόμουν εγώ έτσι, γιατί τα σημαντικά όλα νομίζω έχουν υποθεί μες στην ημέρα. Και επειδή μου αρέσει να φέρνω λίγο τη φωνή των ασθενών ή των θεραπευόμενων, οποτεδήποτε έχω την ευκαιρία να μιλήσω εξ ονόματός τους, ας πούμε, σκεφτόμουν ποια συνεδρία ή ποια κομμάτια των συνεδριών μπορεί να ήταν χαρακτηριστικά, ας πούμε, αυτών που βιώνουν οι ασθενείς αυτοί. Και θυμήθηκα μία συνεδρία με μία θεραπευόμενη. Δίνω μία πολύ μικρή περιγραφή του προφίλ της, όχι για να αποφύγουμε το κομμάτι του στίγματος περισσότερο, γιατί μιλάμε για μια γυναίκα η οποία είχε μια παιδεία, ήταν εκπαιδευμένη, μια πολύ υψηλή θέση, μια γυναίκα η οποία πραγματικά έχει χιούμορ, έτσι, μητέρα ενός παιδιού, παντρεμένη, σε μια γενικά πάρα πολύ καλή κατάσταση. Μπαίνει λοιπόν σε μια συνεδρία και δεν θα ξεχάσω ότι τα πρώτα περίπου 20 λεπτά, με δάκρυα στα μάτια, έλεγε διαρκώς «δεν». Και δεν συνέχιζε τη φράση. Έλεγε «δεν», έκλαιγε και μετά «δεν». Και όταν τέλος πάντων τη ζήτησα να ολοκληρώσει αυτές τις φράσεις και να πω ότι αν γινόταν πρόταση αυτό το «δεν», τι πρόταση θα ήτανε, υπόθηκαν όλα όσα είπατε εσείς προηγουμένως. Δεν ξέρω αν φταίω που έχω καρκίνο επειδή κάποτε κάπνιζα, είχε διακόψει το κάπνισμα. Δεν ξέρω αν μπορώ να συνεχίσω αυτήν τη διαδικασία της χημειοθεραπείας. Δεν ξέρω αν θέλω να ζήσω. Δεν ξέρω πώς να το πω στο παιδί μου. Δεν ξέρω τι να κάνω, ας πούμε, με τον σύζυγό μου. Δεν ξέρω πώς θα αντέξω όλον αυτόν τον πόνο. Δεν ξέρω σε ποιον απευθυνθώ και ποιος με καταλαβαίνει. Δεν ξέρω αν είμαι βάρος για τον γιατρό μου. Μιλάμε για ανθρώπους που ενδιαφέρονται πάρα πολύ για το να μην βαραίνουν τους γιατρούς, τους θεραπευτές. Αισθάνονται μονίμως ότι είναι βάρος σε όλους. Είναι τραγικό. Δεν ξέρω αν θα με αντέξει ο σύντροφός μου ή σύντροφός μου ή αν θα με χωρίσει. Δεν είναι καθόλου συχνό, έτσι. Δεν στέκονται όλοι προς τιμήν των κυριών, έτσι. Δεν στέκονται όλοι μέχρι το τέλος. Υπάρχουν άνθρωποι που αποχωρούν, έτσι. Και νομίζω ότι όλα αυτά, και δεν είναι φυσικά η συγκεκριμένη κυρία, αλλά έτσι κάπως συνοψίζει όλη την ψυχική κατάσταση των ανθρώπων αυτών. Νομίζω ότι όλα αυτά τα δεν και όλα αυτά τα βαθιά υπαρξιακά ζητήματα που απασχολούν τους ανθρώπους αυτούς αξίζουν μιας προσεκτικότερης ματιάς. Εμείς εδώ όλοι το ξέρουμε. Εύχομαι να αποτυπωθεί. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Και εκεί πήγαινε μας στον καθαρό αέρα. Το χρειαζόμαστε όλοι.
Ετοιμαστείτε να ανεβούμε στο ψηλότερο βουνό. Και το ψηλότερο βουνό είναι αυτό της ίδιας μας της υγείας και νομίζω ότι αξίζει σε όλους μας να επιλέξουμε να το ανεβούμε το βουνό αυτό και ας είναι δύσκολο. Και η FairLife είναι δίπλα σας για να ανεβούμε το βουνό αυτό όλοι μαζί γιατί μπορούμε. Ως μέλος λοιπόν του ΔΣ της FairLife, αρχικά να ευχαριστήσω όλους εσάς, τους καταπληκτικούς ομιλητές, που μοιραστήκατε υπέροχα πράγματα μαζί μας, αλλά και εσάς που βρίσκεστε μαζί μας και οι άνθρωποι από το διαδίκτυο. Σήμερα μας δώσατε πολύ ωραίες πάσες για το τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε εμείς ως άνθρωποι, πέρα από το τι μπορεί να κάνει η πολιτεία. Με τη FairLife, η Κορίνα, η Πατέλη και Κορίνα, σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την εμπιστοσύνη που μου έχεις δείξει τα τελευταία χρόνια, που γνωριζόμαστε. Προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε ό,τι δεν μπορεί να μας δώσει η πολιτεία. Μέσα από δράσεις που διοργανώνουμε, εγώ είμαι ορειβάτισσα, αθλήτρια και έτσι έγινε και η επαφή μας, η γνωριμία μας με την Κορίνα. Προσπαθήσαμε να δείξουμε τη σημαντικότητα που έχει η άθληση για την υγεία μας, γιατί θεωρούμε ότι η υγεία του σώματός μας μπορεί να είναι ένα μέτρο πρόληψης. Γιατί η πρόληψη δεν είναι μόνο το να κάνουμε τις εξετάσεις μας, είναι να κρατήσουμε και το σώμα μας υγιές, έτσι ώστε σε περίπτωση που ασθενήσουμε να έχει όσο το δυνατόν να είναι σε καλύτερη κατάσταση για να το αντιμετωπίσει, αλλά και πιστεύω ότι και σε περίπτωση που φτάσουμε στη φάση να διαγνωστούμε κάποια ασθένεια, όταν έχουμε ένα σώμα γερό, το οποίο υποστηρίζεται από μια καλή ψυχική υγεία, μπορεί να αντιμετωπιστεί πολύ πιο εύκολα. Έχει ο πόνος... Έχουν γίνει...
After all these studies, I can only rejoice in the fact that so much emphasis has been given on how exercise is associated to reduced levels of the feeling of pain in patients. Recently, I read into a project study at a hospital in Denmark. Patients having undergone operation participated in a research estimating the level of pain after surgery. Those who had been exposed to pictures where they had contact with hoods, the level of pain was much lower than those persons who just looked into the walls or to the walls of a whitewashed room. So mental health and physical health are interassociated. FairLife is hosting well-being actions, asking people to make mild exercise part of their day-to-day reality, not just for the benefit of it bodily, but also because of our psychology. People who go through stress after becoming diagnosed with a condition, all of a sudden are called upon to confront stress and all other missions in their everyday life, family life, children, wife, husband, you name it. After all those things and the activities in nature, we realize that well-being, the joy and calmness we experience is such that we're told how nice it is. Thank you, Corina. We are into contact with ourselves and we find the force to face those things. So all of us, members of teams, associations, I am in the north of Greece in Alexandroupolis. I'm trying to work in teams of support of vulnerable groups. We go out in nature, becoming active in trekking, breath exercises, well-being exercises. We come across all those things, we become positive, and we can all realize the positive impact of this all. We can all participate and mobilize, incentivize our own people, our family and friends on weekends, if not on work days, to go out, have a walk out into the woods, do some mountain biking, rather than spending time over our mobile phones at the cafe. Take our children and walk through nature. Coming into contact with nature is a means of prevention. Off the microphone, unfortunately. The medical community should also prescribe exercise. We may say it, but we do not really advise, and it goes away unnoticed. Exercise is a means of prevention. Thank you very much. Off the microphone. Hospitals abroad in Denmark, after that research, the health ministry launched a debate with the architects in this country, finding ways to make it so that new hospitals are thus modulated so that patients already in hospital are capable of taking walks into the woods. Well, I've been hijacked.
Πραγματικά έτσι ακουστήκανε τόσο ωραία πράγματα, τόσες ωραίες απόψεις.
Indeed, you have heard so wonderful things, so wonderful views. One might think, what is it that we don't do? What is it we miss? I would like to say a couple of words. This meeting today would be impossible a few years ago. So this is a step of progress. Why wouldn't it be possible? I mean, not only in Greece, internationally. Because lung cancer patients didn't make it to the doctor or died within a couple of months. I have prestigious colleagues, oncologists, that agree with this. It was impossible to create an association. There was one in England with its ups and downs, and it took great effort because there were not enough patients, and we didn't know what to do with these patients, for these patients. In the recent years, with the development of therapies and early diagnosis and better organization, we have patients that live not months but a lot of years, and they receive new treatments. We heard about them today, and these therapies have radically changed the landscape. Not only as regards how many years more, but also about the quality of these years. And they have changed the way doctors react, nurses, health practitioners. And I have to say that we are not ready yet to deal with this wave of success, because now we are overwhelmed by a lot of new data. What are we supposed to say to the minister? You have to forget about this. You have to change your mindset. We don't have bosses. We shouldn't give value to those that don't deserve it. Be careful about it. How about volunteerism in Greece in comparison to other countries, especially in the US, I know of? In the US, politicians think high of volunteer organizations. In the US, governments change because of this. They change their governments, and we only serve them. We have to change this mentality. It's not the new model of volunteerism and decision-making for the benefit of the many. We are the ones to try to struggle and to win. And maybe we are not ready yet. Changes are so fast. We doctors see a symptom and we think, is it cancer? Does it have to do with treatment? Is it something else? We see some diarrhea. What are we supposed to do? What type of food? We have to be grounded. We need to know that this is a phenomenon underway and everybody has to change. Cancer patients need holistic treatment, but it's something that has to be treated holistically right from the start. If somebody coughs a little bit and maybe there was some blood in the sputum, when was this person diagnosed and received treatment? And I'm not talking about a couple of hospitals or specific groups of the population. I'm talking about the average person. So there are too many things that need to change and be improved. So I think that the whole landscape has to change. Now, coming back to our topic, cancer patients could be patients working in a high position. They're treated and nobody understands about it, isn't it? However, it could be a person who cannot live without oxygen, somebody in pain, losing weight, suffering from diarrhea, and not having anybody to help him, isn't it? To be honest, I rarely hear a patient saying, "What should I do with my diet, doctor? Should I go to a psychologist, doctor?" It's the wife, the mother, the relatives usually ask. Or at least I will have to negotiate with them. So this is a totally different environment. One might say that our target is not the patient, it's something around the patient. In my view, this is where we have to pay more attention. And I suppose that you will find it difficult to disagree. This patient has a whole team in lung cancer, the lung expert, the surgeon. They take care of the diagnosis and the treatment. And this person that have a high position, they work in a high position, a bank, let's say, they can go to a dietitian, they can go to a psychiatrist. But those that are in real need are those that cannot walk, they cannot breathe. So we need to be patient-centered in this case and reach out to him or her. So holistic care means patient-centered care. There is a core team taking care of the patient and another team for particular issues as aptly described. So, Mr. Cosmidis, when the patient comes to you, you have to ask, did you go to your dietitian? You need to Yes, but you have too many other things to talk about. We could do it. So, coming back, I have to say that somehow we need to be better organized. Leave governments by side. We need to go out to reach the communities. We need to identify funding sources. We need to make communities and societies understand what they have to do if these things happen and what they are entitled to. I don't think I can have more time. No, not really. Thank you very much. Somebody is pushing me away, but it's so soft, I can accept it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, our last session. Let's ask our speakers to come up. Mr. Karachalios, Mr. Martakos, Mr. Nicolaou, Mr. Roussidis, Mr. Tsihridis, and Mr. Hanos. An all-male panel, quite different to the previous one. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ωραία. Και όσο φωτογραφίζετε το προηγούμενο πάνελ και θα παρακαλούσα.
So I would like to ask the speakers of the previous panel to keep their voices down a little bit to complete our own session. So Mr. Karachalios is a neurologist working at Genesis Pharma. How is it that innovation in medicine could reduce the cost of care? Hello. I would like to thank FairLife for this honorary invitation. Congratulations for your work, which is important in the journey of cancer patients. No patient has to feel alone. After hearing the previous presentations, everybody would feel enthusiastic because progress in medicine, especially individualized medicine, and cancer is a case in point, so this progress has been great and in great leaps. However, I have a fear, and this hasn't been mentioned enough. I am afraid that our society hasn't realized that we all have the kind of health we can pay for. I am afraid that developments run faster than societies as regards societies finding the necessary resources. Coming back to the issue of accessibility to new treatments, keeping down the cost of medication or health costs at large. And I believe that the representatives of patients, the state, and all of us have to work to make things more feasible. Pharma industry, and I represent the pharma industry, we have to focus our research efforts in targets that could offer more value as regards quality of life or healthy living. On the other hand, the state has to implement practices remunerating real innovation to facilitate access of patients to new treatments, and everybody has to try to avoid these huge inequalities in the quality of health services enjoyed by our citizens. Thank you very much. Mr. Martakos, Governmental Industrial Relations Director of Pharma and the head of market access. We were talking about difficulties in having access to innovative treatments. Have you identified these difficulties? It's a difficult question with an easy answer. Let's think about the ways innovation comes to our country today. First of all, it comes regularly, ordinarily, which means approval, pricing, reimbursement, putting medication on the list to be reimbursed, and so on and so forth. There are some other irregular ways, however, like individualized treatments, what we call effect. So it's the regular way to be paid by companies, also clinical trials. So we have three different ways for innovation to come to our countries. To our country, let's see what the state does. The regular one, reimbursement. In the last 20 years, there are only obstacles raised by the state. Starting with the so-called 511, the rebate, mandatory rebates, and the clawback mechanism. I would be provocative. I have people from other pharma companies here. Could you please translate with one word in Greek the word clawback? So, what does it mean? It actually means to take something like stealing it. Okay, rebate 80% and clawback again. This makes it difficult for products to enter the Greek market. This is a counter-incentive. Now, the third channel, clinical trials. What has the state done for clinical trials? To incentivize companies to bring more clinical trials to our country, more innovation to our country, to train physicians and nurses, and finally to bring income to our country, because clinical trials are direct money coming to our budget directly. This is the best service for patients because this is the design of clinical trials. What has the state done about this? Nothing. That's the answer. There is a wide legislative framework to support them, but it's never applied. On the contrary, there are incentives for new plants, factories. This is called the developmental clawback. It's very difficult to translate. This is not the country I like to live in, to be frank. So we have the third channel, effect in Greek. We had a flow of treatments in our country through this body, but it's not. Things are not equal for all. Some physicians have access to this channel, some others not, and this affects the patients. So I think, and I would like to close with this, I think that we have innovation and pharma policies in Greece. These two never go hand in hand, not to say that they are hostile. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. Thank you. Next question for Mr. Nicolaou, lung expert and medical manager oncology lung AstraZeneca. We have heard a lot today about the multidisciplinary teams and their value. How could pharma industry be part in promoting these MDTs? Thank you very much for your invitation, and I would like to congratulate you too. In the previous session, the multidisciplinary team was mentioned in particular. So this is a holistic approach, as Mrs. Kanaloupiti said, for the patient, and the aim is to improve the quality of care and the clinical outcomes of patients. These teams offer complete care because various specialties are represented, they cooperate, and they have to offer a multi-system approach for patients. And through this cooperation, there is an individualized algorithm depending on the needs of each patient. Through these MDTs, there is more cooperation among medical specialties, which means that there is not enough room for misinterpretation and delays. Through MDTs and the wider team, as mentioned before, there are other needs met. It's not just medical needs. Social and psychological needs. As to pharma industry and how and what it could do to enhance MDTs, I'm going to talk about AstraZeneca because that's where I work, but I suppose that the same happens in other pharma companies. First of all, there are ways by enhancing information and training of physicians representing each specialty in order to train others in new therapies, not just oncologists, as regards lung cancer treatments. We support scientific programs and scientific cooperations in congresses, one-day events and webinars in order to train other physicians, not just oncologists. At the same time, we support clinical research. Clinical research, well, I mean clinical trials. I see that more and more molecules, more and more drugs are used at earlier stages. So there are not always oncologists, only oncologists involved. So when we also have thoracic surgeons, for example, involved in clinical trials, we make them aware and we help them understand how about the efficacy of drugs, and we set the foundation of cooperation from research to daily clinical practice. So this is how we enhance MDTs and we contribute to the improvement of the therapies for lung cancer patients. Finally, cooperation between pharma industries and MDTs leads to important improvement through innovation and individualized application of new treatments. Thank you very much. Next question for Mr. Roussidis, working for GSK about adult vaccination. It came to the foreground of the public debate because of the pandemic. A couple of years after the pandemic, what's the state of play? And do you think that this discussion will go on? Let me start with a comment made by Mrs. Hadjiandreou in the morning. I think she stressed that investment in vaccines is profitable for the health system, and every euro invested brings about 15 to 20 euros back for the state. The European Council started discussing vaccines before the pandemic. The pandemic was just an opportunity to showcase the importance of prevention, to protect patients and have viable health systems. So it was just an occasion to learn, because vaccination could help us deal with a lot of infectious diseases. We have about 27 infectious diseases, various types of cancers, use and abuse of antibiotics. That's very interesting. We can have prevention for all these with vaccines, not child vaccines, but vaccines for adults. And pharma industries now are developing about 100 vaccines for prevention of diseases and some forms of cancer as well. In our company, we have more than 20 vaccines under development. So in the immediate future, we will be thinking about it more and more, since our population ages, especially in Greece, that's the case. But also for cancer patients, they are vulnerable groups of the population. Vaccines could help them have a better quality of life in order to be treated without interruptions. And I think that even the pathologists, or rather the oncologists of Greece, have vaccination as therapy in order for patients to be able to manage their lives in a better way. Thank you very much. Coming back to Mr. Tsikhridzis, we had him before, about innovation. And couldn't we be more specific, please, about innovation and how it can be practically translated into benefit for cancer patients? Thank you very much for your questions. I would also like to thank again Mrs. Patelis for this invitation. We have heard that our objective is for patients in Greece to have access to treatments. Unfortunately, the environment that has been developed in our country is not helpful. All companies, my company as well, wanted to offer solutions to these problems through innovative actions, such as clinical trials mentioned before. There is a clinical footprint of our company in oncology and lung cancer in particular, offering some ways out. It's not a solution, definitely, but let's say that there is hope that something could change. Moreover, when we see the main pillars of the European programs, the European action against cancer, prevention, early diagnosis, treatment and survival, we think that in all these pillars we can help everybody involved, be it the state or researchers, doctors, patients. We have some proposals, some solutions, some ideas. To improve the situation. Something important that has to do with innovation in this difficult environment described before. Companies still offer solutions to patients. This is an innovation. It's a paradox, though. Yes, it's a paradox, but it's innovative. We need to find solutions to these problems. Companies do their best, but at some point, indeed, we need some activities for the viable course of all companies. Finally, Mr. Hanos, responsible for communication and supporting patients of BMS Greece.
Something that happens very often, it has to do with the design planning of a national strategy, action plan for cancer. I will not bring into this discussion the state. I will look at the practical angle. How do you align with this discussion, with this need, potentially? Good afternoon. I will repeat what everybody else has said. Thank you, dear Karina. I will use your first name because I know that you will be mad at me if I do not. Not just you, but your entire team. You have a rich, wonderful team backing you for this, something that has become an institution the last 4 years. So as not to delay, yes, within 2023, the Ministry of Health announced publicly and committed, dare I say, the minister himself committed to creating a task force so as to elaborate a national action plan against cancer holistically, a word that has been recurrently emerging throughout our sessions today. And I believe that everyone here today, anyone out there who might be listening in or attending online, everyone who works in the field of the fight against cancer would agree that we all welcome such an initiative. We're waiting to see it happen. We want for the action plan to take form. It's not just important, it's critical at the current time, especially when it comes to innovation. And why is it critical? It's not a means to an end, excuse me. But rather, I think it will bring together a national action plan, will bring together all those fragmented efforts, attempts, endeavors in order to provide for harmonization for a national strategy against cancer. And it will also shed light on all those areas where there is room for improvement. For patients, for the sake of patients, for the sake of the national health system. Now, the pillars that a holistic cancer action plan needs to comprise should look into a continuum of care. And what am I trying to say by this? So far, whenever we discussed, we mentioned a continuum of care, we looked at anything that had to do with prevention, screening, something that Corina helped shed light on, treatment, algorithms and regimens, innovation in treatment, in therapy. Lately, we have also been borrowing optimal practices, best practices from other fields such as HIV, another field of specialty from my past. And today we heard so many things about the holistic management of the oncology patient and the overall quality of life of our cancer patients. However, what does quality of life mean and why is it important? Quality of life, yes, the previous panel spoke of it, and it's like we'd been in cahoots beforehand about what we needed to address. Quality of life, what are the dimensions? Spiritual health, physical health, social health, economic health, sexual reproductive health. This all means holistic care for a patient, any patient, and oncology patients in particular. And why is that important? Because there is a huge benefit, not just for the patients regarding their health outcomes, but also, and I think it was Mr. Karachalios who said that, because it's going to save a lot of money within the health system thanks to innovation. And I took notes on my smartphone. based on data that illustrate this thing precisely. In breast cancer, we've got a 30% increase of overall survival with good quality of life. Lung cancer, 25% overall survival odds. Melanoma, 45%, and colorectal cancer, 25%, with increased life expectancy and good quality of life. Now, as regards the benefit of quality of life on the national health system, this is all evidence-based. The cost for the annual cost of hospitalization and rehospitalization of oncology patients will be brought down by 25%, 26% when it comes to managing adverse events or side effects of the disease, and a further 30% for all other expenditure undertaken by patients. So, to cut things short, a wonderful, illustrious example of something that works today in Greece is the survivorship clinic of the Attikon Hospital here in Athens. They're running a program which is very important under the supervision and guidance of Amanda Psiri. And we also heard someone mention prescribing physical exercise, PE. This is all done. There are guidelines and prescriptions towards cancer patients in order to achieve holistic management of a cancer patient, because we're doing so much about prevention, early and valid diagnosis, access to innovation, but what happens the day after for the patient? So all these services that are offered in this survivorship center for the quality of life of our patients are so important. And in the company in which I live, I apologize, I meant to say in which I work, in Bristol Myers, I'm very proud because we have managed to finance the standardization of this program, the survivorship clinic, in order to expand it throughout the Greek territory in clinics, creating cancer survivor clinics on a national range, and therefore throughout the continuum of lung cancer management and cancer management as a whole. Thank you very much. I believe that if we were to ask for a round of applause for this center, we would have gotten that from everyone all through the sessions, all through the day. And Corina will have the final words. I would like to thank each and every one of you on behalf of FairLife. I heard so many positive remarks and comments, so on behalf of the entire team, thank you very, very much. I need to share with you that I was quite concerned with this last session we had about early diagnosis, prevention, innovation. We know that valid diagnosis is not, of course, exactly a golden rule. We heard about MDTs, and 20 times they were mentioned, and how important it is to have a team looking into the well-being of their patients. We know that this is not yet in place, but steps are being taken. We heard about the significance of biomarkers, another source of concern. Molecular testing is not reimbursed by the health system. There's disparities. But this final session, and I have to say that overall I'm an optimistic person. I would not have kicked off this endeavor because we were looking into palliative care, and this was paused in a way. We had lots of negative comments in the sense that things are not happening. And this final session was quite troublesome for me because it's innovation that will improve life expectancy, that will improve quality of life. So if innovation is somehow stunted by clawbacks, rebates, how will patients have access to all that is coming, be it vaccines, be it artificial intelligence, anything that can improve the current state of play? It's a question mark. all of us in FairLife, we try to bring the threads together, bring people together, bring societies together. We try to, up to a point, we've been able to make it happen, but we are still concerned. Let's move on. Let's hold hands the best we can. Let's cry out as best we can along with patients, carers, because innovation needs to reach the patients. My husband lost the fight against cancer at an early stage because he didn't have access to innovation. And this is something that people on this panel know very well. They try to give us early access to innovation, to a new vaccine, but it didn't work out. Innovation is what is going to come here to stay. All patients, all carers, all people grieving, victims to cancer, we all need to stand up united as a united front and cry out for innovation that will allow for life to continue. Thank you very much.
Το όραμα ελπίδα. Ο πόνος σπόρος. Γεννιέται η FairLife. Η FairLife είναι ο πρώτος μη κερδοσκοπικός οργανισμός στην Ελλάδα ενάντια στον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα. Τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια ανοίγουμε νέους δρόμους ενημέρωσης για την νόσο. Το τοπίο αλλάζει. Μιλάμε στους συμπολίτες μας για τους παράγοντες κινδύνου και τις ιατρικές εξελίξεις. Εργαζόμαστε για την πρόληψη και την έγκαιρη διάγνωση με την αξονική τομογραφία θώρακος χαμηλής δόσης ακτινοβολίας. Υποστηρίζουμε τους ανθρώπους που ζουν με την ασθένεια στη χώρα μας. Η φωνή σου μετράει. Στη FairLife οι προσωπικές ιστορίες γίνονται δύναμη για όσους δίνουν τη δική τους μάχη. Είναι πηγή ελπίδας για το μέλλον. Μαζί σπάμε τη σιωπή και τα στερεότυπα γύρω από τον καρκίνο του πνεύμονα.
Το πρόγραμμα Breath παρέχεται δωρεάν και πανελλαδικά.
Εν τούτης, ο κάθε ασθενής είναι ένας κόσμος που έρχεται εκείνη την ώρα και εσύ μπορείς να του προσφέρεις τα πάντα, τη ζωή.
Μιλάμε για την υγεία των πνευμόνων μας, βάζοντας την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος στην εξίσωση. Φέραμε κοντά μας τα νέα παιδιά, τους πρωταθλητές μας, ανθρώπους που μας εμπνέουν να συνεχίσουμε.
Καθαρό περιβάλλον, υγιείς πνεύμονες, ελεύθερη ζωή.
– 14 λεπτά για την αγάπη του παιχνιδιού.
Η ζωή είναι
COVID.
Την ανάσα
και όχι ο καρκίνος του πνεύμα.
Μέσα σε μόλις 4 χρόνια προσεγγίσαμε χιλιάδες ανθρώπους μέσα από τις καμπάνιες μας, τα προγράμματα ψυχοκοινωνικής υποστήριξης και τις δράσεις μας.
Όραμά μας είναι να σώσουμε όσο γίνεται περισσότερες ανθρώπινες ζωές.
Δίνουμε νέα πνοή στο έργο μας. Συνεργαζόμαστε μέσα και πέρα από τα σύνορα της Ελλάδας και της Ευρώπης. Η FairLife ταξιδεύει. Αποκτά γνώσεις και εμπειρία, κοιτάμε μπροστά με το ίδιο όραμα και νέες πρωτοβουλίες. Τα λόγια του κόσμου μας γεμίζουν χαρά. Οι βραβεύσεις μας δίνουν τη δύναμη να συνεχίσουμε, να καταφέρουμε ακόμη περισσότερα. Κλείνοντας 4 χρόνια ενημέρωσης και υποστήριξης, σας ευχαριστούμε που είστε μαζί μας σε αυτό το ταξίδι. Τους υποστηρικτές μας, τους συνεργάτες, φίλους, εθελοντές και τα μέλη της ομάδας μας.